I waited 18 years for something to happen to me, and when it finally did, it happened about a woman's throwaway to somebody else. That's the part nobody tells you. I was standing on a high platform in the Lin family's training yard, wearing white, being handed cups of tea by old men who wanted me to meet their granddaughters. Below me, 200 teenagers were beating each other into the sand for a prize that was worth less than my breakfast. And in my skull, out of nowhere, a voice that sounded like a very cheerful appliance said this: "Son of Destiny detected. Life script system activated." I did not move. I did not blink. On the outside, I was a young man politely enjoying a family tournament. On the inside, I was screaming, because I had been in this world for 18 years, and in all 18 of them, nothing had ever spoken to me except my own bad decisions. You need one fact about me, and then I'm never explaining it again. I died on Earth. I was an office worker, which is thoroughly unremarkable. I did not slay a god. I did not save a bus full of children. There was an accident. There was a very brief and very unpleasant sound. And then I woke up as an infant on a continent called Sang Suen, being carried home by an old man who thought I had good bones. The old man was the head of the Lin family, not my blood, not anybody's blood. He found me on a road and decided that was enough. So I grew up in Wangyue City, which is a place so far out on the edge of the eastern region that people from the eastern region have to be reminded it exists. 4 families run it. Ours is one of them. The strongest person in the entire city could not have survived a stern conversation with me, and that was the problem, because at 14 I had already broken through a wall that this world says cannot be broken. Body tempering caps at 100,000 jin. That's the ceiling. That's what the ceiling means. I hit 110,000. The old man went white when he tested me. Then he sat me down and told me to shut my mouth about it forever, and for 18 years the only 2 people on the planet who knew were him and me. Everybody else got told I was divine power realm, a nice respectable number for a nice respectable prodigy. I was actually divine palace realm, in that city that's the difference between a man and weather. And that's what I had. That's it. A hidden number and a lot of free time. So when the appliance spoke, I nearly bit through my own tongue. The next thing that happened was a light screen unrolling in front of my face that nobody else could see, and my own name at the top of it. Name, Lin Yuan. Cultivation, divine palace realm late stage. Physique, mortal body. Destiny, unpredictable. Luck, unpredictable. Life script, male lead in empress rebirth. Recent opportunity, unpredictable. I read it 4 times. Then I did what any reasonable man does with a brand new cheat, which is immediately try to break it. Show me my own luck. Unpredictable. Show me what happens to me tomorrow. Unpredictable. Show me where the nearest thing worth stealing is. Unpredictable. 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 Like a shop clerk who has decided he does not like my face. So that's the deal then. The one script in the world I cannot read is mine. Cool. Very cool. But there was a wife in there. Empress rebirth. Male lead. Somewhere out there was a woman with an empire's worth of trouble attached to her, and the system had already filed me under her story like a receipt. I filed that away under things to be smug about later and turned to look at the boy in the corner because the system hadn't woken up for me. It had woken up for him. Lin Hai, black robe, sitting apart from everyone with his eyes closed, 17 years old and famous in this family for exactly one thing, which is that he used to be a genius and then stopped. 3 years ago, his breakthrough failed. Not the ordinary kind of failed, where you try again in the spring. His chi blood started draining out of him like a cracked jar. Inside 3 years, a boy who should have been walking into Spirit Sea couldn't put 10,000 jin behind a punch. His father checked him personally and found nothing. Then his father came to me because I was the only one who might be strong enough to see deeper, and I checked him too. I found nothing either. I remember standing there thinking, this is familiar. I have read this book. I did not think about it again for 3 years because I am occasionally an idiot. I looked at him now, and his page opened. Name, Lin Hai. Cultivation, body tempering. Physique, mortal body. Destiny, after hardship comes happiness. Purple. Soaring to great heights. Purple. Luck. Purple. Life script, male lead in Emperor High, recent opportunity. 3 days from now, a soul-nourishing grass in the rocky forest outside the city. 1 month from now, a body-tempering pill at auction, cheap. 3 months from now, I stopped reading and sat very still while my entire understanding of my own life quietly rearranged itself. Purple, by the way, that's the second highest color there is. The system was kind enough to explain the whole ladder to me right there in my head, and it goes black, white, cyan, blue, purple, gold. Black means you are dying and you don't know it. White is everyone you have ever met. Cyan and blue mean you might be somebody. Purple means you are the main character of a book. Gold means you can walk up to a purple and remove him with one hand. Lin Hai was purple. His life had a title. And the reason the system had spent 18 years asleep was very simple and very insulting. Until 3 months ago, Lin Hai's luck was ordinary. Then something changed. His luck went up like a struck match, and only then did I have a son of destiny in my line of sight. The system doesn't wake up for me. It wakes up for them. Fine, I could work with that. Here's what changed 3 months ago, and I only learned it later, but you should have it now. Lin Hai bought a ring off a street stall years back because it looked nice. The ring had been eating him. Not metaphorically. Every scrap of spiritual power he pulled into his body for 3 years went straight into that ring, which is why nobody could find anything gross with him, because there wasn't. He was a bucket with a hole, and everybody kept checking the water. He was about to smash it when a face came out of it. An old remnant soul calling himself Elder Wu, some ancient nobody who had eaten a boy's future by accident and felt bad enough about it to offer a trade. I'll make you strong. You rebuild my body when you grow up. Lin Hai said yes, because when you have been the family joke for 3 years, you say yes to anything that talks. 90,000 jin in 3 months, from a boy who couldn't manage 10. And in the corner of that yard, while I was reading his life like a menu, the old ghost in his ring was talking to him, and I know exactly what was said because I got the whole story out of him later. Lin Hai, quietly, glowing with it. Teacher, I'm certain I can take first place today. Elder Wu, without an ounce of charity. What a loser. What's the point of being a kingpin in a family this small? I liked him immediately. Then the ghost caught sight of me across the yard, and the tone in that ring changed, and Lin Hai sat up. He's not divine power realm, boy. He's divine palace, and his foundation is frightening. I have met chosen sons of real powers who were not built like that. He broke the extreme limit, which meant somebody in this yard had just looked straight through the only secret I owned. I turned that over and didn't like it, and then I decided I didn't need to like it. An old man in a ring who could see me was also an old man in a ring who had exactly one asset in the world, and that asset was sitting 3 meters from him thinking about a tournament trophy. Down in the sand, Lin Hai won his match without moving his feet. His last opponent was a boy called Lin Kang, the Grand Elder's grandson, and Lin Kang opened with about 40 words of trash talk, which is 38 more than the situation could support. Lin Hai didn't answer him. 3 months ago he would have. Now he'd seen what I was and rearranged his entire idea of the top of the mountain, and Lin Kang simply wasn't on it anymore. They threw one punch each. The dust came up, and then Lin Kang came down, off the stage, on his back, blinking at the sky. The Grand Elder was out of his seat before the dust settled. His grandson had a bruise. He checked him for a full minute anyway. Beside me, the family head leaned over and asked the question he had actually invited me for. Yuan, higher, have you worked it out? And I looked at that man, who had spent 3 years quietly grieving a son who was still alive, and said, I can't see anything wrong with him. Maybe he really is healed. That was not kindness. I could read what had happened to his son off a screen like a shipping manifest, and I lied to his face because the truth meant explaining a system in my head. He sighed and thanked me. The not knowing was eating him worse than the knowing would have. I got up to leave. The elders swarmed me, 4 of them at once, all offering to introduce me to granddaughters, one of them describing a girl's embroidery at length while another physically held my sleeve. I have faced things that could level this city. I ran. Back in my own courtyard, I sat down on a stone chair and started actually thinking, and here's where it got good. Because the first instinct, the dumb instinct, is to kill him. There's a boy sitting 3 courtyards away whose whole life is a treasure map, and I could put him in the ground this evening. And the moment I thought it, I discarded it, because a dead son of destiny gives you whatever he's carrying today. A living one gives you a list. 3 days, soul-nourishing grass. 1 month, a pill at auction. 3 months, something else. That list refreshes. That list is a man who wakes up every morning and walks toward free money on my behalf. You don't kill the goose. You follow the goose. Second instinct, also dumb. Follow this particular goose forever. Except this goose came with an ancient ghost welded to his hand who had already seen through me from across a courtyard. Tail him for a week and Elder Wu would notice, and then I'd be explaining myself to something that used to be very powerful. Third thing, and this one I actually kept. Lin Hai's whole list was body tempering trash, grass, pills, a technique manual, useful to a boy at 90,000 jin, worth nothing to a man at Divine Palace realm. Same clan, decent kid, and his entire fortune wasn't worth a morning of my time. Fine, I thought. For the sake of the clan, I won't take these. That is the single most generous sentence I have ever produced. It also lasted about 4 days. Then he knocked on my door. Lin Hai, standing in my courtyard, looking like a man who had swallowed a stone on the way over. The ghost in his ring had spent an evening telling him that pride is expensive and advice is free. He sat down opposite me. I poured him tea. He drank about a thimble of it and then asked the question, "How did you break through the limit in body tempering?" And I sat there with my hand on a teapot, doing arithmetic. 2 people knew about that. Me and an old man who had kept it for 18 years and would not have told a body tempering junior, not even his own grandson, not even under a knife. So Lin Hai had not been told, Lin Hai had been shown. Something was looking out of that boy, and it had already measured me and reported back. I smiled and poured him more tea and gave him a genuinely excellent answer that was also completely useless. I talked about potential. I talked about how a mortal body has to dig for what a special physique is simply handed. I did not lie once. I also did not tell him a single thing he could use, which is a skill you learn in an office and never lose. He stayed until dark. He thanked me and left thinking he'd got something. I watched him go and worked out the rest of it out loud, to nobody. Lin Hai is the kind of protagonist who comes with an old man attached. Only an old monster like that could see through me here, because there is nothing else in this city with the eyes for it. And Lin Hai himself is not the self-centered kind. I've known him 10 years. Even with a ghost in his ear, he'll never turn on this family, or on me. Which was true, incidentally, and which is why he's the only son of destiny in this entire story who got to keep everything he had. Enjoy that. It doesn't happen again. The next morning I went shopping, not for goods, for people. I walked out of the Lin compound into the market streets of Wangyu City and started reading everyone I passed. And if you want to know what that's like, imagine walking through a crowd where every single person is wearing a sign listing their net worth, their expiry date, and where they'll be standing when their luck arrives. Gao Lei, Spirit Sea Realm, ordinary and unremarkable, white, no opportunities. White, 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 white. Half a day of that, a whole city of white. I stood on a corner and had a small crisis about it. In every novel I ever read, the hero wanders into a junk stall and walks out with a shard of a divine artifact. Here I was, 3 streets deep, and the best thing on offer was a man who would find a demon core under a tree tomorrow. Maybe I do run into them, I thought, and I just don't recognize them. Then I saw a middle-aged man coming the other way, and his sign stopped me dead. Name, Wang Yang. Spirit Sea Realm. Destiny, black. Life nearing its end. Luck, black. Black, the dying color. And under it, 3 days from now, in the black forest outside the city, he discovers a heaven and earth treasure capable of cleansing the physical body and the primordial spirit. As he moves to collect it, he is killed by a divine power realm Yao beast, cleansing the physical body and the primordial spirit. Not a pill, not a stat boost. The kind of thing that fixes what you're built out of. He walked past me. Ordinary man, ordinary morning, going to buy something. He had 72 hours and a treasure with his name on it, and neither of those facts had reached him yet. I did not warn him. I looked at a man's death notice and I thought, well, you're not going to get to enjoy it, so you may as well leave it to me. Then I walked out of the city and flew. You'll decide what you think about me over the next few hours. That's fair. I'd just point out that the black color means the debt is already collected. I didn't write the number. I just showed up early. Half an hour to the Black Forest. The system laid a path over it like a map, which saved me the traditional 2 weeks of wandering around like a headless chicken, and I walked into a cave at the end of a valley without slowing down. Not because I'm brave. There was supposedly a divine power realm beast in there, and a divine power realm beast is a thing I could remove with the flat of my hand. The cave was black. Not a problem. The cave was empty. Slight problem, since the beast was supposed to be home. At the very back, there was a pool. The liquid in it was doing something to the light. Just standing near the thing made my shoulders come down off my ears, like the first swallow of a drink after a long day. I didn't know what it was. I knew what it was for. I checked the whole valley twice with my divine thought first, because the beast being out was either luck or the front half of an ambush. Nothing. Fine. If he's not here, he's not here. I set a formation around the pool anyway. I've never studied formations. What I put down would have held against Divine Power Realm and given early Divine Palace Realm a hard afternoon, which is what happens when a man with too much comprehension ability reads a manual once. Then I got in. It went into me the instant I touched it, and I stopped worrying about the beast and started worrying about staying conscious. I sat down cross-legged in a pool of liquid light and started refining, and everything I'm built from got quietly taken apart and put back together, cleaner. Physical body first, then the primordial spirit, and that was the part that mattered, because I felt it go from a fogged window to a clear one. Then, underneath all of it, the cultivation started climbing on its own. Divine Palace, late stage. Divine Palace peak, the extreme limit of the Divine Palace. And then, past a wall that people in my city die of old age underneath, it kept going. A day and a night. When I opened my eyes, the pool was dry, and my aura came off me hard enough to shred the formation I'd built. Marquee Realm. I stood up in an empty stone basin, dripping, absolutely delighted with myself. Because here's the thing about being a mortal body in a world of special physiques. Everyone with a fire spirit or a golden spirit or whatever else gets the first 4 realms for free. I had been outworking that gap for 18 years with nothing but a good head, and I'd been winning, and it had still cost me everything I had. And that pool just handed me the missing half. My understanding of runes got deeper in a day than it had in a decade. Marquee Realm, I said out loud, to a cave. For scale, since none of that means anything yet, in the Azure Clarity sect, the biggest power anywhere near my city, Marquee Realm gets you made a true disciple. That's the top rank a disciple can hold. Above that, you're not a disciple anymore, you're an elder. I was not yet 18. It took half an hour to fly out there. It took a quarter of an hour to fly back, which I found funnier than it deserved. Then I locked myself in my courtyard for a month, which is how long it takes to make a gift like that actually yours instead of just borrowed, and came out the other side steady, settled, and 1 stage higher than I went in. I opened the door on a month of quiet, stretched, thought about lunch, and there was a very old man in a blue robe standing in my yard with a look on his face like he'd caught me stealing. "You broke through," he said. "Marquee Realm, the old family head. The one who picked me up off a road, the only man alive who knew what I actually was, and now the only man alive who could feel what I'd just become. Because you cannot sense a marquee unless you're standing on something like solid ground yourself." "Yeah," I said, just finished. And this 80-year-old man came across the courtyard at a speed I would describe as a jog. You have to understand what Marquee Realm meant to him. He'd spent his whole life clawing at that door and knowing he'd die on this side of it. He said as much, standing there, gripping my arm. "Marquee is nothing to you. It'll never happen to me." I didn't think it would be this fast. "Don't worry," I told him. "When I get out there, I'll find you a treasure." I meant it. I still mean it. Write that down somewhere, because I'm about to spend several hours taking things from people, and I'd like it on record that the first thing I ever promised anyone was a gift. Then he told me why he'd come. The Azure Clarity sect was arriving in a few days to recruit. They come every 10 years. They take anyone under 20 who's worth taking, and most cycles they leave empty-handed, because what this city calls a genius wouldn't clear the bar for an ordinary outer disciple. The old man was lit up about it. "You're a marquee, they'll treasure you. I know the man who runs the recruitment. I'll take you to meet him first." I nodded and let him be happy. Being treasured was not the point. I had a system in my head that ran on Sons of Destiny, and I had precisely one of those, and he was a 17-year-old whose entire fortune was medicinal grass. I needed a bigger pond. And there was one more thing I wasn't telling the old man, which is that somewhere out past the edge of every map he'd ever seen, there was a woman with an empire in her future, and my name already written into her book. I wanted to go and find out where she'd been keeping herself. Before they came, I gave the city one more honest try. 2 full days, every street, every stall, every alley with a man sitting on a crate selling rocks. I read the entire population of Wangyue City like a man flipping through a phone book looking for someone he'd like. Gal Mei, body tempering, ordinary and unremarkable, white, no opportunities. Wang Jun, body tempering, white, and tomorrow he finds a demon core under a tree. That was the highlight. A demon core, under a tree. By the end of the second day, I was standing at the far end of the commercial street, having a small, dignified breakdown. There are so few people destined for anything, I thought. Not few, none. This entire city is background characters, and the props are worse. Fine. The streets are full of ordinary people. That's normal. Of course there's nothing here. I went home and sat down and did not come out until the sect arrived, and that was the last time in this story that I ever go looking for treasure and come back with nothing. 3 days later, my aura slipped for half a heartbeat while I was cultivating, and the whole compound felt something huge go past and decided they'd imagined it. Marquis, middle stage. I got up to go ask the old man whether the sect had shown up yet, and found him already standing outside my gate, waving. He's here. Come on, I'll take you to meet him. The recruiter was called Steward Fan, and he was sitting in our reception hall being fed tea by the family head, and he had been told to expect a boy who'd broken into Divine Palace Realm young. I watched his face do the arithmetic as I came through the door. This was not Divine Palace Realm. This was Marquis Realm, middle stage, and it had been Marquis Realm for a while. Fan was Marquis late stage himself, and about 4 times my age, and he had exactly one honest thought, which he had the good sense to have quickly. This one is going to be a true disciple inside a week. This one is going to outrank me before his next birthday. Be nice to him now, while being nice is still free. No need to be so formal, he said, before I could bow. My surname is Fan. Call me Brother Fan. Brother Fan, I said, and the man laughed like I'd handed him a title. Then he sat me down and told me things I actually wanted, which is why I liked him. The Azure Clarity sect, he said, is one of many, many affiliated sects of the Qinglian Holy Land. Have you heard of it? I had not. Qinglian Holy Land, he said, is a real behemoth, top of the entire continent. There are powers that can stand beside it, and none that stand above. Disciples of the Azure Clarity sect can, in theory, be taken up into it. And then his face did something I remembered later. He smiled, and the smile went nowhere near his eyes, and he said that in his whole life he would never see the inside of that place. I filed the name away and thought, well, if a place like that exists, that's where people with destinies keep themselves. The test the next morning was very simple. Steward Fan threw a stone tablet into the training yard, told 4 families worth of teenagers to punch it, and said anyone who couldn't put 75,000 jin into the hit could go home. 4 people passed, out of 4 families, out of everyone under 20 in the entire city. One of them was Lin Hai, and Lin Hai came in at just under 80,000. I sat on the platform and watched him do that, and had to work not to laugh, because he could do 90. I'd read it off his own life 3 weeks earlier, and he'd chosen to sandbag a recruitment test. This is the great disease of protagonists. When they should be quiet, they announce themselves in the town. Square, when there is absolutely no cost to showing what they've got, when in fact showing it gets them better resources on day one, they hide it in their coat like a stolen apple. Meanwhile, the family head was having the best morning of his life, because the other 3 families had just seen Steward Fan cross a yard to greet me personally, and were staring at him for an explanation. Yuan has already broken through to Marquis Realm, he said, beaming. He'll be a true disciple as soon as he joins. The sound 3 family heads make when their pupils shrink at the same time is very quiet and very satisfying. The speed of it was the best part. 15 years of border skirmishes, feuds, and small, ugly murders between 4 families, and inside about 90 seconds, all 3 of the others had decided that the Lin family were their dearest friends, and always had been. 2 of them offered me things. One of them offered me a granddaughter, which by that point I was expecting. Half an hour later, Steward Fan took a flying boat out of his storage ring. It grew until it blocked out the yard, and the 4 of us went up. Wangyue City got smaller underneath me, and then stopped existing. 2 days on that boat, and I spent them getting my map filled in. Fan told me the realms above where I stood, since I had somehow reached Marquis without knowing what came after it. Marquis, then King Sealing, then Venerable, then God Realm. He said the sect master of the Azure Clarity sect was a venerable, and that there were rumors of a god realm hidden somewhere in the mountain, and that nobody had ever seen one. Across the deck, Lin Hai was getting the same lecture from a ring and getting it with contempt. The Azure Clarity sect, said Elder Wu, is a small sect. It's enough for you. Then the mountain came up out of the horizon and shut everybody up. I had been told this was a minor affiliated sect of a minor branch, a rounding error on somebody's ledger, and what I was looking at was a peak wrapped in cloud that looked like a god sitting down to read. Lin Hai said wow out loud. The spiritual energy at the gate was thicker than my own cultivation room back home. Indeed, extraordinary, I said, and I thought, if this is the rounding error, what does the Holy Land look like? They gave the other 3 to a passing disciple to be processed like luggage. Fan took me to see the sect master. Now. I had a system in my head, and I had been in this sect for about 6 minutes, and I had already started reading the staff. The guards at the gate of the main hall, Divine Palace Realm, both of them, white luck, nothing. Then the second one, Li San, Divine Palace, late stage, fire spirit body, luck, cyan. Recent opportunity, 5 days from now, a top-grade spirit stone in the city at the foot of the mountain. 1 month from now, while being chased through the 100 Beast mountain range by a beast, he stumbles into a small secret realm containing a legacy left by a god realm powerhouse. I looked at this man. He was a gate guard. He was leaning on a wall. He had cyan luck, which is 2 whole rungs below the interesting colors, and in 30 days the universe was going to trip him into a dead god's inheritance. That guy, I thought. That guy is always so lucky. Cyan luck getting main character treatment. And then I noticed the line I'd skimmed past, the one underneath, the one that reframed the entire building I was standing in. Life script. Passerby A in Martial God, not Emperor Hai, a different book, a second title. Which meant there was another son of destiny in this sect right now, walking around. And this one wasn't a 17-year-old with a shopping list. This one had a whole sect for a set. Another main character, I thought, standing in a corridor with my hands behind my back like a man admiring architecture. This is really good news. Then the doors opened, and I met the sect master, and my good mood went sideways. Shui Fang. 40-ish, or 40-ish the way a mountain is 40-ish. Venerable realm late stage. He looked at me for about 4 seconds, said that I was quite good, and should go and cultivate properly, and made me a true disciple in the same breath, the way you'd tell a servant to bring more tea. And his page said this. Physique, Aoki spirit. Destiny, a life filled with hardship, blue. Luck, cyan. Life script, villain from Martial God. Villain. I bowed and got out of there and did my thinking in the corridor. Villain of Martial God means one of 2 things. Either there is something genuinely wrong with this man, and the protagonist eventually takes him apart on everyone's behalf, or he's a perfectly decent person standing on the wrong side of somebody else's story. And I had no way to tell which, and only one of those 2 options survives being in the same room as him. What if he uses some demonic technique to devour me, I thought, which I admit is paranoid. Then I thought, it's my life, and walked faster. They gave me a mountain. That's what a true disciple gets. Sunset Peak, a courtyard with a cultivation room and a training room and a spirit gathering array under the floor, and Steward Fawn offering to arrange servants. I said no to the servants. Remember that. It matters in about an hour. Then he left, and I did not spend a single minute admiring my new mountain. I went straight down to the core disciple grounds and started reading faces. Jian, Divine Palace. Early, white. In 3 days he finds a demon core in the 100 Beast mountain range. He, Lisha, Divine Palace. Middle, golden spirit body, incomplete, cyan. Tomorrow she finds a 1,000-year spirit medicine in the 100 Beast mountain range. Everything in this sect was in the 100 Beast mountain range, including a legacy left by a god realm powerhouse, which one gate guard was scheduled to fall into in a month, and which nobody else on this mountain had any idea existed. I flew for an hour and got there before lunch. Here is where a proper protagonist has an ordeal. He fights through a range of beasts. He solves the riddle of the gate. He nearly dies and grows as a person. Here's what I did. I followed a map in my head to a bare peak, found the array with about 10 minutes of poking, and got teleported into a stone room the size of a bedroom, containing 1 statue and 1 black box. I opened the box. Nothing happened. Inside was a jade slip. Hee hee, I said to a statue. It's pretty simple. There is absolutely no danger. The slip had a dead God Realm cultivator's entire library in it. Most of it was above my weight and would stay there for years. 3 things were not. A concealment technique that let me fold into the empty space between places, a sword technique called Star Slash that was pure speed, and a palm art called Covering Star Hand. I bowed to the statue on my way out. I robbed a tomb with manners. Then, because I was already in the neighborhood, I went and collected the 1,000-year spirit medicine that a girl called He Li Xia was going to find tomorrow, and the demon core that a boy called Jen was going to find in 3 days, and I did not feel one thing about it. That's the harvest. That's what the rest of this is. A man walking a day ahead of everybody's good luck with a bag. On the way back, I stopped in the city at the foot of the mountain, Azure Clarity City, which is roughly 10 times the size of the entire city I grew up in and made me feel like a farmer. I spent half a day in it and found nothing worth stealing, which was becoming a theme, and I was actually turning to go home when I walked into an argument. 2 young men in front of a shop that dealt in indentures and service contracts, shouting at each other over a girl. One of them was in Azure Clarity Sect Inner Disciple robes, Li Ming, apparently, top 100 of the inner sect. The other one was in gold and had no strength worth measuring and was surviving entirely on the fact that his brother was a core disciple. They had reached the stage of the argument where neither of them cared about the girl anymore, and both of them cared enormously about not being the one who walked away. I stood at the back of the crowd and listened to 2 grown men threaten each other over a piece of paper, and then I looked at what they were fighting about. She was maybe 15 or 16. Light blue dress, the kind of face that's still deciding what it's going to be, standing very straight and very still, the way you stand when you've learned that moving attracts attention. Aside from being pretty, I thought, there's really nothing special about her. And then her page opened, and I forgot how to stand up. Name, Mei Rule. Cultivation, none. Physique, innate Tao body. Destiny chart, auspicious wife, metal. Peerless empress, metal. Stunning beauty, metal. Chosen daughter of heaven, metal. Luck, gold. Life script, protagonist of Ruo Empress. Recent opportunity, Luck's daughter has not officially awakened yet, gold. I had spent a week learning what these colors meant, and here's the one that matters. Purple is a main character. Gold is a thing that removes a main character with one hand and doesn't stop walking. 4 destinies, all 4 of them metal grade. Not one entry on that page was less than the best tier the system had a word for, and she had no cultivation at all, and she was standing on a street corner being argued over by 2 idiots who thought they were the important people in that scene. Seeing how pitiful you are, I thought, with the calm of a man whose entire skull is on fire. Homeless. Let your brother rescue you. I walked out of the crowd. I was wearing true disciple robes, which I had been given about 4 hours earlier, and had not yet grasped the meaning of. The crowd grasped it instantly. Somebody said, "That's the true disciple attire." Somebody else said, "He's so young," and the 2 men who had been 3 seconds from a public brawl turned around, saw the color of my sleeves, and folded like wet paper. "Greetings, senior brother. Since senior brother has also taken a liking to this maid, then of course we'll give her to senior brother." I said. That's it. That's the whole speech. I have replayed it many times, and it remains the single most effective thing I have ever said. Then I turned to the shopkeeper and asked what he wanted for the contract. He was already bowing before I finished the sentence. "A spirit stone would suffice," he said. 1 spirit stone. That is the single best trade of my entire life, and there was no cleverness in it at all. 1 spirit stone. The going rate for a girl with no cultivation. Meanwhile, the page floating in front of my face said, "Peerless Empress, chosen daughter of heaven, gold, 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 gold." I paid him. Then I did the only part of that transaction I'm proud of. I took the contract out of his hand, and I did not put it in my storage ring, and I burned it in front of everyone. "Come with me," I said. She said, and came. Halfway up the mountain, I asked her a question I already knew the answer to, because there's a difference between reading a thing and being told it. "Might I have your name?" She jumped. She actually jumped, and then answered very carefully, the way you answer when you're not sure a question is a trap. "Young master, my name is Mei Ru." "Mei Ru," I said. "That's a very nice name. Who else is in your family?" "Nobody," she said. "I've always been alone since I was little. I was caught by accident and sold." Caught. Not lost. Caught. The way you'd say it about weather. I don't know what she heard in my voice after that, or whether it was just that nobody had asked her anything in a long time. But somewhere around the halfway point, the dam broke, and she started talking and did not stop for the rest of the climb. I learned about a road, a river, 3 towns, a woman who'd given her a bun once, and the exact reason that she does not like the smell of camphor. I contributed almost nothing. It was the best hour I'd had in a decade. When we came over the ridge onto Sunset Peak, she stopped talking and just made a noise. "Ruo," I said, "sit down." She looked at the stone table, and then at the pavilion, and then at me, and got extremely formal. "Young master, I'm your maid. How can I sit with you?" "I don't care about any of that," I said. "And besides, it's just the 2 of us up here. Why are you being so stiff?" Then I watched her work out that there were, in fact, no other servants anywhere on this mountain. That whole peak, that whole palace, and the household was me. "Do you live here alone?" she asked. "I arrived today," I said. "From now on, it's the 2 of us." Her ears went red, and she looked at the floor, and I completely failed to notice because I was busy taking a dead beast out of my storage ring. I can't cook. What I can do is take a high-grade Yao beast that I killed that afternoon and apply enough spiritual energy to it that the problem solves itself. And it turns out that when the ingredient is powerful enough, incompetence is indistinguishable from technique. "You're drooling," I told her. She wiped her mouth with the back of her hand, found nothing there, and went pink. "Humph. Young master is bullying me." I cut her a piece and burned most of the potency out of it first, because raw essence from something that strong would have taken a girl with no cultivation apart. Left enough in it to do some good. She got through it like a wood chipper. Then, halfway through the meal, she stopped and put a hand on her own arm. "Young master, I feel warm all over." "That's normal," I said. "The beast was strong. Most of it I dispersed. The rest will help you later." Then I took her into the cultivation room and taught her body tempering, which is a thing I have never in my life had to teach anyone, because in my city there was nobody to teach. I have thought about that hour a lot. I explained how to draw spiritual energy in. She did it. I explained the rune structure that keeps it from tearing you apart on the way through. She did it, correctly, the first time, and then asked me a question about the second stage that I had not got to yet. I left her some resources and went to the training room to work on my new palm art, and told myself that was normal, and it wasn't. I have a comprehension ability that stopped being fair years ago, and a girl who had been sold for 1 spirit stone that morning was keeping pace with me. "Innate Tao body," said her page. I did not know what that was. I still don't, entirely. All I knew was that whoever writes the names had not been reaching for anything modest. Half a day later, I had all 3 of a dead god's techniques down to the point where they would work in a real fight. Then I went and checked on her. She was still sitting in the cultivation room, and she had already entered body tempering. "That fast," I said, to a closed door. I left her a note saying I'd gone out and would be back, and went for a walk on my own mountain, and about 40 steps from my own gate a voice came out of the trees behind me. "This junior brother looks unfamiliar." I turned around and my brain went quiet for about a second and a half. Because the woman standing there was, and I need you to understand that I was 18, and had spent those 18 years in a border town, extremely, aggressively, professionally beautiful. Pink dress, a smile she was aiming rather than wearing. She moved like the ground was doing her a favor. "Senior sister," I said. "I moved in today." "What kind of senior sister?" she said. "My name is Jiang Mei. Little junior brother, what's yours?" And the reason she was still standing there, I found out later, was that I had looked at her, been visibly stunned, and then stopped looking, which is apparently rare enough around here to count as a personality. "Lin Yuan," I said. "Hello, senior sister Jiang." "Lin Yuan, what a nice name, and a marquee realm at your age. How have I never heard of you in this sect before?" The suspicion under that was reasonable. You do not get a marquee realm that nobody has heard of. You get one of those either because the sect is hiding him, or because the sect has buried him. "I joined today," I said. "I'm from a small town a long way out." I watched her recalculate. If that's true, she was thinking, then he isn't a hidden card. He grew that in a place with nothing. Then she offered to show me around, because she'd decided she was interested, and I said yes, because I had just read her page. Name, Jiang Mei. Cultivation, Marquee Realm Peak. Physique, Fire Spirit Saint Body, not awakened. Destiny, Stunning Beauty, Metal. Young Supreme, Purple. Luck, Purple. Life Script, the female lead in Martial God. Female lead. And underneath it, Recent Opportunity. 3 days from now, returning from a mission, she is intercepted by a King Sealing Realm heretic, ambushed and injured. She is then rescued. She goes with her rescuer into a secret realm, obtains an opportunity there, and completely awakens the Fire Spirit Saint Body. I read that and started laughing on the inside and did not stop for the entire tour. Look at the shape of it. Beautiful woman, ambushed, injured, rescued by a stranger, and then taken somewhere private where they both come out stronger and considerably more attached. There is exactly one kind of person who gets written that scene. That's him, I thought. That's 90% the male lead of Martial God, and he's about to walk into my sex forest and use my senior sister as a doorway. If it really is him, I decided, standing in a garden nodding politely at a lecture about the mission hall, then this young master is participating. So I asked her, extremely casually, whether she had any missions coming up, and whether she'd take me along, since I was new and had a lot to learn. She said yes. Then she thought about it for a bit and looked at me differently, and I watched her arrive, with total confidence, at completely the wrong conclusion. What's there to learn from doing tasks? She thought, loudly enough that I could practically hear it. Every task is different. Is this new junior brother a fan of his older sister? And then, and I will treasure this until I die. But that's normal. What can I do when my sister is so charming? 3 days, said her page. 3 days, I thought. I'll be there. 3 days later, I was standing outside her courtyard on Bisha Peak before the sun was properly up. Little brother, said a voice from inside, you've been missing your sister this early. I've always missed my sister, I said. I've never stopped. There was a pause behind that door of about 1 full second, which I counted. And when she came out, her ears were pink, and she was already scolding me for having a sweet tongue. I had been in this sect for 4 days, and I had already worked out that the only defense against Jiang Mei is to agree with everything she says faster than she can say it. Her flying boat came out of her storage ring and made Steward Fan's look like a cart. The mission, she explained on the way, was a man called Sun Cho, Marquis Realm, late stage, heretical practitioner, currently in a small place called Black Rock City. He had been taking children out of the surrounding villages for his technique, and somebody had finally scraped together enough to post the job with our sect. She said it the way you'd read out an invoice. Then she watched my face. I didn't say anything. There are things I have opinions about and things I don't. Grown men killing grown men in a world like this is Tuesday. That one wasn't Tuesday. She saw whatever it was that went across my eyes and nodded once, satisfied, and said that she'd had the same reaction. An hour later, we were walking down a street in Black Rock City, and I asked the obvious question, which was how you find one man in a city. Don't worry, she said, and took out a compass. That compass is the single most useful object anybody showed me that year, and I have never seen another one. It tracks by information rather than by scent or by aura. She fed a little spiritual energy into it. The runes on the rim woke up, the needle went round twice, and then stopped, and stayed stopped. Found it, she said. Let's go. A small courtyard, a formation across the gate that we went through the way you go through a curtain. And out of the house came a middle-aged man with a face like a bad meal, who took one look at 2 people in their teens standing in his yard and physically relaxed. That was the last good moment of his life. Boy, he said, you actually dare to attack me. Your courage is commendable. That's all. I'll break all your bones one by one and see if they're as hard as your mouth. Then he threw a red hand the size of a house at me. I've thought about how to describe what happened next, and I keep coming back to the fact that there was no noise. No sand went up, no walls fell over. I raised my hand and put a silver palm against his red one, and his simply stopped existing, and then mine kept going and arrived, and everything inside him that carried power came apart at once. He screamed. He had time to regret the whole afternoon. I turned around. Should we just kill them? I said, which I appreciate is an odd sentence, but it was her mission and I have manners. She nodded, stepped past me, and took the head for the bounty like a woman collecting a parcel. Then she straightened up and looked at me properly for the first time. Little brother, she said, I didn't expect you to be so strong. She knew, in the abstract, that a genius fights above his rank. She had watched a marquee late stage evaporate under a hand that had not really been trying. Sister, I said, I have something even stronger. Want to try it sometime? There was a delay of about 2 seconds while she worked out what I meant, and then her entire face went the color of her dress. Try at my foot. Let's go. And that is the first round I ever won against Jiang Mei, and I did not win another one for 4 months. We flew back, slow, without the boat, mostly so I could keep needling her, and she was halfway through telling me she was absolutely not shy about anything when I felt something that wasn't there. It wasn't an aura, it was the memory of one. A single thread of breath in a place where there should have been nothing but wind, hundreds of miles of empty country with 2 people in it. I kept walking on air and kept talking and did not change my face by one line, and underneath it I started moving my spiritual energy in a slow, quiet circle so that whatever I did next would be already loaded. And I sent her a thread of thought. Senior sister, I just sensed an unfamiliar aura. Be careful. She looked at me and I watched her be surprised, and the surprise wasn't about the ambush, it was that I'd noticed first. She'd been at this for years. I'd been off my mountain for 4 days. Little brother, she said in my head, you have quite a strong sense of perception. We flew another few minutes and nothing happened, and I could feel her starting to think she'd humored me for nothing. Then the sky went dark. Not a cloud, a hand. An enormous black hand coming down out of nowhere with no sound at all, which is the part that would have killed her, because a thing that comes with no warning does not need to be strong. We were both already moving. Runes came up around me, and I put out the covering star hand for the first time in a real fight, a blue palm with starlight running through it. Her sword came out of her ring and turned into a mile of gold. 3 attacks met in the air, and the shock of it went through the cloud layer and out the other side. Neither of us gave a step. And up above us, an old man in black got shoved backwards through the air by his own attack coming home, which is when he learned that the 2 children he had been following since Black Rock City were both the kind that fight above their rank, and that there were 2 of them. Jiang Mei squinted at him. Coming for you, she said. I don't know him, I said. He's probably after my sister. I don't know him either, she said. Then we don't know each other, I said. So either he wants our money, or he wants something one of us is made of. And given what you're made of, I'd put money on the second one. Which turned out to be exactly right, and here's what he was. He was an old parasite who lived by taking other people's cultivation, and Jiang Mei was carrying an unawakened fire spirit saint body, which is worth more asleep than most men are worth awake. He had spotted it in the city and followed us into empty country for 2 days, not because he feared us, but because he feared the word getting out and somebody's elders coming to visit. He had decided this spot was about right. Stop struggling, he said, and come with your uncle. And Jiang Mei's face, which had been laughing 30 seconds earlier, went to frost. She got to him first. She put 4 sword strikes into him before I finished raising my hand, and then I put a silver palm through the middle of it, and the old man discovered that a king sealing realm peak who has never had to fight for his life is not the same animal as 2 children who are both above their weight class. He brought out a black sword and swung it with both hands, and that was his best. The blade light lasted about as long as it takes to say the word blade. Then the 2 attacks landed and put him through the air on his back with his robes in ribbons. He steadied himself, coughed once, and did the arithmetic. 2 of them, both of them fight above rank. Both of them, therefore, come from somewhere with a name. Even if I get out of here alive, I get hunted for the rest of my life. So he decided to run. And this is what the concealment technique from the dead god's tomb actually does. He turned to leave, and I was already behind him. Heh, I said, still trying to run. After that, it wasn't a fight, it was a demolition, and I did not need to be fast or clever. I just needed to keep putting my hand where he was going to be. He went backwards and never landed one hit. And Jiang Mei stood off to one side and watched me do it, and I did not look at her at the time. And later, she told me exactly what she'd been thinking, which was, I never expected the little brother to be so strong, and so handsome. I'm completely gone. Which would have been a lovely place to end the afternoon, except that while I was finishing an old man, somebody else arrived, and you should meet him properly, because we are going to be spending a lot of time together, and it is not going to go well for him. He came out of the sky in a blue robe with a very fine face, and he had spotted Jiang Mei, and inside about 4 seconds he had assembled an entire plan. I know how detailed the plan was, because I read it off him later. Some months back, this young man had found a treasure map and followed it to a secret realm the size of a small world, and in the core of it, he had found something called yin-yang source power. He recognized it. That was his problem. He recognized it well enough to know that the way to get the absolute most out of it is for a man and a woman to refine it together, both taking a full share, both coming out transformed. Alone, he'd get a fraction. So he'd been sitting on the biggest opportunity of his life for weeks, looking for a partner, and the partner had to be strong enough to be worth splitting with, and he did not have a single woman in the world who would go anywhere with him. And then he looks down, and there is Jiang Mei, the woman half his sect writes poetry about, standing in an empty sky next to a corpse. If I go and get rid of those two bothering her, he thought, she will absolutely develop feelings for me, the two bothering her, one of whom was the corpse. So he came in at full speed shouting the following, "You little thief, stay away from me, senior sister." I turned around with an old man's storage ring in my hand and no idea what was happening. Jiang Mei stopped him about 10 feet short. "Stop. Who are you?" And I opened his page. Name, Xie Ming. Divine Power Realm, Middle Stage. Physique, Mortal Body. Destiny trait, Selfish and Self-Serving, Purple. Alone and Arrogant, Purple. Luck, Purple. Life script, the male lead in Martial God. Upcoming opportunity. Jiang Mei will be invited into the secret realm shortly. After being baptized by the yin-yang source power within, her physique will be transformed into the yin-yang saint body. There he is, now. Look at that destiny line. Not brave, not righteous, not from adversity to greatness, selfish and self-serving, alone and arrogant, both purple. The system had written the man's entire character into his stat block in 6 words, and hold on to that. The whole rest of this comes out of it. And meadless he was talking. Senior sister, I'm also a disciple of the Azure Clarity sect. I saw that this person kills without blinking an eye, so I came to stop him. I was afraid he would hurt you. He said it perfectly. No hesitation, no tell. A completely invented account of a man he had never met, delivered to a woman he had never spoken to, in a tone of pure concern. I stood there holding the ring of a man I had just killed and thought, well, he's not wrong about the blinking. Then I slapped him across the face. It was not righteousness. There was a light screen in front of me saying that this man was going to take my senior sister into a hole in the ground and come out of it with a saint body. And I had already decided that both of those things now belonged to me, and I was in a mood. He went sideways through the air and came back down holding his cheek and staring at me like I'd broken a rule. "Kid," I said, "don't talk nonsense if you don't have the ability." Jiang Mei, who had not reacted to any of this, explained mildly that I was also a disciple of the sect, and the dead man had been a parasite. And Xie Ming bowed and apologized beautifully, and said, "It turns out I misunderstood. Forgive me, senior brother." Underneath which, and I promise you this is verbatim, he was saying, "Damn, pretty boy, how dare you hit me? You just wait." "It's nothing," I said, "but you should be more careful with your words and actions in future. Being so reckless is not acceptable." "Yes," he said, like a man learning a lesson. "You bastard, who do you think you are? Just you wait, I'll make you pay." And then, because he could not help himself, he made his pitch. He had stumbled on a secret realm. He knew his own limitations. He would be honored if senior sister came along, and he'd take whatever she left behind. Neither of us believed a word. "How about it?" she said, in my head. "Do you want to go?" "Let's go take a look," I said. "With our strength, we're not afraid of him playing tricks." You have to appreciate the shape of what happened next. 3 people flew for 3 hours to a dead mountain range with no beasts in it, and every single one of them was planning to double-cross at least one of the others, and all 3 were smiling. Xie Ming touched a rock, and the runes came up and made a door, and we went through. The inside was enormous, not a cave, a sky, and a horizon, and spiritual energy thick enough to drink. "This secret realm is huge," said Jiang Mei. "It's a small world." Xie Ming did an excellent impression of a man seeing it for the first time, and then made his suggestion, which was that we split up. Of course he did. He needed us apart. He was going to wander off for a day, come back, tell her he'd found something enormous, and walk her to the yin-yang source alone. And I said yes immediately, because I needed us apart too. I just needed it in a different order. 3 days, said Jiang Mei. Then we meet back here. Good, said Xie. Ming, no problem, I said. We went 3 separate directions, and I counted to about 40 and then turned around. There is no craft in this part. Xie Ming was Divine Power Realm Middle Stage. I was Marquis Middle Stage. That is not a fight, it is a category error. He was strolling, in no hurry at all, because his real work started tomorrow, and he was daydreaming so hard he was practically humming. I watched him for a while from about 30 feet away, decided the time was about right, wrapped my hand in runes, and walked up behind him. Bang! He went down face first in the grass. I thought you'd have some kind of protector halo, I said, standing over him. I didn't expect you to succeed so easily. Then I checked he was actually out. Then, because I have read enough of these stories to know how they go, I hit him in the head several more times. I took his storage ring. Then I built a formation around him, and I made it good, and here is the part that matters. I did not kill him. He was a purple. He was a list. A dead son of destiny gives you what he's got in his pockets today. A live one gets up every morning and walks toward more of it. Let him keep shining, I thought. Let him bring me things. Then I went and found my senior sister. She was 2 valleys over, having an extremely good afternoon, because the ground in that place grew spirit medicine the way ordinary ground grows weeds, and she was working her way along a slope with her arms full. I wonder if little Tao has found any treasures, she said out loud to nobody. Oh dear, why am I thinking about him again? I've found a great opportunity, I said, from about 6 feet behind her. She went straight up in the air. What great opportunity, she said, in the voice of a woman who is checking very hard whether you heard the previous sentence. I had absolutely heard the previous sentence. I have never told her that. It is the only card I have ever managed to keep. A huge one, I said. The kind that moves both of us forward at once. Come on, I'll take you there. Us? She said. That's right, I said. Us. Then I took her hand, and she went completely rigid, and we flew like that for about 10 minutes before she remembered how to be a person again. Where are you taking me? She said eventually, and her eyes had that thing in them that I did not know how to read yet. Almost there, I said, and swatted a beast out of the sky without breaking stride. The place the system pointed me to was under a mountain range. I found the array, triggered it, and the whole range shook and opened a stairway down. Underground was bright, not dark. That's what I remember. A wide passage full of light going down towards something that got stronger with every step, and about halfway along it, the air started to feel like 2 different weathers standing next to each other. Such powerful yin and yang energy, she said. Is this what you found? I said yes, and told her I'd picked up the clue on the far side of the realm, which was almost true, and is the only lie I have ever felt slightly bad about. She didn't say anything for a second, then she gripped my hand harder. He's willing to share this with me. That's what she was thinking. I know because she told me later, and I have never entirely recovered from it, because I would like to be the kind of man who deserved that thought, and the accurate version is that I had stolen it off a man I'd concussed that morning. At the end, there was a palace, and the doors opened by themselves, which is showing off. And in the deepest room there was a spring, black on one side and white on the other, the 2 colors standing next to each other without mixing, and shards of law drifting in the water like ice, and at the very bottom, 2 clumps of origin about the size of a man's head. Frog fun, she said, which is a thing she says. There are so many. Then she stood there for a second doing arithmetic of her own, and she came to a decision I only found out about much later, which was, if there isn't enough, he takes all of it. There was more than enough. We put the 2 clumps in the middle between us and sat down opposite each other in a spring full of drifting law and started refining. I'm not going to do a lecture on this. Here's what it is. It cleans you out all the way down, and then it tries to make you into something. What it wanted to make us both into was a yin-yang saint body, and here is the moment I am proudest of in this entire story, because I said no. Everyone who reads that thinks I'm insane. A saint body. Free. A thing men spend 300 years hunting, and I turned it down while sitting in it. 2 reasons. First, an acquired physique is never what an innate one is, whatever the name on it says. Second, and this is the real one, the Tao of yin and yang is not my Tao. I have been sensitive to the shape of space and time since I was a child in this body, probably because of how I got here, and I had spent 18 years quietly building myself out of space-time runes. Taking a saint body would have been like being handed a magnificent house in the wrong city. So I blocked it and turned all of it inward and spent it on the body and the spirit and the cultivation instead. Across the water, something better was happening. The same force went into Jiangmei and hit a fire spirit saint body that had been been asleep her whole life and woke it up. Once that opened, the acquired thing didn't stand a chance. Her own physique burned it off like fog and took the rest for itself. And then both of us just went up. Marquis, peak. The extreme limit of Marquis. King's ceiling early, King's ceiling middle. I watched my own numbers move the way you watch a hillside come down. Hers moved further and faster because she'd started higher and because a woken saint body is a completely different engine. When it stopped, a day and a night had gone by, the spring was empty, and the two of us were sitting in a stone basin looking at each other. The truth about that part, and then I'm moving on, because it's ours. It went quiet. She had a face that had already been the best thing I'd ever seen, and had now had every fault in it burned out, and I was 18 years old, and had never, in either of my lives, been in love with anybody. Mare, I said. She didn't let me finish the sentence. I've been grateful about that ever since. Afterwards, we sorted ourselves out, and she checked her own numbers and made a noise I will remember when I'm old. I broke through to King's ceiling. It's at the peak, a whole realm. Yeah, I said, me too. You went further, she said. Your realm was higher to start with, and you must have taken a special physique as well. And she looked up at me with the specific expression of a woman about to be delighted for you. No, I said. Why not, she said, genuinely baffled, because in her world, people kill for those. If it were innate, I'd never give it up, I told her. But an acquired physique isn't what you think it is, and the yin and yang Tao is too strong. It doesn't match mine. She thought about that for a long moment, and then something behind her eyes changed, and she nodded, and I could see her taking it away with her and doing something with it. That's the thing about Jiang Mei that nobody who looks at her ever sees. You give her a principle, and she goes and builds with it. Then we went out, hand in hand, and the entire small world started to shake. Secret realm's about to collapse, she said. Let's go quickly. Probably ours, I said. Refining that much origin out of the middle of a place is not something a place forgives. Meanwhile, 4 hours in the other direction, Xie Ming had finally clawed his way out of my formation after a full day and a night of hitting it, and had celebrated by roaring at the sky and cursing me thoroughly and at length. Jiang Mei, I'm here. Pretty boy, prepare to die. Then he flew about 200 yards, felt the entire world start to crack, and stopped. Is the secret realm shutting down? Damn it, why did this happen? Damn it, you pretty boy, it must have been you. Which was correct. He had, at this point, been in the secret realm he personally discovered for approximately 30 hours. He had been knocked unconscious inside the first 20 minutes, robbed of everything he owned, sealed in a box, and was now being evicted. He had not so much as seen the thing he came for. The three of us arrived at the exit at the same time, which I did not plan and which I would not trade for money. He looked at us. Then he looked at our hands. He went red in the eyes, and I genuinely thought he might fall over, and I found out later that his feelings for Jiang Mei were not entirely a scheme. He'd seen her once, years ago, and never spoken to her because he wasn't anybody yet. Let's go out first, said Jiang Mei, and we walked through the door and left him standing there. Outside in the valley, a gate hung in the air wrapped in law, and 2 people came out of it, and Xie Ming did not. We didn't wait for him. I know how that reads. That man had spent the entire flight in planning how to walk her into a hole in the ground under false pretenses so his own numbers would go up. And on the way out, he had exactly one thought, which he was good enough to say out loud to an empty valley. Damn it. I invited you to explore the secret realm, and you didn't even wait for me before running off with that pretty boy. And then, immediately, and this is the important part, that pretty boy. I'm not as strong as him right now, but there are people who can take care of him. The people who could take care of me were, in his opinion, a man called Han Bo. Han Bo was a true disciple, Marquis Realm Peak, and he had been pursuing Jiang Mei for years in a way that had stopped being pursuit some time ago. Any man who came near her got a warning. Men who ignored the warning got a beating. She'd told me about it the way you'd describe a leak in a roof, with tired irritation and no fear at all, because Han Bo could not actually beat her, and both of them knew it. Every so often, when she ran out of patience, she'd knock him down herself, and he'd recover and start again. Xie Ming's problem was that he couldn't just walk up to a true disciple. He was an inner disciple. He had also correctly identified that if I traced the story back to him, he would have a very short and very educational week. So he did something cleverer, and I'll give him this one piece of credit. It was clever. He walked back into the sect, went for a stroll, and found two disciples gossiping about how Senior Sister Jiang had come back from outside holding hands with a man. Really, said the first one, sounding personally injured. Senior Sister Jiang has always been aloof. With Hanbo's warning, who would dare? Of course it's true, said the second. I saw it. But that man was unfamiliar. I've never seen him before, and Xie Ming stepped out of the shadows, sighed like a concerned citizen, and said this. Senior Sister Jiang is the goddess of our Azure Clarity sect. Now she's suddenly been won over by someone. What do you think will happen if Hanbo finds out? That was all he had to do. That was the whole crime. The two of them started shouting about what Hanbo would do to that man. Xie Ming raised his voice a little and said the Azure Clarity sect was going to be quite a spectacle. A crowd formed, the way crowds do, and by that evening it had gone through the outer sect, the inner sect, and the core area. By the next morning, it was on the mountain peaks. By the day after that, people were running books on it. Picture it properly. There is an entire sect of several thousand people, and every one of them now knows that an unnamed man is going to be publicly dismantled by Hanbo. They are taking bets, and the only two people on that mountain who have no idea any of it is happening are me and Hanbo, because Hanbo was away and I was in a box. I'd gone straight into seclusion because I had a storage ring belonging to a son of destiny to go through. Xie Ming, in retrospect, had spent months collecting. There were technique manuals, there were pills, and there were forbidden artifacts, which are single use, which is why nobody sane fires one, and which I now had a small pile of. The weakest of them was God Realm grade. For scale, at that point, I had never met anything above Venerable and had only met one of those. I went in for a couple of days and came out half a month later. The courtyard was empty except for a girl sitting on the pavilion steps staring into the middle distance with her chin on her knees. Don't be cultish, I said, and flicked her forehead. Don't contemplate life out here. She yelped, grabbed her head, spun round to fight whoever had done it, saw me, and lit up like the sun coming over a ridge. Young master, you've come out. Then she remembered whatever she'd been sitting there thinking about, and it went off her face like a lamp. It's nothing, she said. Tell me quickly, I said. Has someone bullied you? I'd like to see who has the guts. I'll beat them until they question their own existence. That was not a joke. My strength at that point had gone up so far, so fast, that if the sect master himself had touched her, I'd have taken the mountain apart. I have thought since about how absurd it is that a girl who had been property 4 weeks earlier now had that standing behind her, and how completely unaware she was of it. No, she said. Nobody bullied me. Then what? And she stammered her way through it, going redder the whole time. Jiang Mei had come to visit while I was under. She had not found me, so she had sat down and talked to Ruel for a while. And being Jiang Mei, she had not been remotely coy about what we were to each other. And Mei Ruel, aged whatever she was, having existed for exactly 1 month as a person instead of a line item, had spent 2 weeks quietly certain that this was the part where she got given away again. And she had not said a word to anybody because she was a maid and had no right to. I sat down on the step next to her and could not think of a single clever thing to say, which is rare. What are you thinking? I said. How could I not want you? She shook her head very fast and said, Sister Jiang hadn't said anything like that, and that she'd made it all up herself, and then she got embarrassed about being embarrassed and looked at her feet. Put more effort into cultivating, I said, and flicked her forehead again. Then you won't have time to overthink things. Young master, she said, with enormous dignity, I have cultivated well. Oh, really? And that's when I actually looked. 1 month. She'd had spiritual energy explained to her once, 1 month ago, by a man who had never taught anybody anything. 90,000 jinn. Closing on the 100,000 ceiling that nobody in my entire home city had ever reached. Good, I said, after a pause. I hope she didn't notice. Keep going. Cultivation is the one thing you can never be careless about. Yes, young master. I went to Bisha Peak after that and got as far as the outer gate. You're finally out. I've been to Sunset Peak looking for you several times. She was sitting in her courtyard in the same pink dress, and I would have sworn on my life that she'd got better looking in a fortnight, which is not a thing that happens and which I have never fully explained. You've looked for me that many times, I said. You miss me that much? She came and folded into my side and said yes, and asked if I hadn't missed her, and then licked the corner of her mouth, which is an unfair thing to do to a man. I stopped answering with words at that point. Later, once she'd got her breath back and told me off for it, I gave her the forbidden artifacts. She wouldn't take them. She tried to give them back twice, and her reasoning was the reasoning of somebody who has actually been in a fight, which is that a forbidden artifact is a one-shot, and every one you use is one you no longer have, and I should keep them. Mayor, I said, keeping one or two is enough for me. There's nobody around here who can do anything to me. She looked at me for a moment, decided that was probably true, and put them away. Then she got a look on her face. By the way, she said, I heard something recently. Somebody wants to duel you. A duel, I said. I have been on this mountain for about 6 weeks, and I have spent most of them unconscious in a room. Who is bored enough to challenge me? Kanbo, she said, and her nose wrinkled on the name. I ran it. I had never heard it. I said so. He's been chasing me for years, she said. Every man who gets close to me gets beaten and warned. When we came back, a lot of people saw us holding hands. He knows. The news has gone through the whole sect. He'll be back soon. I sat with that for a second and then started laughing, because I just realized what I was looking at. This is the main character's storyline, I thought. If I'm not wrong, Hanbo was supposed to be pointed at Xie Ming. That's the scene. Ambitious nobody makes a move on the sect goddess. Jealous senior gets sent to break him. Nobody rises anyway. That's the whole shape of it. And instead of the ambitious nobody, they've got me. He's a minor villain at most, I said. Not worth the attention. Mayor is really charming, I added, and reached over. I feel like I've hit the jackpot. Humph, she said. It's good that you know. Remember to treat your older sister well from now on. Of course, I said. Tonight, you'll call me good brother. And here is where Jiang Mei beat me for the 400th consecutive time, because instead of going red, she looked me dead in the eye and said, Little brother, you've really become bad. You even know that bullying your older sister is an option. How can that be called bullying? I said. That's my way of showing love. You're such a smooth talker, she said, all glib and slippery, which is when Hanbo got back. He came in through the mountain gate in gold armor looking absolutely magnificent and immediately noticed that everybody he passed was whispering and looking at him with a specific expression that no man enjoys receiving, which is amusement. He did not ask why, because asking why is beneath a man of his standing. He waited for his followers to come running out to greet him, and then he asked what had happened in the sect in a voice of vast indifference. His followers went gray. Everybody on that mountain knew exactly one thing about Hanbo, which is what he was like about Jiang Mei. Tell me quickly, said Hanbo, or you won't be able to speak anymore. That got it out of them. Hanbo, a major event has occurred. It's related to senior sister Jiang. A while ago, senior sister Jiang was seen holding hands with a man as they came back from outside. Many people saw it, and the two of them were behaving intimately. That last sentence came out at about a third of the volume of the first one. Who is that man? Said Hanbo, and I am told the runes came up around him hard enough that the follower nearly ran. His name is Lin Yuan. He's a disciple who was recruited recently, very talented. Marquis realm at 18, so they made him a true disciple as soon as he joined. Lin Yuan, said Hanbo. Humph, you're quite something. Where is he? Sunset Peak, but he hasn't been seen recently. Humph, scared. Which was, of everything anybody said about me that year, the single most incorrect sentence. And then he flew straight for the true disciple peaks, and the sect went off like a dropped pot. The state of that mountain at that exact moment was beautiful. In the sect master's hall, Xuefeng and half a dozen elders were in the middle of something official when the roar came through the wall. Nobody was surprised. Everybody had heard the rumor. And nobody, not one of them, had the slightest objection to two true disciples going at each other over a woman, because the elders of every sect on this continent take the exact same position on internal violence, which is that it keeps the young ones sharp. So one of them laughed and asked the room what they thought the outcome would be. I haven't met Lin Yuan, said one. I won't comment. And then they all turned and looked at Xuefeng, because he was the only man in the room who had. He took a sip of tea. He put the cup down. Han Bo is no match for Lin Yuan. They stared at him. Han Bo was a known quantity, a veteran power, Marquis Peak. The new one had been in the building for 6 weeks. Then let's take a good look at this genius, said somebody, and the whole hall settled in. Out on the peaks, every true disciple on that mountain had come out onto their own ridge to watch, which is the equivalent of an entire street standing on their balconies with drinks. And on Sunset Peak, 3 people were grilling meat. I'd got a taste for it. When we'd been in the secret realm, I'd killed rather more beasts than the trip required, purely so I'd have stock. Jiang Mei had finally agreed to move in. That had taken persistence and a certain amount of negotiation. Now the 2 of them sat on one side of the fire talking in low voices and laughing at things I was not being told, and I sat on the other side with a skewer, thinking that I had, in about 2 months, accidentally assembled a life. Then a voice with a sect's worth of spiritual power behind it came across the whole mountain. Lin Yuan, get out here. He'd done that on purpose, incidentally. He wanted every person on that peak listening so that everybody would know what happens. This guy comes back and causes such a commotion again, said Jiang Mei, delighted. Young master, said Mei Rule in a much smaller voice. I put my hand on her head. It's okay. Then I looked at Jiang Mei, and she gave me a look of pure innocence, and I got up. I'll go out and deal with this first. Come on, she said to Rule, taking her hand. Let's go watch too. Han Bo was hanging in the air over my courtyard, letting his aura off in every direction hard enough to push the clouds off the horizon. I opened the gate and walked out. There was a noise from the surrounding peaks, and it was not the noise I expected. It was disappointment. Several hundred people had come out to watch a beating, and what came through the gate was a young man in white with no weapon, and the general opinion arrived immediately and out loud. This is Lin Yuan. He's so handsome. Pshaw, what's the use of being handsome? Well, he's a true disciple at Marquise Realm. What about you? You're not handsome, and your skills aren't as good. I'd like it noted for the record that a stranger defended me on the basis of my face before anybody defended me on the basis of anything else, and that I have never once let this go. Han Bo stared down at me and said, coldly, Are you Lin Yuan? I had a line ready. I'd had it ready for about 4 seconds, and I was very pleased with it, and it was, No, I'm your father. I did not get to use it because behind me a voice said, That's right, Han Bo, and you're not allowed to hurt him, or I'll never forgive you. Jiang Mei had come out of my courtyard, holding a girl by the hand in order to publicly announce whose courtyard it was. The peaks detonated. Wow, are those 2 living together? Oh no, my goddess is living with someone else. And Han Bo, who had been delighted for 1/2 of 1 second to see her at all, went straight past anger into somewhere structural. Lin Yuan, if you have the guts, come out and fight me. What kind of skill is it to hide behind a woman? I didn't intend to hide either, I said, and turned around and glared at her. She looked back at me with her head tilted and an expression of gentle confusion, as though the concept of consequences was new and interesting to her. I decided that would be dealt with in the evening. Then I went up into the air opposite him. He said, At least you have some courage, but that little bit of courage won't change anything. And here I have to explain my own state of mind, because I did something slightly unusual, which is that I tried to talk him out of it. Not out of mercy, out of boredom. I was 2 months into having a system. I had just come out of a spring that rebuilt me, and the man in front of me was the local champion of a mountain I had joined by accident. There was no version of this that was interesting. Are you really going to fight me? I said. I'd advise you to back down. It's for your own good. Really? What a joke, he said. I think you're scared now. Young man, I said, why are you so stubborn? I would like to point out that he was about 6 years older than me. You running to my door and spouting nonsense isn't a big deal, I said, but if you take one more step, the world is going to turn upside down. Humph, I'd like to see how things turn upside down. Then he expanded. That's the only word. He came up like something being inflated until the aura on him was taller than the peak behind him, and a long spear appeared in his hand, and he opened with his killing move. The vast ocean execution. He put everything into it. That's the part that matters. He was contemptuous of me, and he still opened with his best, because he did not want to beat me. He wanted to end me in one strike in front of an audience, so that the story would be short and clean and permanent. And it looked like an ocean. He pushed a sea at me on the end of a spear. Not bad, I said. Then I raised my right hand. There was no technique involved, no star slash, no covering star hand, a palm. The plain silver palm that I had been making since I was 14 years old, in a courtyard with nobody watching, spiritual energy and runes and nothing else. It went through his ocean without slowing down. Then it kept going, and it landed. He came off that spear and went backwards through the air and into the mountain behind him, and the mountain came apart. and about a third of a peak came down on top of him and buried him, and then it was completely quiet. I stood there for a second in the sudden silence with my hand still out. There was no cheering because nobody had processed anything yet. There was just the sound of rocks finishing their journey down a slope. I put my hand away, turned around, collected 2 women, and went back inside for the rest of the meet. Behind me, after a delay of several seconds, several hundred people started shouting at once. Am I seeing things? True disciple Han Bo. Was he really defeated with one slap? This is terrifying. Is this the new junior brother? Strength is everything. Calling him junior brother is no longer appropriate. He must be King's Sealing Realm. He's not even 20. And in the sect master's hall, several elders turned to Shui Fang and told him that he had been right, and that Lin Yuan was clearly a prodigy who had reached the extreme, and that perhaps in future they might bring him to the Qinglian Holy Land, which would be very beneficial to them. Shui Fang said nothing at all. He just drank his tea. They dug Han Bo out about 10 minutes later. His followers got the rubble off him and found him in a bad way, and he coughed once and passed out, and there was a short discussion of what to do that concluded with, "What else can we do? Let's go back and talk about it later." He woke up an hour after that in his own bed, tried to move, and discovered that he could not. Damn you, Lin Yuan. You just wait. Then he remembered what I'd said to him before the strike about the world turning upside down, and lay there in the dark working out that it had. Then he shouted at a follower for standing there like an idiot and demanded pills out of his own storage ring, which the follower fetched while smiling in the specific way that servants smile, and the followers left that room having independently arrived at the same conclusion, which was that they should probably run away. And Han Bo lay there and said the following, which is the funniest thing anybody said about me that entire year. Damn Lin Yuan. It's just King's Sealing Realm. Wait until I break through to King's Sealing myself. I'll repay you 10-fold, 100-fold. He thought the difference was the realm. When I hit him, I had not used any meaningful fraction of my strength, and that back when I was still Divine Palace Realm, before the pool, before the spring, before any of it. I could have taken Han Bo apart with one hand while eating. If I'd known what he was thinking, I would have laughed myself sick. It is the first time I had ever seen anybody be that confident for absolutely no reason, and it would not be the last, because it turns out that this is the standard condition of every genius on this continent. Nobody ever mentioned Han Bo to me again. There was one other person in that crowd, though, and he had come out to watch like everyone else. Xie Ming stood in the middle of several hundred people and watched a man he'd aimed at me get folded into a mountain, and he did not have the reaction he'd planned for. Damn, this pretty boy is so strong. Even Han Bo couldn't take his attack. He went home with mixed feelings, which is his phrase, and then he had the following thought, and it is the most sensible thought he ever had. No, I can't stay in the sect any longer. I wasn't the one who leaked it, but that pretty boy knows me. What if he suspects me? I must leave immediately. I'll come back for revenge when I'm strong enough. And he packed and left the Azure Clarity sect that night. I found out 2 days later when I finally went looking for him, because his opportunity list should have refreshed by then, and I wanted to see what my mouse had been eating. I had to ask directions in the inner sect. The inner disciple grounds are full of restrictions, and I couldn't just sweep the place with divine thought, so I went from person to person like a man collecting a debt, and eventually somebody said this. Senior brother Lin, Xie Ming left yesterday. I don't know where he went. Did he say when he'd be back? No. But judging from his tone, not anytime soon. Oh, I said, thank you. Then I walked out and thought about it, and this is the point where the whole approach crystallized. He ran the instant he saw me deal with Han Bo. Fine, I can understand that. I didn't expect it to be quite so decisive, but it doesn't matter. Let him go out and grow. Let him get fat. Then we harvest. As for the risk that he passes me and comes back for revenge, I wasn't worried, and there were 2 reasons. The first is that he had no idea what I actually was. He'd seen me flatten a marquee peak and drawn conclusions. Information asymmetry is the whole game. And the second is a thing I'd started to notice and hadn't said out loud yet. These Sons of Destiny have wonderful opportunities, but the Protector's halo isn't that insane. Not for me. Nothing had ever protected Xie Ming from me, not once. Not the plot, not the luck, not whatever it is that's supposed to make a main character slippery. I'd walked up behind him in an empty field and hit him in the head, and it had worked. And it had worked because there was nothing standing between us except two men and a difference in strength, which meant the only thing I had to be careful about, forever, was being the weaker man in the room. The mouse had run. So I spent an afternoon reading the sect and found nothing but gate guards with demon cores in their futures, and I was in the middle of deciding whether to be annoyed about it when I came back up my own mountain and found Jiang Mei sitting in my pavilion drinking tea with an old man in a white robe. Yuan, she said, taking my arm. This is the third elder. Venerable realm early stage. First one I'd ever stood next to. It felt like standing next to a furnace with the door shut. We did pleasantries for a while, and he didn't say what he wanted, and I was starting to wonder if he'd actually come for her, and then he stopped being coy. An ancient secret realm has been discovered in the Liu Li dynasty. There'd been a commotion when it appeared, he said, but there's a restriction on the entrance, and only people with a bone age of 30 or under can go in. It opens in about 2 weeks. It's a long way. If you're interested, start today. I was interested, not for the treasure. A gathering like that pulls in every promising young cultivator in a region, and a room with that many prodigies in it is the highest concentration of sons of destiny available anywhere on the continent. Thank you for telling me, Elder. He waved it off, made a comment about not wanting to disturb the young couple any longer, and left with Jiang Mei going red behind him. Sister, I said when I got back from seeing him out, are you shy? No way. This shouldn't be happening. My sister wasn't shy at all last night. Her expression did not change at all. She simply crossed the courtyard, put a small hand on my waist, and said in a voice like warm honey, "Little brother." What did you just say? I didn't hear you clearly. Could you say it again? Then the hand began to tighten. My situation at that point in my life was this. My cultivation was king ceiling realm. My physical body had been through a treasure pool and a yin-yang spring. There were things on that mountain that could not have marked me with a hammer. None of that helps. What I was saying, I said at speed, is that you are gentle and generous and beautiful and the best woman in the world, and it is my blessing to have your favor. Really? She said, pleased, still not letting go. Am I as good as you say? Really? Maybe I'm exaggerating a bit in other people's eyes. In mine, you're better than I described. I'm not good with words. I can't get the best version of you into a sentence. And that one was true, and she heard that it was true. And I got the arms round the neck instead of the fingers and the ribs, and then she called me a smooth talker anyway, because she always gets the last one. That evening, I told Mei Ruo we were going. She didn't ask to come. She got as far as the first syllable of young master and then stopped herself because she'd already done the arithmetic and knew she'd slow us down. Come with us, I said, meaning it. She was a gold luck. Between me and Jiang Mei, she was probably the safest object on the continent. She thought about it hard enough that I could see her wanting it. Then she shook her head. No, young master, this isn't an ordinary secret realm. You and Sister Jiang need to be careful. She had heard us say the words Saint Realm about the thing we were flying toward. She had no idea what that meant. She'd worked out it meant danger, and her conclusion had been that she should be somewhere else so we wouldn't have to think about her. We will, I said, don't worry. Yes, said Jiang Mei, ruffling her hair. Little Ruo, don't worry, we'll be fine. Then I changed the subject, and the three of us sat in the dark eating grilled meat and laughing, and that is the last time all three of us are in the same place in this story. Half a month by flying boat to the capital of the Liu Li dynasty. Liu Li Royal City is about 10 times anything I'd seen, and it was full. Not busy, full. Every loose cultivator within a month's travel had come for the secret realm, and the street was 3 deep in people whose cultivation was frankly better than the average of my entire home city. Let's find a place to stay first, I said, and she pulled me down a series of alleys to a quiet building with a small sign. Daoqing Pavilion, I read. Didn't expect this, she said. I thought it'd be grand and magnificent. Please, she said, rolling her eyes. I already told you it's run by a princess. How could it be tacky? Who says grand is tacky? I muttered, and she pulled me through the door. She showed a token. The guard's whole posture changed, and we got taken past the stairs and into a back courtyard. Which princess gave you that? I asked, in her head. And why aren't we going up? Upstairs is for entertaining ordinary geniuses, she said, without a flicker. The back courtyard is better and much bigger. Generally, only the heirs of major powers come back here. Oh, I said, I see. The courtyard had a high-grade spirit-gathering array under it and smelled like a kitchen run by somebody with an unlimited budget, and I had not sat down before there was a knock at the door. I opened it on a woman in a full-length gold dress with a face that had been assembled deliberately. Hello, she said, in a voice that was cool and not remotely humble. I heard Miss Wen had come, so I've come to pay my respects. Princess Qingxue. Jiang Mei's acquaintance, the owner of the building, and, by general agreement, the most beautiful woman in the Liu Li dynasty. We sat down at the stone table and did the ritual. She said she had heard of young Master Lin's reputation, and that seeing me now, she could see I was extraordinary. You flatter me, I said. Princess Qingxue's reputation is truly widespread. I have heard of you for a long time. I had learned her name 4 minutes previously. Princess Qingxue didn't react at all. Jiang Mei turned her head and gave me a look I could feel on the side of my face, and the thought behind it was very clear, and it was, he had no idea who this woman was, and he lied like breathing, and I am going to have to be much more careful about everything he says to me. For the record, I maintain that this was small talk and not lying, and I have never won that argument. Young Master Lin is truly renowned, said the princess. Not long ago you defeated your sect's grand disciple Han Bo with a single palm strike, which is when I learned that the Liu Li dynasty had an intelligence network inside my sect, that they had run a full investigation on me after that fight, and that the results had made them extremely uncomfortable. A young man out of a nowhere family in a nowhere city, King Sealing Realm before 20, and I read her while she talked. Name, Luo Qingxue, Marquist Realm Peak. Physique, Frost Spirit. Destiny, Stunning Beauty, Purple. Luck, Blue. Life script, Supporting Actress in Martial God. Recent opportunity, half a month from now, a cold moon grass in the Secret Realm. 1 month from now, a Divine King Realm divine ability in the Secret Realm. A Divine King Realm technique. 2 realms above anything I could use. And I looked at it and shrugged, because I had a dead god's library in my head already, and divine abilities are not a thing where more is better. Supporting actress, though. That word did a lot of work later. Before she left, she invited us both to a banquet the following evening for the young talents of the various powers, and I accepted, because a banquet full of young talents is a shelf. As soon as she was out the door, Jiang Mei turned on me. How was it? How was what? What does Princess Qingxue look like? It's all right, I said. I didn't pay much attention. She stared at me with the pure suspicion of a woman testing a claim. Really, she's the most beautiful woman in the Liu Li dynasty. Of course it's true, I said. My attention wasn't on that at all. Which was 100% accurate, because I had spent that entire conversation reading a light screen. I have never been believed about this, and I never will be. The banquet was on the top floor, which from outside looks like it couldn't hold 20 people, and inside is the size of a small world. Everyone in there was young, and the weakest cultivator in the room was Divine Palace Realm. We walked in and got looked at, and then Jiang Mei got recognized, and then the whole room worked out who I probably was, because the story of 2 Azure Clarity prodigies fighting over a woman had reached this city before we had. We sat down somewhere at random, and I had about 4 seconds of peace. Fairy Wen, it's been a long time, and this must be young Master Lin. You truly are a young talent. A woman in extremely loud clothing with a very fine face, and my wife's temperature dropping about 10 degrees. Long time no see, said Jiang Mei, in a voice you could have chilled wine in. I gave the newcomer a nod of precisely the size that situation called for, and said nothing, and read her. Name, Yin Qian Er, Marquis Realm Late Stage. Destiny, a beauty who brings disaster, purple. Luck, blue. Life script, supporting actress in Martial God. Recent opportunity, 7 days from now, in the Secret Realm, she encounters a King Sealing Realm beast and nearly dies in the pursuit. She is then rescued. A beauty who brings disaster, I thought. That's the first time I've seen that on a Destiny, and I've seen this scene before. Injured woman, hunted, rescued by a stranger. And underneath that, an entry that was blank where it should have said what she got out of it. Which annoyed me enough that I did something I had never done, which is talk to the system directly. System, come out and explain yourself. Nothing. I sat there in a room full of geniuses, looking like a man having a religious experience. Then, after long enough that I'd given up, host, this feature is only available after the system upgrade. An upgrade. There's an upgrade. When did that start? What did it add? Host, please calm down. The system has undergone a minor upgrade. In the upgraded system, opportunity will now be displayed if it appears in the opportunity section. Without an opportunity, the other party's recent activities will be displayed instead. I waited. That was it. That was the entire feature list. My cheat had shipped a patch, and the patch was, things that are there will be shown, and things that are not there will not be shown, but we'll tell you what they've been up to. Damn, I said, inside my own head, to a piece of software. Is this what you call an upgrade? Jiang Mei poked me in the arm. What are you thinking about? You look so engrossed. Who was that just now? I said. It seems like you don't like her very much. It's nothing, just a conflict we had before. And that was the end of that sentence, permanently. So I dropped it and made a note. Somebody in that story had come off worse, and it was not the one who could awaken a saint body. Then the doors banged, and a man with long red hair and shoulders like a door came in and announced himself as follows. Where is Princess Qingxue? Why did you invite us and then disappear? Come out and let me see if you really deserve to be called the most beautiful woman in the Liuli dynasty. The room went completely silent. I checked him immediately. Name, Qifeng. King Sealing Realm, early stage. Physique, flame body. Luck, cyan. Life script, minor villain in martial god. Recent opportunity, 15 minutes from now, a conflict with Yang Yi, successor of the Divine Sword Sect. The two fight 300 rounds. The battle ends in a draw. 15 minutes, said the system, and I put my chin on my hand and settled in like a man who has just been handed a program. Mayor, who is this guy? Qifeng, she said, the strongest disciple of the Bloodblade sect. His position there is about what Han Bo's was in ours. The Bloodblade sect does blades. All their divine abilities are blade techniques. They barely learn anything else. Around us, people were explaining Qifeng to each other, and the general summary was that the Bloodblade sect were like this from top to bottom, and you got used to it. Qifeng heard all of it and did not care in the slightest, and since the princess still hadn't appeared, he raised his voice again. Princess Qingxue, is your title of #1 beauty just an empty boast? Is that why you don't dare show yourself? Qifeng, shut up. Two people at the door. The princess, and beside her, a very handsome young man in blue who had just spoken. Qifeng turned around, saw the man, and forgot the princess existed. Yang Yi. The room started explaining again. Yang Yi, successor of the Divine Sword Sect. The Divine Sword Sect and the Bloodblade Sect had been at each other for generations. These two had personally clashed more times than anyone could count, and it had never once produced a winner. That's great, I said to Jiang Mei. Fine wine, good food, and the heirs of two major powers dueling. Today was worth coming to. She rolled her eyes at me, and then leaned forward to watch, so I consider that a win. Qifeng, said Yang Yi coldly, you've gone too far. Apologize to Princess Qingxue right now. And then, and I saw it happen, he flicked his eyes sideways at the princess to see whether it had worked. It had not worked. She wasn't looking at him. Yang Yi, said Qifeng, curling his lip, what are you pretending for? What can you do to me if I don't apologize? And this is a genuinely deadly counter because it was true. They'd fought countless times. He knew exactly what Yang Yi could do to him, which was nothing. You, said Yang Yi. Then, because the goddess was watching and he had no choice left, then let's see if I can do anything to you. Qifeng laughed and pulled a red sword out of his ring and came at him, and the princess raised a formation around the pair of them so the rest of the room wouldn't be shredded, and the two of them went at it. It should have been thrilling. Two King Sealing Realm successors of major powers, sword against blade, space distorting inside the barrier, runes everywhere. Half the room could not have survived standing near it. I got bored in about 4 minutes. Their use of runes and law was terrible. That is not arrogance, it is a report. I watched two of the most celebrated young men in the region for the better part of an hour, and did not pick up one idea I could use. And meanwhile, the princess had come over to sit with us, and Jiang Mei, who had been dying to ask, asked, Princess Qingxue, are you with Yang Yi? We happened to meet outside and came in together, said the princess, without moving a muscle in her face. Which is a very careful sentence. If you had no connection to Yang Yi, I thought, Qifeng would not have come up here specifically to insult you. She might genuinely never end up with him. She had absolutely no intention of letting go of him either. It isn't hard for a goddess to keep a devoted man, so why not keep him for free? I did not say a word of that, not my business, and Yang Yi probably knew and was enjoying himself. 35 minutes later they went all out, because Yang Yi announced that they'd wasted enough time and he wanted to show his real strength. Which he wanted to do because she was watching. Everything that man did that day, he did because she was watching. The barrier filled up with light and nobody outside could see anything. I could. It was another draw. They came out of it standing about 10 feet apart with their clothes neat and no injuries on either of them, and the entire room said as one that they'd known it all along. I knew why it was a draw, and it's not what you'd think. It's not that they were perfectly matched, it's that neither of them had any reason to actually die, and two men who don't need to win will fight forever. The princess dropped the formation. Yang Yi went straight to her and apologized for not winning. She nodded slightly and said nothing at all, and Yang Yi, God help him, decided that meant she wasn't blaming him and felt relieved. Then he looked around and his eyes went past Jiang Mei without registering, which I found interesting, and stopped on me, and something behind his face moved. Not because of anything I'd done, because of how I looked. That's it. That's the entire reason. Qingxue, he said, let's go and sit somewhere else. And the princess said, calmly, without looking at him, no need. Young Master Lin and I still have things to discuss. Which we did not. I sat there while Yang Yi went several shades of unwell and started offering to do whatever it was for her, no matter what it was. You can't handle this, she told him. Young Master Lin is incredibly talented and exceptionally capable. We'll have to trouble young Master Lin. She said it directly to his face. She did not care what it cost him. And I watched Yang Yi not blame her for 1 second and turn all of it on me instead. And I sat there thinking, all right, what is this? She was doing it on purpose. She wanted his hostility pointed at me. But we had never met before yesterday, and there was no grudge on earth between us. So I refused, politely. Your Highness is too kind. This gentleman's abilities are exceptional, it's been proven, and I think the princess's matter is best left to him. Yes, said Jiang Mei, sweetly, while winking at me across the table. Princess Qingxue, this brother Guo is much stronger than Yuan. Hee, my little husband, she added, in my head. It's not my fault. If you drop the word little, I said, that would be less surprising to hear. Hee, then you can be weird about it. I'm going to keep calling you my little husband. The princess did not blink. You two are too modest. I'm quite familiar with young Master Lin's abilities. Or are you both unwilling to help Qingxue? Don't worry, it won't be for nothing. And there it is. Look at the order of operations. She had been alone with us in a courtyard yesterday with a request she never made. She waited until Yang Yi was in the room, then she brought it up. She was not asking for help. She was arranging for Yang Yi to test me at his expense without spending anything of her own. Princess Qingxue, I said, there's no need for further words. I know my strength is too weak to be of any help to you. Thank you for your hospitality tonight. It's getting late. We'll head back and rest. And I took my wife's hand and stood up. I'd asked Jiang Mei about her, by the way, before I answered. If they'd been close, I'd have done the job for my wife's face and not thought twice, whatever it was. They'd met twice. That was it. Young Master Lin, please wait. Qingxue was being presumptuous. She was up and moving, and she'd worked out roughly 1 second too late that she'd offended somebody she wanted. Let's put this aside. Qingxue hasn't properly entertained you. Please stay a little longer. No need, I said. We've already felt the princess's hospitality. And then Yang Yi flashed into the doorway and blocked us. Hey, Mr. Lin, Qingxue is calling you. Didn't you hear? The room started buzzing immediately. What's going on? Why is Yang Yi clashing with the Azure Clarity one again? Who knows? It's probably about Princess Qingxue. He's a decent person normally. He acts like he's lost his mind whenever he's around her. Brother Guo, I said mildly, why are you stopping us? And then I looked past him at the princess to see whether she'd call him off. She did not call him off. She looked at him with anticipation. I looked at that for a second and gave up on understanding her. Even if you find out what I am now, I thought, so what? Do you imagine I'd help you afterwards? And you're still that confident about a reward I've already turned down twice. Qingxue, said Yang Yi, filling up with courage he had not earned. If I say stay, you can't leave. Hee, I said. What else? You think you can subdue me with your bare hands? Beside me, Jiang Mei was openly enjoying herself. That depends on your choice, he said. If you choose wrong, then taking action is not out of the question. I've heard of you, surnamed Lin. You're no match for me. Don't ask for trouble. Because in his head, I'd flattened a marquee realm while being King Sealing, which is normal. He was King Sealing too. At the same rank, he did not think he was worse than me. In fact, he thought he was better. I have never located the source of that confidence, and I gave up trying years ago. Hurry up and deal with him, said Jiang Mei, bored. Then let's go back and rest. Want to rest so early, I said. Then I stepped forward and said the following, quietly, in a room where everyone could hear. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Show me your full strength. If you can withstand even one of my moves, I won't leave, and I'll help Princess Qingshui with her matter unconditionally. The room went silent, and then it came apart. Did I hear that right? Does he mean dealing with Yang Yi only takes one move? How is that possible? Yang Yi is King Ceiling, not Hanbo's Marquis Peak. It's hard to believe his cultivation isn't King Ceiling early stage. And Princess Qingshui, who had spent the entire evening engineering exactly this, was briefly stunned and then decided that I was exaggerating. She actually shook her head slightly, and I know exactly what she was thinking because she told me many months later. He's still too young, not mature enough. Yang Yi had been a prodigy since he was a child. He had left everyone in his sect behind. Nobody had looked down on him in his adult life. Very well, he said in a voice like a seller. I'd like to see what you're capable of. He drew. His energy came up. The runes came round him, and he stood there in his killing intent, looking, honestly, magnificent. Hee, I said. Since you're all prepared, then I'll make my move. Be careful. I had Jiang Mei's hand in my right hand, so I used my left. I raised it and patted forward. That's all. There was no thunder, no phenomenon. Nothing came out of the sky. It looked like a man shooing a fly. What it looked like from where Yang Yi was standing. He described later to somebody who told somebody, and it got back to me eventually. It looked like the slap had sealed off time and space. Not just powerful, there was nowhere to be. Every direction he might have gone was already closed, and the only remaining option in the world was to take it, so he unloaded his best. The divine sword technique, a golden sword the size of a building. Sigh, said somebody in the crowd. Lin Yuan underestimated him too much. Yeah, he didn't even use a divine ability. Heh, still too young. Shut up, all of you, said a woman's voice. Who said young Master Lin is bound to lose? That's right. For young Master Lin, this one blow is enough. What do you women know? What? You look down on us? No, that's not what I meant. The golden sword hit my palm and stopped being a sword, and the palm went through where it had been and hit Yang Yi, and Yang Yi went backwards out of the air and into the floor. Let's go, I said, and pulled my wife out of the room. Nobody noticed us leave for quite a while. They were all still standing there, rerunning it. Shifeng, watching from across the hall, had gone quiet in a way that was new for him, and the calculation he was doing was very simple and very unpleasant. Yang Yi's strength is basically mine. Yang Yi could not take that blow. Therefore, I could not take that blow. He'd been a genius since childhood. He was now standing in a banquet hall, working out that a boy years younger than him could remove him with one hand. And Princess Qingshui stood there and got hit with something worse than a palm, which was the realization that she had spent an entire evening being clever at the expense of a man she now very badly needed, and that he had watched her do it, and that she had run out of things to offer. I found out what the reward was on the way home, incidentally. The refinement pool. There is a treasure ground in the Liu Li dynasty, Jiang Mei told me, sitting on the end of a bed in a completely different inn because we hadn't gone back to the pavilion. It cleanses the physical body and the primordial spirit and raises your potential. There are only 2 places per generation, and in the last few hundred years, the second place stopped being for the family. Every member of the royal line can invite one outside helper to fight for them, and if you win, the royal gets one place and the helper gets the other. Are the people of the Liu Li dynasty really that generous? I said. 2 places, and they hand one to an outsider. Every foreign helper who ever came out of that pool, she said, joined the Liu Li dynasty afterwards. Hee, I said, as expected. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Every one of them, not most, every one. Which means it isn't gratitude, it's a curse, or a technique, or a conversion. And the major powers all know it, which is why they forbid their people from taking part. Then why is she still asking me? I said. Does she think I'm easy to fool? Hee, said Jiang Mei. Little brother, maybe they really do think you're easy to fool. Maybe so. Didn't I get tricked by my sister? Nonsense. It's clearly you little rascal, who fooled me. She hit me. Not hard. I thought about it for about 10 seconds. Not the conversion. I had forbidden artifacts that could ruin a void god realm's whole year, So whatever they meant to do afterwards was their funeral. It was the pool itself. Then Jiang Mei killed it in one line. We've both been through the yin-yang source power. That place will do almost nothing for us. Which was true, and every forbidden artifact I spent was one less forever, and I was not going to spend a permanent asset on a temporary bath. Then forget it, I said. Princess Qingxue came back 3 times over the next 3 days. 3 times. And every one of those visits was a woman who had built an entire evening around not having to ask, being forced to come to a rented room and ask. I turned her down 3 times. I did not enjoy it as much as I expected to. And then, on the 4th morning, the sky went off outside the city. We'd been watching the entrance for days. Since the day before yesterday, it had been throwing light, and the light had been getting worse. That morning, something came off it that made every hair on my arms stand up, and the 2 of us went out of the window without discussing it. There were already tens of thousands of people at the entrance, packed shoulder to shoulder. The restriction was thinning by the minute. Half an hour later it went, and a single figure came out of the crowd and went for the entrance, and that broke the dam. Everybody who had been sensibly planning to wait and see went in at a dead sprint. "Let's go in too," said Jiang Mei, and we started forward. And then somebody screamed. The restriction had snapped back into existence and caught a black-clad young man about a pace from the gate, and as we watched, his face slid off him. Not violently, it just stopped being a young man's face and became a middle-aged one. And then the law on the gate went through him, and there wasn't anything there anymore. Bone age. He'd faked his age with a technique, and the gate had checked. The crowd, having watched a man be edited out of the world, was thrilled. That scared me. I thought the secret realm had a limit on how many people it would let in. Me too. I thought I had no chance. They're really courting death. Their bone age has passed, and they still won't give up. There are plenty of people like that. Let's go inside. And several thousand people trampled over the spot where he'd been standing. We went in hand. There was a blur and a lurch, and I opened my eyes in a forest with trees 100 feet high in every direction and absolutely no Jiang Mei. Mare. Nothing. Random teleport. Everyone who came in got scattered. I stood there and did the only useful thing available, which was to remember her page. She gets pulled toward a legacy the moment she enters. She is, right now, exactly where she is supposed to be. Fine. I went up above the canopy and looked, and the forest went to the horizon in 3 directions. Then I picked a direction, entirely at random, and started flying, and about 40 minutes later I heard something die. Not a person, a beast, and a big one, and somebody trying very hard not to be its lunch. I went quiet and came in low, and found a man in a valley losing an argument with a golden ape 3 times his height. Human was Marquis middle stage, which was respectable. The ape was Marquis too. That does not make it a fair fight, because a beast at your rank is simply a better version of you at your rank, built out of muscle and instinct rather than technique, and the man was struggling to survive being casually swatted. I did not go and help. I read him first. Name, Guo Xiu'er, Marquis Realm Middle Stage. Destiny, somewhat famous, and then, in a different color, died young. Luck, black. Recent opportunity. Half an hour ago, a King Kong fruit was found in a valley. Just as I was about to collect it, I was ambushed by a Marquis Realm King Kong ape. After a fierce battle, I was defeated and perished. Half an hour ago. The entry was already in the past tense. The system was reading me his obituary while he was still standing. A King Kong fruit is a body-tempering treasure. Mine had been through a treasure pool and a yin-yang spring by then, and I genuinely wasn't sure it would do anything for me at all. I went and got it anyway. I have never once let one go past. The ape was busy playing with its food. I went round the outside of the valley, found the tree, broke the first restriction on it, put a golden fruit in my storage ring, and left through the sky. The restriction was probably the ape's own. It felt it break, and it stopped playing. I heard it end behind me. 2 blows. Then the ape ran back to its valley, and there was nobody there, and no fruit. The noise it made when it worked that out followed me for about a mile. I ate the fruit on the wing, because at my level, you don't need to sit down and refine a piece of produce. Warmth went through me. My physical body got very slightly stronger. Very slightly. As expected, I said, to nobody, this grade of treasure isn't much use to me anymore. Better than nothing, though. 2 days of nothing after that. Then I flew over a mountain range and found several hundred people sitting in it doing absolutely nothing, which in my experience means either a funeral or money. What are all these people doing here? Asked a loose cultivator who'd come to gawk. Nobody bothered hiding it because they'd all decided he wasn't getting any. There's a broken tree in there, said somebody. The leaves aren't ripe. Everyone's waiting. Enlightenment tea, said somebody else. They say it holds the essence of heaven and earth, but that's not the point. The point is that it puts you into enlightenment. In that state, your cultivation and your divine abilities both go up in leaps. Of course, these are all rumors. You can't get enlightenment tea outside the central area. Nobody's ever seen it. I'd seen it. Not in this life. In novels, in the life before, and in old books in this one, and both agreed on the same thing. It was perfect for me. Not good for me. Perfect. Because here is my actual problem, and it took me a while to be honest with myself about it. I did not need cultivation-boosting treasures. Every time you push your realm up with medicine, your foundation gets a little more hollow, and I had been very careful about that. Everything I'd taken so far cleansed rather than inflated. The realms went up as a side effect. What I needed was understanding, comprehension, higher grade scriptures and things that make a man see further. And here was a half-dead tree that hands out exactly that. I went into the mountains and found the crowd sorted by rank, like sediment. Strongest, closest to the tree, then the next tier, then the next. I didn't join any tier. I folded into the empty space above the whole thing and looked down. Because everyone in that clearing knew what had happened to Yang Yi at that banquet. If I walked in visibly, every single person there would spend the next day watching me instead of the tree, and one of them would try something clever while the leaves ripened. So I hid. And I noticed several other people around the edges who had the exact same idea, which was reassuring in a bleak sort of way. Down below, the guest list was familiar. Yang Yi, healed. I'd been gentle with him, which is why he'd been able to walk it off in 2 days. Yang Yi, said a rough voice, are you healed? You dare compete for the enlightenment tea? Aren't you afraid of dying on the spot? Xu Feng, whether my injury has healed or not, said Yang Yi, won't stop me dealing with you. If you don't believe me, you're welcome to try. And a clearing full of people who wanted them both dead started cheering. Fight! Start fighting already! Preferably to mutual destruction, then we'll have 2 fewer competitors. Hurry up and fight! Don't be a coward. Xu Feng, go for it. Beat him up! Where's your temper? Yang Yi, he's already said that. Why aren't you hitting him? Neither of them was stupid enough to spend anything before the tea, so they both snorted and shut up, and I laughed hard enough in my hiding place that I had to be careful about the aura. Then my eye went over the crowd and stopped. Yin Channer, down there in the good seats, with 4 or 5 very capable young men arranged around her. A beauty who brings disaster, I thought. And whatever she did to my wife, perfect timing. Stealing this can count as revenge for Mayor. The last thing I checked was the ceiling in that clearing, because a treasure like that pulls monsters. King's ceiling was the top of the room, and there were 3. Xu Feng, Yang Yi, and a young man I didn't know. Name Wang Tian Tian, King's ceiling realm, early stage. Physique, Gale spirit, recent opportunity. 7 days from now, a broken void god weapon in a forest. 15 days from now, a pure fruit in a valley, but he is attacked while harvesting it, and after 300 rounds, he is defeated and flees. Broken god weapon, don't care. Pure fruit is a tier under the King Kong fruit I'd just eaten and hadn't been impressed by, and the location was 2 weeks of flying away. I passed. There is at least one opportunity in this story I did not take, and the reason was logistics. Then everybody settled in to wait, and a day and a night went by, and then the tree started to smell. That's the only way I can describe what happened. A scent came off it that went through the whole mountain range, and every person in that clearing sat bolt upright because the fog in their heads had just gone. This is the enlightenment tea. Just the aura it gives off, and I feel enhanced. I feel my bottleneck loosening. If I could get 1 complete leaf, I'd be flying. So heaven-defying. I must have it. Don't anyone try to take it from me, or I'll fight them. You bastard, with your cultivation, who do you think you can compete with? Yang Yi was practically vibrating. With the help of this, he was thinking, I can catch up to Lin Yuan. Maybe I can beat him. And Yin Channer's eyes went bright and sharp, and she turned around and said a few very quiet things to her escort, and I could not hear a word of it and did not need to. I was up in the empty space above all of it, having my own small crisis, because I was feeling that scent too, and my thought was this. This tree is a ruin. It's a stump with 8 leaves on it, and it does this. If a broken one is this good, what does an intact one in the central area do? Then the leaves finished ripening, and the smell doubled, and the bottom tier of the crowd stopped being able to think. They rushed it. 20 or 30 cultivators, all far too weak, all at once. Qifeng put his aura out and knocked the entire wave off their feet without lifting his blade. Nobody objected. The general view was that it was better for the weak to leave early. "Haha," said Qifeng, "I won't be polite with this," and made his move, and Yang Yi was in his way before he'd got 3 steps, and the two of them locked up, which is exactly what Wang Tiantian had been waiting for. Gale spirit. His entire physique is speed. He crossed that clearing so fast that Qifeng, who had one eye on him, panicked out loud. "Damn it, stop right there!" Wang Tiantian arrived at the tree with his hand out, and a line of sword light came across his fingers from behind. He dodged it by about the width of the leaf he was reaching for, and then his face went gray, because he'd been a hand's width away, and Yang Yi had crossed the whole clearing to stop him. That's the Divine Sword Sect's other technique, the fast one, and I'll admit it was a nice piece of work. "Yang Yi," said Wang Tiantian in a voice like a closing door. "Wang Tiantian," said Yang Yi calmly, "you think you can just take this? It's not that simple." Then Qifeng arrived, and the 3 of them stood in a triangle around a tree with 8 leaves on it, and nobody else in that mountain range dared to come within 50 feet. And nothing happened for a long time. That's the thing nobody tells you about treasure. Most of the time it's 3 men standing very still. Eventually Yang Yi broke it. "This can't go on. There are 8 leaves. Let's divide them. Under the current circumstances, it's simply impossible for anyone to take it all." He'd thought it through properly, and his reasoning was sound. Every hour they stood there was another hour in which somebody stronger might arrive, and then the share would be smaller than it was now. The other 2 agreed immediately, and then hit the actual problem. "8 leaves," said Qifeng, tightening his grip on his blade. "How do we divide them? Because 3 into 8 does not go, and none of them was going to be the one with 2. So they froze again, and a very pleasant voice came out of the crowd. "Gentlemen, since you're at an impasse, how about we give me a share?" Yin Qianer, walking out into the middle of 3 King Sealing Realm experts with absolutely no fear whatsoever. "The 3 of you," she said, "if this stalemate continues, it will attract many powerful people. You should know these 3 aren't the only King Sealing Realm who came in this time. If they arrive, 8 leaves won't be enough to go around. Why don't you include me? Consider it a favor I owe you." And all 3 of them stopped and thought about it. That worked, and it was genuinely good work. It solved their arithmetic. 4 into 8, 2 each, nobody insulted. She was the youngest princess of the illusory sound sect, and their equal in talent, so including her was not charity. And a favor owed by somebody like her is worth more than a leaf. 15 more minutes of nobody wanting to nod first. Then they nodded. And Yin Qianer, in that moment, was the smartest person in that clearing, and she knew it. "We agree," said Yang Yi. "There are 4 of us, 2 pieces each." "Thank you all," she said. "Hurry up and pick," said Qifeng. And the 4 of them walked to the tree together, all of them smiling, all of them relieved, all of them reaching out at the same moment. That was my cue. I'd been ready for hours. The only reason I'd waited was that the restriction at the base of the tree hadn't fully dissipated until now, and I didn't want the leaves. I wanted the tree. And credit where it's due, I said, silently, to 4 people about to have the worst afternoon of the year. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting so long. You finally came up with a solution everyone could accept, and you were about to start distributing. What a pity. A silver-white hand came down out of the sky. I'd like to describe the sound it made. There wasn't one, at first. There was just an enormous amount of shadow arriving. "Damn it," said Qifeng, staring up at it. "Who is it?" He said later that facing it made him feel like an ant, and Qifeng is not a man who is generous with that kind of statement. So strong, thought Wang Tiantian, and broke into a cold sweat. Yang Yi felt the weight of it and felt something else underneath, which was a faint, horrible familiarity. "Let's go together," said one of them. "Let's fight." "Exactly. We can't just give it up." The 3 of them put out their best. Divine sword technique, blood demons 1//, blade of the gale. 120%, all 3 at once, from 3 of the strongest young men in the region. The hand swept through the lot of them and put all 3 into the ground. Then it reached for the tree, and Yin Qianer, who had been standing directly in front of it, stepped smartly out of the way. She was the only one of the 4 who came out of that with a shred of dignity, and it was because she did the arithmetic in under a second. Whoever that is doesn't want us. He wants the tree. The three of them are on the ground because they stood in front of it. So she got out of the way, and she was correct, and I did not touch her. The restriction at the base had gone. So the hand closed round the trunk and took the entire tree out of the ground, roots and all, and went back up into the sky and stopped existing. Yin Qianer stood in the crater, looking at the sky with a very complicated expression, and the thing she was chewing on was that the aura of that hand had felt familiar. Not familiar enough to name, just familiar enough to itch. Who could it be, she said, and then she smiled bitterly, because even if she knew, what could she do about it? Although, she thought, if I knew who it was, I could probably trade him for a piece. Which is a genuinely excellent instinct, and I have always respected her for it. I did not hear any of that, because I was 40 miles away punching a cave into a mountainside. I set a concealment array over the entrance, then a defensive array, then a killing array, because you do not eat something like this with the door open. Then I took the tree out. The whole cave filled up. That's the only way to say it. The air went thick with something that was not a smell and made every thought I had come out cleaner than I'd put it in. Truly extraordinary, I said, and picked one leaf. Then I had a brief problem, which is that I did not have good spring water, and I know nothing whatsoever about tea. I'd read enough to know that people who know about tea consider this important. I decided that experimenting with an irreplaceable treasure was for men with more courage than me. So I put the leaf in my mouth and held it there like a lozenge, and the world opened. I have tried 100 times to describe the next 3 days, and I always fail. The nearest I can get is this. All my life, I had been working things out. Every single thing I understood about cultivation, I had built myself, in a courtyard, out of nothing, because there was nobody in my city qualified to teach me. And for 3 days, everything I had ever half understood finished itself. Insights arrived faster than I could hold them. My comprehension of law went up. My comprehension of divine abilities went up. And underneath, without my asking, the cultivation started climbing. King ceiling middle. King ceiling late. King ceiling peak. And there I actually held it down on purpose, because I wanted to stay in that realm a while longer and look at it properly. I was learning more standing still than I'd learned in 5 years of moving. So I sat in a cave with my cultivation clamped at the peak of King ceiling and my aura getting quietly heavier for 3 days. And on the 3rd day, it stopped being something I could hold. The thing that came off me destroyed my own arrays, went out through the cave mouth, and flattened a section of forest. Venerable realm. I sat there in a ruined cave at the end of it, with a spent tea tree in front of me, feeling every part of myself click into a place it had been trying to get to for years. This tea, I said out loud, is so heaven-defying, and it's perfect for me. Here's the other thing that happened, and it's the important one. When I took the yin-yang source, I had been too low a realm to use all of it. I'd refined everything I could hold, and the rest had just sat there inside me, banked, doing nothing. The tea gave me the understanding to spend it. That's why the jump was that big. It wasn't the tea. It was the tea plus half a secret realm's worth of origin that had been sitting in my body for weeks, waiting for me to be smart enough to use it. 3 days, I said, getting up. Wonder how Yin Qianer's getting on, because I'd put a tracking mark on her in that clearing before I moved, on the general principle that anybody who is scheduled to be rescued by a stranger is a woman worth following. I reached for the mark. She was alone in a valley, turning in a slow circle, looking for something that wasn't there. That fleeting information came from here, she was muttering. Where did it go? Did I sense something wrong? She'd been flying past and felt a pull, and something underneath it that frightened her, and she'd come down to look, and the moment she landed, both sensations vanished. That's impossible. My feeling was right. There should be a strong legacy here. That's why I felt drawn. It's a test, to see if I can find it. She was not being tested. There was nothing there. She just could not accept that she'd chased a ghost, which is a completely human thing to do, and which was, in about 4 hours, going to nearly get her killed. It seems it's about time, I said, stroking my chin at a light screen in a cave. Fortunately, it's quite close. Venerable realm, incidentally, meant that quite close was now a completely different measurement. It took me under 15 minutes, and I arrived above that valley and found 3 things in it instead of 1. Yin Qianer, still searching, aware of none of it. An enormous python, freshly broken into King Ceiling realm, coming up behind her. And, sitting off to one side, at exactly the right distance, an old acquaintance. It's so good to see you again, Xie Ming. But you really do love playing the hero and rescuing the damsel in distress, don't you? You did the same thing with Mayer last time, trying to pull this stunt again. I opened him. Name, Xie Ming. Divine Palace Realm, early stage. Luck, purple. Male lead in Martial God. Recent opportunity. Shortly, he rescues the critically injured Yin Channer from the beast. 3 days later, her injuries having improved, the two travel together. Later, in a forest, Xie Ming accidentally discovers an underground palace, where he obtains a flying boat from an unknown era. The boat's spirit is intact, and provides Xie Ming with considerable assistance in the days that follow. I read that entry 3 times. His cultivation had climbed fast, which was expected and which was fine, because a fatter mouse is a better mouse. The flying boat, though. I'd read this before, in another life, on a different continent, in about 40 different books. An intact artifact spirit is the same class of thing as an old man in a ring. It knows things. It has been alive for an unreasonable amount of time. It guides the protagonist, teaches him the world, recognizes the treasures he can't identify, and steers him toward bargains for the rest of his career. That's his golden finger, I said. That, or very close to it. I'll spare your life for now, I told him, from a very long way up. If after some time you really don't produce anything else heaven-defying, you can say goodbye to this world. And also, according to the system, killing a son of destiny gets me a random treasure chest. This is the moment I decided to kill him, and it was not an impulse. Lin Hai was clan. Lin Hai was loyal. We'd grown up in the same compound, and he had never once looked at me sideways. Xie Ming had a grudge against me, a vindictive streak too purple, destinies deep, and a cultivation curve that was going to keep going up. And I was going to leave for the central area eventually, and when I left, Wangyue City and the Lin family would still be standing exactly where I'd left them, with nobody in them who could stop a determined man. I do not go hunting sons of destiny for treasure chests, but this one I'd have killed for free. You lot stay here and have fun, I said. I'm going to get the flying boat. I put a tracking mark on him, and I left him to his rescue, because I am not in the business of saving women from pythons when there is a dead god's cargo 2 hours away. Besides, from the look of the script, those two didn't end up together anyway. The forest was 2 hours the wrong way, and I was there in 40 minutes, and I had just crossed the tree line when a golden bird with 10 souls in it came out of the canopy screaming and went for my head. I said, looking up at it. Looks good, a batch of top-quality ingredients. What happened next, from the bird's point of view, is this. It has been hunting this forest its entire life. It sees a human flying overhead alone, which is dinner. It comes up out of the trees at full speed, with murder in mind. And it gets close enough to actually look at the human, and the human is looking back at it the way you look at a chicken in a market. The horror of that arrived all at once. It broke out in a cold sweat, which I did not know birds could do, and turned around in the air and started running for its life. It got about 100 yards. I closed a hand round it, knocked it out, sealed its cultivation, and put it in my storage ring. They're just bringing warmth to your door, I said. Then, because I did not want to repeat, I let my aura off across the entire forest. Every beast under that canopy went flat on its belly and stayed there. I have never in my life had a quieter walk. The system took me to the base of a black tree at the heart of the place. I traced one rune on the ground. The ground answered. More runes came up out of the soil and locked into mine, and then a huge array assembled itself under my feet, and then 30 miles of forest floor dropped. An underground palace came up out of the hole, and something supreme came off it. That's it, I said, and went in. The main doors pushed open by hand, no restriction. The inner doors did the same. Is this easy? I said. Something had been nagging at me for weeks. Every single interception I had made had been like this. No trials, no guardians, no riddle. Walk in, pick it up, leave. He's very different from the protagonists in the novels of my previous life, I thought, and I don't know what that's about. Forget it. Why think so much? Isn't simple better? Then I went into the main hall and found it empty. Bare shelves on both sides, floor to ceiling, and nothing on any of them. I don't know what this stand is for, I said out loud to an empty room. If it was already empty, why put it here? If it was emptied out later, how come the flying boat is still here? There's something wrong with it. And then I went further in and found a heap of junk on the floor. That heap gave me the single most humiliating 5 minutes of my adult life. It looked like a scrap pile. Broken things, rust, bits. I picked up the first item, and something came off it that made me put it down again and look at it properly. Huh, what's this? It's so badly damaged, and it's still useful to me. This spear is no ordinary weapon either. Covered in rust, doesn't look like much, and I can't break it. What the heck? What's this now? I did not recognize one medicinal herb in that pile. I could not identify the grade of a single weapon. I stood in a dead man's storeroom turning over rubbish like a farmer at a city market, going, oh, and holy crap, at intervals, while my entire sense of my own sophistication quietly dismantled itself. All right, young man, said a voice. You don't need to be so surprised. I went up like a cat. Runes came out. My aura came up. My divine thought went through the entire palace in about a quarter of a second. Then a light came out of the junk pile and turned into a flying boat. Not an impressive one, a plain hull, old-fashioned lines, the sort of thing a mid-tier merchant would own. It floated up, shone once, and put a middle-aged man's phantom on top of itself. The little guy is pretty good, it said. Don't be nervous. I was talking to you just now. Senior is, I said, feigning total ignorance, which I am good at. He smiled at me very kindly. You don't need to be nervous. This is the legacy ground left behind by my previous owner, specifically to find someone destined to inherit it. Are they so hasty about choosing an heir? I muttered. Just let anyone in. He laughed because he'd heard me and explained that there were tests outside. However, he said, those tests are useless against young supremes who have genuinely reached the peak of every realm they've passed through. That's why you got here so easily. Which is the politest way anybody has ever explained to me that I'd walked through a security system without noticing it. Then he watched me think and answered the question before I asked it. The tests are not as simple as you think. Anyone who passes them has something extraordinary in them. With proper training, they could certainly compete with someone like you. Oh, I said, how do you train them? Stop thinking about it, he said sternly. There's nothing else here. What you've seen is all there is. Furthermore, a cultivator does not become a powerful being by relying on treasures. The key is what's in him. I see you're a mortal body yourself, and you've cultivated to this level. You understand that better than most. And then he stopped and looked at me for a second, and I understood that I had just been paid a compliment by something very old. Because in his very long life, he had not met many mortal bodies who had got anywhere at all. Every great name in the ancient histories had a physique or a bloodline. Nobody arrives at the top plain. And the reason is not only that the world is unfair. A special physique comes with a better head. The comprehension is bundled in. I had been outthinking that gap for 18 years with no bundle at all. Except that by then, I wasn't quite a mortal body anymore, and he could see it. Every extreme limit I'd broken, every treasure I'd taken, had been laying space-time runes into me, and whatever I was made of by that point did not have a name. By the way, Senior, I said, who was your previous master? What was his cultivation? And the phantom went out, briefly, like a lamp with a draft on it. My previous master, he said, was also a young supreme, just like you. In his generation, there were only a handful who could stand with him. However, in the end, he didn't grow up. He died young. He only reached Saint King Realm before he fell. Only Saint King Realm, I said. And then I stopped, because I had just heard the most important sentence of that year. I had thought God Realm was the ceiling with something vague above it. Now an artifact spirit had used the word only about a realm 2 full tiers past that, and used it in the tone you'd use about a boy who never finished school. Senior. Is Saint King the realm after Divine King? What comes after Saint King? He looked at me with an expression I can only describe as scientific curiosity. You cultivate, and you don't know the division of the realms? I know that above Divine King is the Holy Realm, I said. Beyond that, I don't know. And then I told him where I was from, and what my continent's edge looked like, and about a city where the strongest man alive was Divine Palace Realm and considered a legend. So that's how it is, he said, and something in his face changed, because he had just worked out how far this secret realm had drifted from anywhere. And you got to this level, in a place like that. Then you... He didn't finish the sentence. His whole attitude toward me changed after that. He got warmer and about 10 degrees more serious. In that case, he said, let me explain it to you properly. It'll let you know that there are always people more capable than you, so that you won't think you can rule the world. And then he gave me the map. And from here on, nothing makes sense without it. Above Divine King is the Holy Realm. The Holy Realm is 3, Saint, Holy King, Great Saint. That's the whole of it. Above the Holy Realm is the Emperor Realm. The Emperor Realm is two, Quasi-Emperor and Great Emperor. The Great Emperor is the top. And then he said the thing that reorganized my ambition permanently. Once you become an emperor, you are absolutely invincible. No matter how many quasi-emperors there are, they cannot stop a single finger. Even an emperor's weapons are beyond anyone below that level. But once someone becomes an emperor, nobody in the same era can break through. An emperor is supreme, and his greatness unconsciously suppresses everyone who comes after him. The central area you mentioned holds the families descended from great emperors, and they are guarded by imperial weapons. Be careful when you go there. And the word emperor sounded oddly familiar in my mouth. Does Lin Yuan have the bearing of an emperor? Well, Senior, I said, once I could speak. It isn't easy to get to the central area from where I am. Is there any way you could help? Of course, he said. I am a flying boat. Taking you there is quite simple. However, my strength isn't at its peak. It might be a bit slow. Probably a few months. A few months is enough, I said, and did not let my face do anything. Then I asked the actually greedy question. By the way, Senior, didn't you say I was the heir? What did that holy king leave me? And what about his scriptures? He smiled. Hee, don't worry, you won't be shortchanged. The scriptures are all in my mind. And not only my previous master's holy king scriptures, he also received emperor realm scriptures before. I have all of it here. It's all for you. As for the rest, there's this palace. This palace was personally crafted by my master. It's a sacred artifact. For now, it should be enough to protect you. A light went out of his finger into my forehead and put a refining method in my head. And I sat down cross-legged and started, and the palace hummed and attached itself to me. Then it shrank and flew into my palm. Consider the size of that. A sacred artifact. Which is to say, an object made by something in the Holy Realm. In a region where nobody had ever met a god realm. Then the Holy King's scriptures went into my head too, and the phantom announced that it had just woken up and needed to sleep some more, and disappeared. And I sat down on a stone floor in a dead man's basement and started reading. 3 days. I had reached the peak of every realm I'd ever been in, and I'd done all of it by feel, alone, guessing. I had never once been taught. And the Saint King's scriptures did not make me stronger, so much as they showed me every place where I had been slightly wrong for years. I came out the other side one small realm higher, and a great deal more solid, and slightly embarrassed. Meanwhile, 6 hours in the other direction, exactly what the page said would happen was happening. Yin Qianer, still hunting a legacy that did not exist, got hit from behind by a King Sealing Realm python. She had inner armor on, which is the only reason there was anything left to rescue. A beast that far above a Marquis Realm human usually settles the matter in one motion. The armor ate the strike. The shock still put her down. She threw 2 forbidden artifacts to buy distance and ran. And here is a small cruelty of the world. Her forbidden artifacts were venerable grade, not god realm grade, and they'd been sitting in a family vault for so long that most of the power in them had quietly leaked away. They bought her about 4 seconds. Then, Xie Ming, who had been sitting at exactly the right distance for 2 hours, heard the noise and put on a look of concern. What the hell? That's King's Sealing Realm power. Let's go and look. Perhaps some treasure has appeared. He got about 6 steps before a badly hurt, beautiful woman flew out of the valley in front of him, and the concern arrived on his face like weather. Fairy, you look injured. Do you need help? I have medicinal pills here. Take them quickly. And she would not take them. Her thinking is the most sensible thinking anybody does in this entire story. A complete stranger appears at the exact moment you are wounded and immediately presses pills on you. Why is he insisting? What's in the pills? No need, she said. A King Sealing Realm beast is about to catch up. Young master, you'd better leave. And she ran, and he chased her. Fairy, don't worry, I can protect you. Besides, a tiny King Sealing beast. I don't even consider it a threat. Fairy, take a look. And he took a blue longsword out of his storage ring. Yin Qianer had opened her mouth to tell this idiot exactly what she thought of a divine palace realm boy who considered a King Sealing beast beneath him. Then she looked at the sword. Forbidden artifact, god realm grade. She knew because she'd thrown 2 venerable grade ones about 90 seconds earlier, and she knew exactly what the difference felt like. Who is this guy? Forbidden artifacts are not easy to make, and he took it out like a handkerchief? And she was flattered and appalled in the same instant, because the man was very obviously interested in her, and he had just casually broken something irreplaceable in order to be impressive. Is Fairy at ease now? Then I'll have to trouble young master. The python arrived. Shaming told her to watch how he killed it. She told him that of course a mere beast was no match for him, while thinking things I would pay money to have on record. The beast, seeing two humans who were not scared, got personally offended, grew, and came in slowly because it wanted them to have time to despair first. The sword went out of his hand, runes came up its length, and something supreme came off it. And the beast, which had been enjoying itself, felt that and did not think for even 1 second. It turned around and ran. Trying to run, said Shaming. Heh, do you think you can escape? And then he glanced sideways at Yin Chenner to see if she was watching him be heroic. She saw him do it. Wow, young master, she said out loud. You're amazing. It ran the moment you moved. It's nothing, he said, waving a hand. Not worth mentioning. The sword went through the python. So did the forbidden artifact, permanently. He had spent a god realm irreplaceable one-shot on a snake in front of a girl. They found a clearing, and she took her own pills, thank you, and sat down to refine them, and he stood 4 feet away and stared at her for the entire night. She opened her eyes at dawn, and he was still there. Ahem, she said. Thank you, young master, for protecting me. And then she gave him her name and her sect, and she gave him the sect deliberately, hoping that the words illusory sound sect would make him careful. Yin Chenner, he said, what a lovely name. He did not care about the illusory sound sect at all. He hadn't heard the warning because he wasn't listening for one. 3 days later, they were still together, because she could not get rid of him. She tried. She told him she was injured and needed time, and that he should go and find his own opportunities, and this is what she got back. Chenner, Fairy, what are you saying? It's precisely because you're injured that I should protect you. How could I leave you at a time like this? No matter how many opportunities I have, none of them are as important as you. Hee hee, she said, okay then, and went with him because refusing a man who has God realm forbidden artifacts in his pockets when you can barely stand up is a decision you only get to make once. I came out of the basement 3 days later with a sacred artifact palace in my hand and the Saint King's scriptures in my head, and I did not go and find them. I waited, because I knew where they'd be. I knew they'd be drawn to the collapsed ground where I'd raised the palace, because a 30-mile hole in a forest floor is not subtle. And I stood there in white with my back to the approach and let them come all the way in and let Xie Ming get a good long look at a figure he was slowly starting to recognize. Damn it, he said, somewhere behind me. Someone got here first, but that figure looks familiar. Yin Chenner felt it too, and then her eyes went bright because she'd placed it. She'd seen that back at a banquet, walking away from Yang Yi. If it really is him, she thought, that's good for me. With Lin Yuan here, Xie Ming will behave himself. Which is the exact and complete truth about why she was happy to see me, and I have always liked her for the clarity of it. I let them get close and enjoyed it, and I will not pretend otherwise. This is my one genuinely unpleasant habit. I enjoy watching somebody realize. Then I turned around and smiled. Fairy, we meet again. What a coincidence. What a coincidence, young Master Lin, she said, with a real smile. And then I looked at Xie Ming and smiled at him and said absolutely nothing and let it go on for a while. He ground his teeth and produced the following. Greetings, Senior Brother Lin. And before I could answer, Yin Chenner turned on him. So young Master Xie is a disciple of the Azure Clarity sect. But it's so painful, keeping it a secret from people. She had asked him repeatedly over 3 days, and he had dodged every time, and now a stranger had said Senior Brother in front of her, and the whole thing had come apart. Heh, sorry, Fairy Chenner, I didn't mean to hide it. Here's what he had actually been doing. He was an inner disciple. Even if he went back and passed every assessment available, the best he'd get was core disciple, which is a fine thing to be unless you are standing next to the youngest princess of the illusory sound sect, in which case it is nothing. So he had gone vague and let her assume he came out of some powerful hidden family, which is a much better hand to play. And I had just turned his cards face up by accident, with 2 words, while being polite. I found it funny. I found it extremely funny. Junior Brother Xie, I said. It's been a long time. I didn't expect to run into you here. Since we've met, why don't we travel together? I see the fairy is still injured, and you're not very strong. It's easy for the two of you to get into trouble wandering around like this. Come with me. I can protect you. What are your thoughts? Xie Ming opened his mouth to refuse, because traveling with me was, correctly, the last thing on earth he wanted, and Yin Qianer got there first. Thank you, young Master Lin. I'll shamelessly follow you. She had been standing there for 3 days trying to work out how to acquire a bodyguard for her bodyguard, and I had walked up and volunteered. Xie Ming stood there with his mouth half open, because if he left, he lost her, and if he stayed, he was traveling with a man who had once hit him in the head from behind in an empty field. He took a long time about it, and while he thought, I turned my back on him and chatted to Yin Qianer and watched him watch us out of the corner of my eye. Which did it, obviously. Senior Brother Lin. I've thought about it. It'll be much safer with Senior Brother Lin around. Thank you for your help, Senior Brother. It's good that you think that way, Brother Xie, I said. We're from the same school. It's no big deal to help each other out when we run into each other. On the contrary, if anything happened to you, I would feel guilty. He smiled. I smiled, none of which was sentiment. I had already decided to kill him before leaving that secret realm. A man who dies alone in a forest raises questions. A man who dies in front of witnesses, at somebody else's hands, while I stand visibly somewhere doing nothing, does not. I wasn't collecting a traveling companion. I was collecting an audience. We went east because Xie Ming said he had a feeling about east, and I agreed because I had just checked his page again and found something that made me stop and stare. Recent opportunity. 7 days from now, a damaged sacred artifact in a legacy palace. 1 entry. That's all he had left. 1 line where there had been 4. So few, I thought. Is that because I've been taking them away one after another? I sat on that thought for a long time. It is one thing to steal a man's luck. It is another to watch the ledger get shorter every time you check it. We traveled for days and met more and more people going the same way, all of them repeating the same rumor. Have you heard? There's a legacy palace up ahead that's about to open. I heard a lot of people have already gone. Wonder what level it is. So many came. Who cares? At worst, it's a God Realm legacy, which is already remarkable for little cultivators like us. Shall we go and look? Said Yin Qianer, glancing at me, and not at the man who'd been protecting her for a week. Xie Ming saw that happen. Xie Ming saw everything like that happen, constantly, for days, and it was doing something to him. Yes, I said. It's so close. Of course we should. Right, Junior Brother Xie. Of course, he said. Half an hour later, we came over a ridge and found several hundred people camped around a magnificent palace wrapped in a thin restriction, and I looked at the crowd and started laughing. All the familiar faces are here. Yang Yi, Qi Feng, Princess Qingxue, Wang Tiantian, who'd nearly had 8 leaves of enlightenment tea and had instead had a very confusing afternoon. Our arrival caused a stir, and the running order of it was educational. That beautiful woman is Yin Qianer of the illusory sound sect. That's right, it's Sound Fairy. Who are the 2 next to her? I know the man in white. He's a true disciple of the Azure Clarity sect, Lin Yuan. The other one, I don't know. Is that the Lin Yuan who defeated Yang Yi with a single palm strike? I can't believe he's so young. Lin Yuan. Wow, Lin Yuan is here. What's the point of us being here? So what if it's Lin Yuan? Even if he's strong, can he be stronger than all of us? I would like to point out that at a gathering with the most beautiful woman of the illusory sound sect in it, I got more attention than she did, and it was not because of my face. It was because everybody there had just done the same piece of arithmetic about their own chances and did not like the answer. Yang Yi and Qi Feng both looked at me and both went grim. Why is he here too? Said one of them. This is not a good thing. Even Qi Feng, who is congenitally incapable of shutting up, was standing there quietly with his eyebrows down, and Princess Qingxue looked at me from across the crowd, and something went across her face that I recognized because I'd seen it 3 times in an inn. Then she came over. Young Master Lin, I was in the middle of a conversation with Yin Qianer. The crowd, watching the 2 most looked at people in the clearing come together, while a 3rd stood next to them, promptly caught fire. Wow, so what if you're handsome? There's already a Yin Qianer next to him. Why is Princess Qingxue going over on her own initiative? So you're envious now. Wasn't Lin Yuan's first fight about Fairy Wen? Wonder why she isn't with him. The secret realm's vast, and we were all teleported at random. not easy to meet up. I stood there in the middle of the most efficient rumor mill on the continent and nodded politely at her. Young Master Lin, Qingxue was impolite before. I hope you'll forgive me. She said it to my face, ignoring the other two, and it cost her something to say. And here is where I was not magnanimous, whatever credit I have been given for it since. I looked at her, and I felt nothing at all. Not out of largeness, out of arithmetic. I was leaving. I had a flying boat and a route to the central area and a rough plan to never come back. She was going to stay here forever, in a region where even God realm is basically folklore, and the honest question about Princess Qingxue was not whether she'd forgive me, it was whether she'd ever become a god at all, and I did not fancy her chances, and I do not mean that as an insult. Talent is part of it, environment is most of it. We were never going to speak again after this month, so it stopped mattering. Princess Qingxue, I said, I've already forgotten about it. You don't have to do this. Then, she said, and her face opened up, and she started to say the thing she'd come to say. Qingxue. Yang Yi had watched his goddess walk across a clearing to another man, and had spent about 4 seconds losing an argument with himself before jogging over. Qingxue, he said, Brother Lin is very magnanimous. Let's put the past behind us and go back. Nervous, hopeful, entirely aware of how it looked, doing it anyway. My affairs are none of your concern, said Princess Qingxue, and I watched her not even glance at him while she said it, which is when I interrupted, and this is the pettiest thing I did that whole month, and it was worth it. Princess Qingxue, I said, Brother Guo is right. What happened before is in the past. And I believe that with Brother Guo's abilities, he's more than capable of helping you. I handed her back to her simp in one sentence, in public, with a straight face. She opened her mouth, and a voice came out of the sky and cut her off. Ha ha ha, so this is Lin Yuan, who defeated Yang Yi with a single palm strike. He doesn't look like much, just a pretty boy with slicked back hair. Everybody turned round. There was a man standing in mid-air in red, extremely red. He had put more effort into the outfit than most people put into a career, and his face had been painted with real commitment, and he was looking at me with a great deal of interest. I had never seen him before in my life. I checked twice. I am not a patient person, and I did not spend long on it. Where did you come from, you sissy? I said. Looking for a beating? There was a pause across the entire clearing, and then a specific kind of noise, because several hundred people had just watched an ethereal young man in white open his mouth and produce the vocabulary of a dock worker. Tisk, tisk, tisk. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Wow, young Master Lin is still so handsome. Exactly, and it makes him look more manly. Eek, what a fangirl. The man in red did not react at all. His painted face did not move. He said. Interesting. I'm even more interested in you now. And then he covered half his face with his sleeve and giggled at me. It was not fear. Something went down my spine and out through the soles of my feet, and I made a decision very fast. I have absolutely no interest in your pretentious act, I said, and raised my right hand. I did not use a divine ability. I could already read his cultivation. King Sealing Realm, late stage, which in that clearing was a mountain that most of those people would spend their lives looking up at, and which to me was a clown. A silver-white hand came out of the air the size of a hall and reached for him, and everybody underneath it stopped being able to breathe properly. Is this Lin Yuan's strength? This is too strong. I feel like even our sect master isn't this strong. Is it fake? That guy is really in for it. By the way, who is he? Does anyone know him? Never heard of him. Oh, I remember. He's from the Ghost Moon sect, the sect master's son. He hasn't shown his face in public for almost 10 years. No wonder nobody recognizes him. And I've also heard there's a considerable feud between the Ghost Moon sect and the Azure Clarity sect. Yang Yi and Qi Feng both broke out in a cold sweat under that hand, and Yang Yi had one thought, which he told somebody later. He's that strong. It seems he wasn't even serious when he fought me. The man in red had come here specifically for me. That's the part I only learned afterwards. He'd heard the name, worked out I was Azure Clarity, and decided that when he ran into me, he'd take me down and then play with me for a while. He had assumed, from the fact that I had one-shot Yang Yi, that I was King Sealing Middle at most, which is completely reasonable. It's also completely wrong. Red Moon descending. He threw a crimson crescent at my palm, and it carried something genuinely unpleasant in it, a kind of scraping at the mind. Just a futile struggle, I said. The moon broke. The hand closed on him, sealed his cultivation, and dropped him on the ground. And then he lost his mind, or pretended to. I have never been sure. How is this possible? How can you be so strong? I don't believe it. This must be an illusion. You think you can fool me? Not so easy. Ha ha ha, you can't fool me. Lying in the dirt with his cultivation sealed, laughing, I looked away from him and asked Yin Chan-er a professional question, because she was from a real sect, and I was from a border town. Is this guy really from that Ghost Moon sect? And is there a grudge between them and the Azure Clarity sect? She came over and looked at him carefully. I'm not sure it's him either, but I've heard the Ghost Moon sect master has a son. The clothing, the manner of speaking, the whole demeanor, they match. And the technique he just used is very similar to the Ghost Moon sect's divine ability, so I'd guess it's him. I nodded. The answer to that question changed nothing. Whether he was a sect master's son or a lunatic in a costume, whether there was a feud or not, he had come across a continent specifically to take me. It's simply better to know who the enemy is. Then I raised my hand again, which snapped him straight out of whatever he was doing on the ground. Ah, you! You can't kill me! I'm the junior sect master of the Ghost Moon sect. The sect master is my father. If you dare kill me, he'll never let you get away with it. That kind of threat only works on a man with something to lose in that direction, and I had never heard of the Ghost Moon sect until 90 seconds earlier. One palm. There was nothing left. Not a body, ash, and then wind. The clearing went absolutely silent, and then it did not. Wow, so decisive. He was the only son of a sect leader, and he's just gone. The Ghost Moon sect are known for being vengeful. They're locked in a life and death struggle with him now. Hey, when he moved just now, his aura felt like our sect masters. Greater than your sect masters? I did not think about it again for about a day and a half, which is roughly how long it took for the consequences to get organized. Several million miles north, in a mountain range that had been chosen specifically for being unpleasant, there is a hall that somebody had gone to considerable trouble to make gloomy. At the top of it sat a middle-aged man in gray called Zhou Run, and in front of him a young disciple was kneeling on one knee, shaking, unable to produce a sentence. I should explain the Ghost Moon sect properly, since they're about to matter. Their legacy is a few thousand years old. That's nothing. Their foundation was far weaker than the Azure Clarity sects, and the only reason they'd ever dared to stand against them was that they were ignorant enough not to know better. There'd been a minor conflict once. The Azure Clarity sect hadn't bothered to respond, and the Ghost Moon sect had read that silence as fear and gone around telling everyone that the Azure Clarity sect didn't dare break with them, and that the feud was one-sided wishful thinking on our part. And my sect master had let them for years on purpose, because a loud enemy who nobody takes seriously is an excellent thing to have if you'd like to be underestimated. Speak, said Koren. What is it? He hated timid people. On any other day, he'd have removed this one already for wasting his time. He was in a good mood, so he was giving him a chance to finish the sentence first. Sect master. This disciple is assigned to guard the soul lamps. Soul lamps? Not everybody in that sect had one. The sect master had one. The grand elders had one. And their sons. A soul lamp burns according to how well the man is doing. Bright, he's about to break through. Dim, he's hurt. Out, he isn't. Who's in trouble? Said Joren, and got up. This, reporting to sect master. It's the young sect master's lamp. It's gone out. The disciple discovered afterwards that his clothes were soaked through, which is a detail I only know because Joren's aura went off hard enough that half the mountain felt it, and the man was picked up off the floor by the front of his robe. What did you say? Whose lamp went out? Ah, yes, it's too little. He did not finish that sentence either, and he did not get up again. Damn it, said Joren to an empty hall. Who dares kill my son? He ran to the lamp pavilion himself and stood in front of a dead flame and checked it 3 times, because a dim lamp is a wounded boy, and a dim lamp can be fixed. It was not dim. My son, no matter who it is, your father will tear the murderer who killed you to pieces. And then he went out of that mountain range alone, without telling anybody, at full speed toward the Liuli dynasty. He knew where his son had gone. He'd been comfortable about it because his boy was King Sealing, late stage, and under 30, which is genuinely remarkable, and the strongest geniuses of the other major powers were not obviously better and were mostly older, so it's unlikely they did it. But who could it be? Or is it dangerous inside the secret realm? He flew for a very long way turning that over, and every version he came up with was an accident, because there was no version in his head where a boy had simply walked up to his son and removed him. Behind him, several elders who'd felt his aura go off came out of the mountain and chased him down the sky. And in front of him, 500 miles away, I was watching a restriction dissolve. The restriction here is getting weaker, I said, standing in front of the palace. It should dissipate soon. Yin Qianer came to stand beside me. The restrictions here are unlike anything I've ever seen. Which did not surprise me at all, because in that region, God Realm was almost a legend, and most people had never heard of the Holy Realm. This was left by someone stronger than God Realm, I said. Surpass God Realm? She said. My God, is that really true? And then she went red, because she'd said it out loud in front of me, at a volume that was not dignified. I looked at her sideways, and she caught the look and got redder. I should be fair here, she had reason. She had come into this secret realm and got nothing. The enlightenment tea, her one real chance, had been taken out of her hands by an anonymous person she suspected of being me and could not prove was me. After that, she'd been injured and had spent a week traveling with a man she was frightened of. Now there was a saint-grade opportunity in front of her and a very large stick standing next to her. She was not going to get any of it either. She could, however, use me as weather. And she was right about that, because after the man in red, nobody in that clearing was going to try anything with anybody while I was in it. Probably, I said, but I'm not sure. Oh, she said, having got herself back under control. But even if it's just God Realm, that's enough for us. Which is when I felt something on the back of my neck and turned around. Xie Ming was standing about 15 feet behind me, looking at the pair of us, and there was a great deal going on behind his face. I got the whole speech later, and it was this. Damn you, Yin Qianer. I saved your life and then looked after you, and you forgot about me the moment Lin Yuan appeared. And you, Lin Yuan, why do you always have to go against me? I liked Jiang Mei, and you got together with her not long after you joined the sect. I liked Yin Qianer, and we hadn't known each other long before you came along and took her. You deserve to die. Killing you wouldn't be enough. You just wait. Since I can't deal with you now, I'll target your family. And what I actually felt, standing there with my back to him, was a very brief edge of danger. That's all. Not a thought, not a word, just the thing a body does when something behind it means it harm. He jumped when I turned round, and then produced a smile. I smiled back and turned away. Interesting, I said, inside my head. I don't know what he's plotting. His hostility just went up like a struck match. Which settled the last question I had about him, and it settled it in a specific direction. Looks like my earlier decision was right. Take care of him in the secret realm. I was too hasty before. I shouldn't have ambushed him inside a secret realm with only 3 of us in it. It was too obvious. From now on, when I'm intercepting things in the central area, I need to be more careful. The people there are all quite powerful. Better to make a fortune quietly. Beside me, Yin Qianer had noticed the whole exchange and was extremely interested. What's wrong? Is there something special about Xie Ming? It's nothing, I said. I just noticed he was hostile toward me, so I turned around. Why? Do you two have some kind of grudge? And she asked it happily. That's the part I noticed. There wasn't really any direct grudge, I said. He had a thing for Mayor, then Mayor and I, you understand. Which was, technically, not a lie. There had never been a direct conflict between us. I had merely hit him in the head once and taken 2 of his opportunities and a storage ring. Oh, said Yin Qianer. I see. And her face fell. What, you seem disappointed? I am, actually, she said, and she thought about it before she answered, which she did not usually do. Because this kind of thing is very common. Hanbo and you were like that. There must be plenty of similar situations in the Azure Clarity sect. That's why I'm a little disappointed. It wasn't the story I imagined. There wasn't a single exciting moment. It was very ordinary. I did not believe one word of that. I'd watched her face when she asked. She had been hoping for something bigger. She wanted a reason for me and Xie Ming to be enemies, and if the reason had been good enough, she'd have wanted us to be the fatal kind. Which made no sense to me at the time, because the man was obviously in love with her, and a woman like that does not usually mind an extra devoted man in her collection. She had 4 of them at the tea tree, Is that so? I said, and smiled at her and let it go. I never did get the whole answer. The closest I came was this. Xie Ming was not like her other admirers. The others were pleasant and useless and knew their place. Xie Ming came at her like a dog off a chain, and she had spent a week alone in a forest with him, unable to fight, watching him look at her. She wanted him gone. She didn't have a way to say it out loud to a stranger, so she said she was disappointed the story wasn't exciting. A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea, I concluded, at the time, which is the standard thing men say when they have not been paying attention. A day and a night later, the restriction on the palace thinned to nothing and vanished, and nobody moved. Several hundred people stood in a clearing looking at an open door that had been sealed for an unknown number of wei. Thousands of years, and every one of them wanted somebody else to go first. Then, without arranging it, all of them turned and looked at me. So I walked up the steps, checked the doorway, found nothing wrong with it, and went in. Yin Qianer came straight after me. Xie Ming followed, because sticking to me was still the least bad option available to him. And the moment the three of us disappeared, the entire clearing went in behind us like water down a drain. 2 steps inside, everything I had stopped working. I felt it happen. My cultivation folded down and locked, and I stood there in a doorway holding the strength of a divine palace realm peak, which is what I'd been at 14. Everyone gets suppressed, everyone in the building, to exactly the same rank. Heh, I said. This kind of place, where cultivation gets suppressed, should be the protagonist's home turf. What a pity. Now I'm here. Yin Qianer arrived behind me and stopped dead. My cultivation is suppressed at Divine Palace Peak. She looked at me sideways, and then looked harder, because my aura was much stronger than it should have been for that rank, and was nonetheless plainly locked at it. Everyone's suppressed, she said, but that's a good thing for me. Then Xie Ming came in and felt absolutely nothing at all, because he was Divine Palace early stage and there was nothing to suppress. Which is a small detail worth holding on to for about an hour, because he did not hear that conversation, and nobody told him, and he spent the entire rest of that day operating on the assumption that I was walking around in there at Venerable Realm. We went in about 200 paces and hit a fork. 2 tunnels, both mouths full of gray fog, and above them characters in a script none of us could read, carrying enough weight that you could feel what they meant without knowing what they said. I feel like this passage holds my opportunity, said Yin Qianer, pointing right. That's really unfortunate, I said. I feel like mine's on the other one. I said it because I did not want to travel with her, and because I already knew from the system that both roads led to the same 2 things, and it did not matter which one I walked. Xie Ming said nothing at all, and stood there like a piece of furniture, and privately felt that his opportunity was on the left. Then we'll part ways for now, said Yin Qianer. Good luck. The moment she discovered that everything in there was equalized, her need for me had collapsed by about 90%, and I appreciated the speed of it. Okay, I said, and best of luck. She went right. I turned round and smiled at Xie Ming. It seems junior brother Xie chose the left road, like me. He said, and he came because for the opportunity he was willing to bite down and walk into a tunnel alone with a man who terrified him, and because of the following plan, which he had rehearsed. At worst, if we get the opportunity, we strike first. I still have God Realm forbidden artifacts. Even if he has the ones he stole from me, we're evenly matched, and that's enough for me to slip away. The routes here are complicated. The chances of escape are still quite high. I could not read his mind. I could read the shape of him, and I did not care. However excellent his forbidden artifacts were, they had been made by gods, and the palace in my storage space had been made 2 tiers above that. We walked into the tunnel side by side, both of us extremely polite. The tunnel was wide, bright, and empty. No formations, no traps. Both of us checked every inch of it out of professional paranoia and found nothing, which is exhausting in a way danger isn't. The only strange thing was the length. Divine thought was suppressed, so we had only our eyes, and our eyes could not find a wall. 2.5 hours of it, and then, finally, a different quality of light up ahead. Neither of us sped up, which is a piece of shared professionalism between 2 men who intended to murder each other. We had been carrying our nerves at full tension for 3 hours, and the exit was right there, and we both kept exactly the same pace, because the last 100 yards is where people die. Phew, said Xie Ming when we were through. Finally out. That was a really long walk. Then he looked around, and so did I. It was a chamber that could have held tens of thousands. I ignored all of it and went straight to a heap on the floor because the system had already put a mark on it. weapons, swords, spears, halberds, all of them broken and so old that the divinity had gone out of the materials themselves. They came apart when I touched them, like ash holding a shape. I put a hand over the pile and turned the whole thing to dust in one motion. And in the middle of it, one broken sword with ancient runes still legible along the blade. It came up into my hand, and I turned it over twice and could not find anything special about it. "That's it," I said. "That's the broken holy weapon. Put it away and try it another time." I sheathed it inside the sacred artifact palace and kept walking. Behind me, Xie Ming watched a man sweep an entire treasure hoard into powder, put one unremarkable broken sword in his pocket, and immediately walk on without looking at any of it. There were cabinets over there, bottles and jars on top of them, probably pills. Buildings further in. He wanted to go through all of it properly. But I was leaving, and if he stopped to loot, he would arrive at the good things after I'd already been through them, so he grabbed what he could carry and hurried after me, hating every step. He was extremely poor at that point in his life, on account of me, and could not afford to let anything go, which is the entire mechanism of what I do. I do not outfight these people. I make sure they certainly cannot afford to stop. Past the horde, another white light barrier. "What follows should be a completely different scene," I said, and walked into it. There was a great deal of white, and then a light so bright my eyes hurt, and when I opened them again, I was standing in a valley. At the far end of the valley, deep in it, there was a golden palace. "The cultivation technique is right there," said the system, and something in my chest went slightly wrong, and I did not listen to it, and I flew for the palace. Now, my cultivation was suppressed to Divine Palace Peak, but that is not slow, and after several minutes of flat-out flying, I noticed that the palace was exactly as far away as it had been when I started. "That's pretty weird," I said, slowing down. "Is there some kind of formation here? It seems close." It isn't. At my current speed, even flying for a month wouldn't get me there, and in a month the secret realm might close. So I searched. I quartered the entire valley looking for the trick, the transport array, the shortcut, the thing that would carry me over. Mountains, rocks, more mountains. And it took me an embarrassingly long time to arrive at the actual problem, which was not the distance. It was that I had not seen one other person. Hundreds of people had walked into that palace behind us. 2 roads. It is not possible for every single one of them to have taken the right-hand tunnel. So I sat down on the ground in the middle of a valley, closed my eyes, and stopped believing any of it. Runes came up around me and then went away, and I sat there completely motionless for an unknown length of time, and then I opened my eyes. "Hee," I said. "I still lack experience. They couldn't even see through such a simple illusion immediately." I was talking about myself. The valley was gone. The mountains were gone. The golden palace at the end of it had never existed. And here is the part that frightened me, and it is the most useful thing I learned that year. The system's guidance had been in there. The little arrow in my head that had never once been wrong, that had taken me to a pool and a tomb, and a tea tree and a flying boat, had pointed me at a palace that did not exist for hours, and I had followed it because I trusted it the way you trust your own hands. It was not the system. The illusion had produced it. The illusion had read what I relied on and served it back to me. I sat there for a moment with that. "This time I've learned a valuable lesson," I said. "We can't be so careless again." Then I looked at what was actually in the room. It was vast and empty. There were 6 round cushions on the floor, the flat kind you sit on, arranged in no particular pattern, and there was a low platform with a jade slip on it. And the system said, once again, in exactly the same voice as before, that the thing I wanted was over there. I did not move. I closed my eyes and put my primordial spirit out to its absolute limit and went over that room and over it again and over it a third time, checking for the seam. Then I opened my eyes. "Is it true?" I said. It felt a bit too unreal. Then I walked over, found no restriction on the platform, and picked up the jade slip. The platform vanished the instant I lifted it, like a candle going out. The cushions stayed. "According to the original storyline," I said to a room, "Xie Ming was supposed to get this, like this, right here." Then I sent a thread of divine thought into the slip, and the room went away. I came to in gray. Not a place, a condition. Chaos in every direction, and standing in front of me an enormous figure with its face obscured, and no runes anywhere on it, and no law around it at all. Just an ocean of blood force moving under the skin, and it was one of the most frightening things I have ever stood in front of, because there was nothing clever about it. I understood immediately what I was looking at. Not a cultivation technique, a body refining art, which was not what I had expected, and then a second later made perfect sense, because Xie Ming was a mortal body, and if you are going to hand a plain man a golden finger, you hand him the thing that fixes the plainness. Then, the giant turned transparent. I could see the runes on its bones. I could see the light inside its blood. And it began to recite something in a language that was extremely difficult to hold. And while it recited, it took its own body apart and rebuilt it. It started ordinary, genuinely ordinary. And then the runes came in and worked through the skeleton, and then the organs, and then everything moving inside it. I did two things at once, which is a thing I can do and most people can't. I memorized the scripture and I watched the body. And then, because I have never once been able to leave anything alone, I started copying it. Badly. Clumsily. With about 4% comprehension of a scripture I had heard once. And the law came for me. It came at me from all directions, every kind of rune at once, because the giant took all comers and did not discriminate. I discriminated. I took the space-time runes and only the space-time runes and let everything else go past me. And this is where the whole of my life to that point paid out at once. I had been building myself out of space-time since I was a child in this body, probably because of how I arrived in it. Every extreme limit I'd broken had laid more of it in. My physique had not been a mortal body for a long time, whatever the light screen said. It had also not been finished. It had been sitting at 90% of something for years, and I had not known what the last 10% was. This was it. This was exactly it. A scripture about how a living thing raises the level of what it's made of, arriving in the hands of a man who had done 9/10 of that by instinct and had no idea what to call it. I lost track of time entirely. When the giant finished and its body was back to what it had been when I first saw it, everything lurched and I was sitting on a floor in an empty hall with an empty hand. The jade slip had gone. Disposable, I said, you know. And then I noticed something and stopped talking. Could it be that what just happened wasn't only my divine thought? Was I actually pulled in there? I checked myself. The runes inside me were finer and stronger than they had been that morning. My physical body had gone up. Not a little. Measurably. I looked exactly like a man who had been tempered in that gray place, because I had been. This is a pleasant surprise, I said. I wonder what level that technique is, and what realm that giant was. At least Emperor realm, I decided, eventually. Because I had the Holy King's scriptures in my head from 3 days earlier, and I had just watched something that made them look like a primer. Whether it was a quasi-emperor or a great emperor, I could not tell, and it made no difference, because at my level, those two things are the same distance away, which is to say, all of it. Then I looked around the empty hall and had a genuinely unpleasant thought. How long have I been in there? Wait a minute. Could I have been so long working out the technique that everybody else came and went and the secret realm closed? I actually got up. A man who had just been handed an Emperor Realm body refining art stood up in a panic about being late. Then I checked the floor and the dust and confirmed that nobody had been in that room at all. Phew, I said. Thank goodness. Scaring yourself is one of those things. Then I turned round and looked at the 6 cushions. Now, they were plain. They looked like something you'd find in a village shrine. And I did not believe that for 1 second, because the platform had vanished the moment I took the slip, and these had not, and things that stay behind after the props have been struck are not props. Besides, everybody important likes this game. Ancient masters love hiding a mountain inside a stone. I had read 400 versions of it. So I picked one at random and sat on it. Nothing happened. No ethereal music, no golden lotus coming up out of the floor. I sat on a cushion in an empty hall, and it was exactly like sitting on a cushion in an empty hall. What are these for? I said. Decoration. This can't really be that bad. I put spiritual power into it. Nothing. I put divine thought into it. Nothing. I gave up, on the grounds that there was no exit anyway, and stayed sitting on it and went back to the body refining scripture, because that at least was working. And that is what I was doing several hours later when the second living thing arrived in that hall. Damn it, said a voice. This illusion has been trapping me for so long. Xie Ming, dusty and furious. Then he saw me and stopped. Lin Yuan. He was not surprised I got out first. He'd long since stopped being surprised by anything I did. What caught his attention was the cushion. Is there some secret behind those cushions? And there he is, sitting on one, looking extremely extraordinary. Could it be that they help you comprehend the Tao? If I had known what he was thinking at that moment, I would have told him, honestly and kindly, that he was overthinking it. The cushion may well be extraordinary. It has nothing to do with what I am doing on it. After all, if we don't sit here, are we supposed to sit on the ground? I opened my eyes. Junior Brother Xie, I said, warmly, you've arrived, and checked his page. Recent opportunity. After the futon is opened, you will obtain a secret technique of the Divine King realm upon it. Later, he killed his clansman brother in a duel and took the storage ring. Is that all? I thought. I had no interest in a Divine King's secret technique and even less in his cousin's storage ring. But it wasn't the size of the entries that struck me. It was the shape. Because this is the thing about the standard protagonist template. He gets the golden finger early, while he's weak and useless. The yin-yang source that would have made him a saint body. The flying boat with a spirit in it that would have been his encyclopedia. The body refining scripture from a giant in the gray. Those were the three. Those were his whole engine. I had all of them. And what was left on his page was a technique and a dead cousin's pocket money. The son of destiny is pretty much over, I said, silently, looking at a man who had just walked several hours through an illusion to reach me. He had broken the illusion, which is not nothing, and gone up to Divine Palace middle stage on the way. Senior Brother Lin, he said, and cupped his hands, and I could hear his teeth. Heh, I said, raising a hand to help him up. Junior Brother Xie, why are you being so polite? Heh, said Xie Ming. Senior Brother Lin, it's only right that a junior bows to you. And behind that, and I got this verbatim afterwards, damn it, no need to be polite. You really don't need to. You should have said so earlier. I already bowed, and you only pull this now. You just wait, you bastard. You like to laugh, don't you? When I get my chance, I'll make sure you never laugh again. I enjoyed that. Not the plan to kill him. That was arithmetic, and I'd have done it without pleasure. This part. Standing in an empty hall being called senior brother by a man who was screaming inside and answering him kindly. I discovered that year that I have a mean sense of humor, and this is where I found it. He went and inspected the cushions, and his face fell because they were ordinary, and he checked all 6 and got the same answer 6 times. That shouldn't be the case, he thought. If they were really that ordinary, why is Lin Yuan cultivating on one? Or does it activate when you cultivate on it? Yes, that should be it. And he sat down on a cushion and started cultivating with tremendous seriousness. And I sat there watching him do that and got, I admit, slightly worried. Was his one useful? Or did his status as a son of destiny kick in and open the thing early? Is he over there comprehending a divine king divine ability right now while I sit on a rug? Meanwhile, 4 feet away, Xie Ming had arrived at his own crisis. What's wrong? It's not working. Cultivating doesn't do anything on this. But Lin Yuan clearly did it. Am I doing it wrong? Should I ask him? But even if I ask, he won't tell me. So there were 2 men in an empty hall, sitting on cushions, both pretending to cultivate, both entirely occupied with wondering how to open the cushions, and neither of them willing to say so. That went on for hours. Then people started arriving. Ha 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 ha, said a voice you could have heard through a wall. Damn illusion. You actually think you can trap me. Dream on. Qifeng, red hair, extremely pleased with himself, walking in and completely ignoring Xie Ming. He looked straight at me instead, and there was fear in it, and there was something else that I had not expected, which was appetite. Because out in the world, he was nothing to me. Inside this hall, everybody was Divine Palace Peak, and Qifeng, who is a lot of things but is not a coward, had spent his walk through the illusion working out that this was the only chance he would ever get. Lin Yuan, he said, we are all here, and a young man in blue robes came out of the empty air behind him without a sound. Lin Yuan, Qifeng, Yang Yi, you came pretty fast, said Qifeng instantly. Where's your white moonlight? Did you lose her? You, said Yang Yi. I'll deal with you later. And then he turned and looked at me, and what was on his face was not hatred. He had been a prodigy his entire life, and a young man had removed him in front of a crowd with one hand, twice now, if you count the tea tree. He was a sword cultivator, and here is what nobody outside that discipline understands. That palm hadn't only hit his body. Something in the middle of him that he needed in order to hold a sword had gone quiet, and it had been getting quieter every day since. He had privately decided that this was simply his life now, and that he'd be a cripple in every way that counted, and that he had about 40 years of it to get through. And then the world had put him in a room where cultivation was equalized, with me in it. If I can defeat him, he was thinking, I can rebuild my sword. And at the same time, once Qingxue finds out, she'll look at me differently. Maybe then the two of us could. And his mouth turned up at the corners, in an empty stone hall, in front of everybody, which is the single most human thing anybody does in this story. Everyone stared at him. Shifeng, who has known him for a decade, worked out exactly what was going on and shut up and stepped back and let him have it. Because Shifeng also wanted a piece of me and wanted it badly, and he stood down anyway because his oldest enemy needed this more. I thought about that a lot. Those two were the only people in that palace who behaved well. Yang Yi straightened up and looked at me and said each word separately. Brother Lin, I would like to ask you for some more advice. Want to ask me something? I said, getting up off my cushion. Sure, if you're not afraid, come on over. I happen to have some time. I did not dislike him. I also had no good opinion of him and no intention of being gentle, and the only reason I wasn't planning to remove him permanently was that I was in a good mood. Thank you very much, Brother Lin. He stepped forward, and his sword intent went up into the ceiling, and Qifeng and Xiaming both got out of the way. And then everybody else arrived at once. Princess Qingxue, Yin Qian'er, Wang Tiantian, about 100 more, appearing all over the hall in a single moment, as though somebody had emptied a bucket. Oh my god, so that was an illusion. Where is this? Yang Yi. Lin Yuan. What are they doing? Is another fight about to break out? But Yang Yi is no match for him, is he? That's not necessarily true. Right now, everyone's been suppressed at Divine Palace Peak. At the same rank, he might not lose. Pshaw. I still think Lin Yuan. He's young, talented, and handsome. Yang Yi turned his head and looked at Princess Qingxue for slightly too long, and then made himself stop looking. The illusion's lost its grip, I thought, watching 100 people arrive who mostly did not know they'd been in one. Interesting. Then I stopped caring, because I already had what I came for. Brother Lin, please offer your guidance. Okay, I said, and raised my hand, palm up. You can begin, which needs explaining. I let him go first on purpose, and the reason was not chivalry. If I move first, it's over. That's not a boast, it's a description. He had finally got his courage and his one fair chance in the same room, and if I took it off him in the first quarter second, he'd have nothing at all, not even the story. How can it be sold out in seconds? I thought. That's so unfair. I could afford it, obviously. If it had been anybody dangerous, I'd have opened with an ambush and no announcement. I have no principles whatsoever about that. The crowd, meanwhile, decided I was being arrogant. Damn, his opponent is Yang Yi, and he's this dismissive? So what if we underestimate them? Why take a defeated opponent seriously? You can't say that. This isn't the outside world. Everyone's equalized here. Give me a break. Even at the same rank, I favor Lin Yuan. That's right, young Master Lin is the strongest. Of course, Yang Yi only brought shame on himself. He heard all of it. He did not care, because there was exactly one person in that hall whose opinion he wanted, and she was standing at the back, not looking at him. He took a long time. He adjusted his condition until every part of him was as good as it was going to get, and only then did he move. Divine sword technique. The runes filled the room. The sword light came off the blade sharp enough to open a sky, and it was a considerably better version of the move than he had. Shown me at the banquet. He was frightened, and he was desperate, and it had made him better. Pretty good, I said. That's already a threat to a Marquise realm. And I raised my right hand and did the same thing I always do. Silver palm, spiritual energy, and runes. No divine ability. At Divine Palace Peak, against Yang Yi, a basic attack was more than enough, and I want you to understand that I was not being cruel by choosing it. I was being accurate. Everybody in that hall thought I'd got careless. Sigh. Lin Yuan underestimated his opponent too much. Yeah, he didn't even use a divine ability. Still too young. You haven't had a real beating. Don't you know a lion uses all its strength to hunt a rabbit? Shut up. Who said young Master Lin is bound to lose? That's right. For young Master Lin, this one blow is enough. What do you women know? What? You look down on us? No, that's not what I meant. And in the crowd, Yin Qianer watched me choose a plain palm and did not think it was careless for 1 second, because she had seen me do this before and had drawn the correct conclusion, which is that I never do anything without a reason, and I never let an opportunity go for fun. Princess Qingxue thought the exact opposite. She thought my talent was remarkable and my judgment was poor, and that a man who looks down on Yang Yi in a room where everybody is equal clearly doesn't understand his own situation. She had now been wrong about me 4 times. The 2 attacks met, the sword light broke like a stone kicked off a road, and the palm did not slow down at all, and Yang Yi stood there for a fraction of a second with an expression I have never forgotten, because it was not fear, it was recognition. He'd seen this exact picture before, and he was watching it happen again. Our cultivation is the same now, he was thinking, and it's the same. I don't believe I can lose to you. And he started swinging, wildly, wave after wave of sword energy, and every one of them was worse than the first, because his mind had gone, and you cannot cut anything with a mind like that. The palm went through all of it and put him into a mountain peak, and the peak came apart, and rocks went everywhere. The entire hall made a noise like a drawn breath. Holy crap, am I seeing things? Lin Yuan defeated Yang Yi with 1 ordinary strike. And Princess Qingxue stood at the back of that crowd with her face burning because she'd been wrong again, and nobody knew, and it did not help at all. Chu Feng's eyes had gone very wide, and he swallowed, and his personal reckoning was this. He wasn't even using his full strength, which means what he's actually got is much more than what I just saw. How can 2 divine palace realms be that far apart? Has he reached the extreme? Chu Feng had never broken an extreme limit and did not know what one felt like from the outside. It was the only explanation available, and it was correct. Xie Ming was doing sums of his own, and they came out in a way that ruined his week. He's actually that strong. It seems that whether the realm is suppressed or not, I'm no match for him. If you want revenge, wait until you get out of here and target his family. Which is the 2nd time he thought that, and I still didn't know he was thinking it, and it is worth remembering when we get to the end of him. And then the cushions woke up. It came off all 6 at once, a rhythm rather than a sound, and every head in that hall turned. I was standing next to mine and felt it clearly, and I knew what it was because I'd tasted it a month before in a cave with a tea leaf under my tongue. It wasn't only a technique in there, it was comprehension. The thing that makes you understand. The hall went off like a dropped lamp. Go for it. Charge. This is mine. Nobody can take it from me. Get out of the way. This one's mine. I sat down. That's it. That's the whole of my strategy for the next hour. I sat down on the cushion I was already standing next to, folded my hands, and watched several hundred people try to kill each other over 5 pieces of furniture. Nobody came near me. Not one person. Yang Yi, the strongest sword in the room, had been removed with a casual palm 10 minutes earlier in front of all of them, and that palm bought me an entire hour of peace on a rug. It got bad in there. I won't dress it up. People died over those cushions. I watched Xie Ming give up on his argument with his cousin the instant the cushions lit and go for one at a dead sprint and get intercepted by an enormous bearded man who told him to get out of the way and get past him by simply moving faster than a man of that size expects. "Hey kid," said the bearded man to empty air, "say something. Where did they go?" And stood there, scratching his head, entirely alone in the middle of a battle. "Haha," I said out loud. "It's amazing that a simpleton like that survived this long." Then my eye went sideways and found something better. Yin Qianer had a cushion. She was sitting on it. Arranged in a ring around her were 4 or 5 young men in a very bad way, holding off everyone who came near. She had not thrown one attack. "Sigh," I said. "There are so many simps." And Princess Qingxue had the same arrangement, except hers was worse, because hers was Yang Yi. He had been put through a mountain 20 minutes earlier. He should not have been standing, and he was out in front of her cushion with a 3-foot sword, cutting down everyone who came, over and over, refusing to fall over, and after a while the crowd simply stopped trying, because there is no treasure worth dealing with a man in that state. "The power of love," I said, watching him, "is truly incomprehensible." Feng took one by intimidation, roaring, blade light going out in every direction until enough people had reconsidered their priorities. Opportunity is important, said somebody, but life is more important, and once one man quits, they all quit. Wang Tiantian took one on pure speed, arriving from 3 different directions in a row until everybody near it gave up on the geometry. 4 gone, then 5, 1 left, and the last one came down to 2 people, Xie Ming and a dignified man in yellow at Divine Palace Peak. Xie Ming was 2 small realms below him. He hit him once, and the man in yellow went back 3 steps with his face gray and his finger out and nothing to say. Humph, said Xie Ming, hands behind his back, radiating so much satisfaction it was visible from where I sat. What do you mean, you? Hurry up and get out of my way. I might spare your life, otherwise. And inside, what a perfect display of power. Suppressing 2 low realms in a fight. Is that something an ordinary person could do? Honestly, the hall was impressed. A nobody had heard of, punching 2 realms above himself is genuinely rare. And one man watching him was not impressed at all. He was terrified. Xie Ming's cousin, the one from the page. The 2 of them had hated each other since they were children, and it had always run in one direction. Xie Ming had been useless for 20 years, not because he couldn't cultivate, but because he cultivated so slowly it looked like the same thing, and Xie Hu had spent 2 decades making sure he knew it. If Xie Ming's father hadn't been the head of that family, Xie Hu would have solved the problem permanently years ago, which is why Xie Ming hated Xie Hu considerably more than he hated me. And now Xie Hu was standing at the edge of that hall, watching the family joke punch upward 2 realms and doing the following arithmetic. This good-for-nothing has actually started to show promise. If Xie Ming's strength passes mine, I'm in for a rough time. Now is the best opportunity. But he's too strong right now. He hovered. He genuinely could not decide. And I sat on a cushion 20 feet away and watched him not decide, and put the pieces together, and the next part is the worst thing I did that year. I thought, this guy seems to have some ideas. Then let me lend you a hand. After all, I'm the kind of person who just loves helping others. My original plan had been to wait until this was over, get Xie Ming somewhere quiet, and do it myself. But somebody else was willing. I had come into that secret realm with a witness for exactly this reason, and here was something better than a witness. Here was a culprit. Out in the middle of the floor, Xie Ming and the man in yellow were still at it, and it was going Xie Ming's way, and the man in yellow had a mouth on him. Kid, you may have some skill, but your talk is a bit too arrogant. You're too weak. What's wrong with being arrogant toward you? All right, enough. If you don't want to die, shut up. Great Sun God Fist. Golden Fist. They collided in the air and half the mountains in the illusion flattened, and Xie Ming was winning. Comfortably. He was going to have that cushion in about 90 seconds. So I hit him. Not visibly. My cultivation was suppressed like everyone's, but my understanding of space-time was not suppressed, and a strike placed inside a clash between 2 divine abilities from a man who can put his hand where the space is thinnest does not register as a third party. It registers as the other guy hitting harder than expected. Xie Ming's technique broke. He went backwards. And that was the small part. The real part was that while I did it, I put a large amount of my own spiritual energy inside him. It doesn't do anything by itself. It sits there. It only matters when he next circulates his own power, and then it fights him. And every time he pulls on his own strength, something in him tears. Not fatal, just enough. Everyone in that hall watched a man who had been winning suddenly stop winning and started guessing. Holy crap, what's going on? How come it suddenly stopped working? Could he have used a secret technique to boost his combat power? And now the time is up. Hey, that makes sense. If so, then that technique, you mean, who wouldn't be tempted? But how could it be our turn? There's still a great deity here, and every single one of them glanced sideways at me. I ignored them. They didn't know what was going on. I did. There's no secret technique. I just moved in secret. Xie Ming came out of the rubble, wiped his mouth, and looked at the man in yellow with the contempt gone. He knew. That's the part that always gets me. He knew immediately. He put his divine thought out and found nothing, and he still knew. Because he had fought that man for 20 minutes and understood exactly what he was capable of, and what had just landed was not it. Someone else was making a move at the same time. His face went serious, and he started planning his exit. And then he decided to stay a bit longer, because he was unwilling, because the cushion was right there. Meanwhile, the man in yellow, who understood none of this, got his confidence back and started talking. Kid, you know how powerful I am now, don't you? If you know what's good for you, get lost. Hey kid, what are you standing there thinking about? I'm talking to you. Get out of here right now. Xie Ming was not listening. Xie Ming was watching every direction at once for the second strike, but the man would not stop talking, and eventually it got through. Humph, I was careless just now. Can't you see the difference in strength between us? How dare you be smug when you've been getting beaten the whole time? If I were being hit like you, I'd be too ashamed to show my face in public. I wouldn't be shameless enough to keep spouting nonsense. Which is, credit where it is due, a genuinely excellent piece of work from a man who was quietly bleeding on the inside. The man in yellow's face went dark, and he came in swinging. And they fought again, and this time Xie Ming was fighting with a third of his attention on the room and something wrong in his chest, and it started showing. He went pale, red at the corner of his mouth. The crowd noticed the change and drew the obvious conclusion, which was that the secret technique had worn off, and he was now simply outmatched. Xiehu noticed too, and Xiehu's hesitation evaporated, and he concealed himself and started moving in. Several people saw him do it. Shifeng saw him, Wang Tiantian saw him, Princess Qingxue saw him, and she had thought well of Xie Ming half an hour earlier and had since revised the opinion downward, so she said nothing. Not one of them warned him. It wasn't their business. And I did the last piece. I put out a thread of my own power and helped Xiehu hide. So a man with no particular gift for concealment crossed an open floor toward his own cousin, past 4 people who could have stopped him and chose not to, and past one who was actively assisting. Xie Ming did not sense him at all. He couldn't. His spiritual energy wasn't circulating properly, and it hurt when he pushed it, and he was already struggling with what was in front of him. Kid, weren't you quite the talker? Why are you so quiet? What, it's not working anymore? Damn it, roared Xie Ming. Can't you shut your mouth when you're fighting? He broke off the exchange and turned to make distance, and a figure was standing behind him. Hee, said Xiehu softly. Little brother, wouldn't it be better if you just stayed a good-for-nothing? I think it's a good thing. At least that way you keep your life. A golden sword came into his hand, and he did not hesitate for 1 second. And I will say this for Xiehu. He was the only person in that entire hall who did exactly what he intended to do without dressing it up. The sword light went out. Who? Said Xie Ming, and his scalp went cold, and he tried to move. Half a step too late. The runes around him broke, and he came off his feet and went across the hall. And here is where the world arranged something so neat that I could not have improved on it. He flew directly at me. From his side, it looked like this, and it is the only part of this I would take back. He is in the air, badly hurt, his cousin behind him with a sword, and he is about to land at the feet of the one man in that hall who could stop all of it with a gesture, a senior brother of his own sect who has been calling him junior brother for 2 weeks. I raised my hand. I caught him with a cushion of spiritual energy, exactly as a considerate senior brother would. The catch was hard enough to hurt him again. Junior brother Xie, I said, gently, smiling. How are you? Are you all right? He got a word out. He said he was fine and asked me to put him down. He stood there in front of me holding his chest, going gray, and looked past me at his cousin, and I turned and looked too, and then I asked, in a voice of complete innocence, the question that killed him. Who are you? How dare you launch such a despicable sneak attack on a disciple of my Azure Clarity sect? Xiehu had been floating there enormously pleased with himself, and my voice took all of it off him at once. He came straight down out of the air and bowed so low his hair touched his knees. Young Master Lin, actually, I'm Xie Ming's cousin. Xie Ming is a traitor to our Xie family, which is why I couldn't help but take action just now. I was unaware he'd joined the Azure Clarity sect. Please forgive my oversight. He had not been home in years and genuinely hadn't known. If he had, he'd never have swung that sword within a mile of me. I turned back to Xie Ming. Junior brother Xie, is he your cousin? Yes, said Xie Ming, but... And the exact moment happened on his face, and everybody in that hall watched it. He had been hurt, ambushed, and abandoned, and then a hand had come out of the air and caught him, and a familiar voice had asked, who dared? For about 4 seconds, Xie Ming, who hated me more than he hated almost anything, felt something like gratitude. I waved my hand and cut him off. I see, I said, apologetically. Since you are of the same clan, then this is your family matter. As an outsider, it's really inappropriate for me to interfere. I gave a man hope and then took it away, on purpose, in public, and I did it because the hope made the rest of it look natural. His face went through several things and settled on none of them. Young Master Lin is wise, said Xiehu immediately, because he could not believe his luck. Xie Ming is indeed a traitor to our Xie family. He's a double dealer, capable of anything, a truly despicable person. And the hall, which had known none of these people 20 minutes earlier, turned on him instantly. So he's a traitor to his family. What good is talent in someone like that? Exactly. If even family can be betrayed, what can't be? Heh, what a scoundrel. Shameful. None of them had a reason to believe Xiehu. They believed him because he was standing, and Xie Ming was not. Junior brother Xie, I said, sorry. There's nothing we can do to help. However, I still believe in you. I don't think you'd be a traitor. Come on. Then I went back to my cushion and sat down to watch. Hey, said Yin Shanner, leaning over. Are you really not going to take care of your junior brother? He's not doing so well right now. Although they're both disciples of the Azure Clarity sect, I said, they are, after all, of the same blood. I won't get involved in household chores. It isn't appropriate. That's true, she said, and nodded gently, and was extremely happy. Out on the floor, Xiehu had got into character. Little brother, I'm sorry. For the sake of the family, I, as the older brother, we had no choice but to put aside our own ties for the greater good. Xiehu, said Xie Ming, do you have any shame? When did I betray the family? Don't throw accusations at me, alas, Yang Di. There's no use making excuses. But don't worry, I'll find a way to clear your name after you die. Heh, I said out loud. This guy's got some talent. Clearing his name after death. That's a promising idea. Yin Shanner covered her face and laughed. Brother Yang, go in peace, your wife and I. Oh, I almost forgot. You don't seem to have a wife. Sigh. That's really a bit of a pity. All right, that's enough said, Yang Di. Let's get going. The sword came out, and the runes came up, and frost sword technique went across that hall like a winter arriving all at once. Xie Ming answered it with everything he had left, and everything he had left was not much, because the spiritual energy in him wasn't running, and every time he forced it, something inside him gave. The sword light went through his technique and reached him. He could not stand up after that. He swayed on his feet, and Xiehu walked over with the sword to finish it, and said, with no expression at all, Rest in peace. Heh, said Xie Ming, and smiled, and it was not a good smile. Killing me won't be that easy. Ah, Xiehu, you'll be buried with me too. And his whole aura changed, and came back, and went past where it had been at his best. He burned his life force. That's what that technique is. You spend what's left of your years all at once, and for a few seconds, you are several times the man you were, and afterwards there is no afterwards. He was already finished. He had decided to take his cousin with him. Blazing holy fist. You. Xiehu had been perfectly relaxed, and now had about half a second and nowhere to go. Humph, a death throw. He swung anyway, and this time the sword light did not break the fist. The fist broke the sword light. Everything went white, and the dust came up over both of them, and the last few peaks left standing in that illusion flattened. Wow, I didn't expect him to have that up his sleeve. I knew all along Xie Ming would have a combat boost. Exactly. Since we can't escape anyway, might as well take someone down with us. That said, it's still too harsh. It's just dogs fighting. Neither of these Xie family men are good people. That makes sense. When the dust cleared, there were two men on the ground. One of them was going to get up eventually, with his foundation ruined and no future worth the word. And the other one was Xie Ming, lying there, barely there, still talking. Xiehu, you think you can fight me. I'll beat you to a pulp. If not kill you, then cripple you. Muttering it at the ceiling, and then he turned his head. I don't know how he managed it. Some last piece of him worked, and he turned his head and found me through the settling dust and looked at me, and I gave him the same smile I've been giving him for 2 weeks. I am not, will accept this. And his head went over. I put my divine thought on him. There was still a thread of life in there, a real one. I said, as expected of a son of destiny, his vitality is really tenacious. If nobody had touched him, he would most likely have lived. He might even have turned it into the making of him, because that's how it works for them. Broken at the bottom and then up. Somebody touched him. I pointed one finger and put a very small amount of spiritual energy into him, and the thread went out. And a bright, cheerful voice spoke up inside my head. Congratulations, host, on becoming the first killing intent child. You have been awarded a random treasure chest. A plain square box appeared in front of me. I put it into the system space without opening it. There is a version of this where I make it clean. I'm not going to. He was going to grow. He had 2 purple destinies and a cultivation curve going almost straight up, and he had told himself several times over that when he couldn't reach me, he would go for my family instead. And my family was an old man in a border town with a bad heart and no protection at all. I would have killed him for that alone. But that's not why I got up early. I got up early because I read on a light screen that he was going to find a flying boat, and I wanted the boat. Everything after that was administration. The man in yellow, who had spent that entire episode being shouted at and had contributed nothing, looked around, discovered that the last cushion was now unoccupied, and sat down on it very quickly while trying not to look pleased. Then all 6 of us sat there, and nothing happened, and the crowd began to feel cheated. It went on long enough that people started muttering, and then all 6 cushions lit gold at once, threw up a shell around each of us, and the thing I had felt earlier came back about 10 times heavier. Every one of us went straight into enlightenment, not gently, like being pulled under. Here's mine. I was standing in an endless void with a blurred figure in front of me. I could not tell you if it was a man or a woman. It raised one palm and runes came out of it, hundreds, thousands, and arranged themselves in an order that was so obviously correct that it hurt to look at, and I did not understand 1% of it. So I memorized all of it instead, on the grounds that I could work it out later, over about 40 years. Then the figure looked at its own hand. Then it looked at me. And it slapped me. That palm changed what I thought was possible. It came down, and everything it passed through stopped existing, not violently, just simply and completely, including the void itself. And as it came, it got bigger in my eyes until I could see the individual lines on it, and there were suns and moons turning between the fingers, and inside the palm I could see worlds being born and then not being there anymore. Under a hand like that, wrecking a universe is a small piece of housework. The grade of this technique is definitely not low, I thought, in the tone of a man watching a mountain fall on him. And I did the only thing available, which was refuse. Space-time runes came out of me in every direction, and I stopped time from moving and pinned the space I was standing in, which did approximately nothing, but it did take some of the weight off, and I have never been more proud of a failure. Then I brought my own palm up, covering Starhand, the blue one, the one I'd taken from a dead god's tomb, which I had since rebuilt with space-time runes until it was several times what it had been, and which was, by that point, the hardest single thing I could do. It broke immediately, and I could not move. Not the way you can't move in a dream. I stood in a collapsing void, watching a hand come down on me, and had no options at all. It landed. There was no pain. There was just dark. And then I was sitting on a cushion in a stone hall with 5 other people sitting on cushions, and the whole thing had happened in the time it takes to blink. I closed my eyes again and went back through it, and kept going back through it, for 3 days and 3 nights, and at the end of that I had roughly the outline of what I had been shown, which was a divine ability with no name attached to it. So I named it myself, Palm of the Universe, which is showing off, and which I have never regretted, because if you get handed a technique that turns stars in its fingers, you do not call it third palm form. Outside the shells, the 100 or so people who had not got a cushion sat around for 3 days, getting steadily angrier. Damn it, there's nothing here but cushions. They're cultivating, and we're just sitting here. There's no way out. Sigh. Let's just wait. What else can we do? Exactly. It's not like we haven't looked. Then the gold began to fade, and they cheered up, on the theory that a finished ceremony means an open door. I came out of mine last and got to my feet. That's no ordinary character, I said to nobody. I wonder which realm made that. Because the more of it I understood, the more clearly I could see the parts I did not, and the runes and the law in it were so far past me that I had only started. Princess Qingshui was walking over. Young Master Lin, I. And then the whole hall was expelled at once, not thrown, deleted from the room, all of us, in the same instant, and I came back into the world standing in midair outside a palace in the middle of a secret realm with the sun on my face. They just sent me out like that, I said. Was there nothing else inside? Then I decided not to be greedy, because I had walked into that building with nothing, and walked out with a broken sacred artifact sword, an Emperor Realm body refining art, and a palm that turns stars. Behind me, the whole palace shook once and sank into the ground and was gone. It seems to be over, I said, and folded into the void, which left several hundred people standing in a field. What the heck? They just walked out like that. And the hall's gone too. Damn, I actually got everything in there. Who isn't like that? I haven't gained anything either. What a ripoff. Qingshui, said Yang Yi, watching her turn in a slow circle. What are you looking for? She did not answer him. She scanned that whole field and did not find me. And then she glanced at the man who had held a cushion for her while barely able to stand and said nothing at all, because after watching me twice, she had entirely lost interest in Yang Yi. And this is the part I actually feel something about. She had not gone off him because he was weak. She'd gone off him because he was no longer useful. She needed a fighter for the refinement pool, and he could no longer do it, and I could. And I'd said no more than once, and she knew the chances of me saying yes now were essentially nothing. She thought about that banquet every day for a month afterwards. I wonder how Mayer's doing, I said, drifting through the void with a treasure chest I hadn't opened and a palm I couldn't use properly. The legacy should be finished by now. She was in a golden hall on the far side of the world, and she had been there since the moment we arrived. She'd been pulled. That's what her page said, and that's what happened. A subtle force took hold of her at the entrance and walked her into a legacy left by a fire spirit saint body powerhouse, and because she was a fire spirit saint body herself, there were no trials at all. The remnant thought inside it simply woke up and let her in. It gave her the ancestors' cultivation scriptures, and then it used the treasures in that hall to rebuild her foundation, which is a thing you cannot buy, and it did it for free because to something like that, she was family. She spent the whole time in enlightenment and had no idea how long it had been. I wonder how much time has passed and how Yuan is doing. Although with Yuan's strength, nobody in this secret realm should be able to threaten him. What? Said a voice like smoke. Are you worried about your little man? Don't worry, there's no danger here unless he's really weak. Yuan's strength is not weak, said Jiang Mei, turning round. It can even be said to be unrealistically strong. He's the strongest person I've ever seen. Even so, I'm still a little worried, or rather concerned. It's the bond between lovers. Can Senior understand that? And the remnant of an ancient saint body stood there in silence, with an expression of absolute exhaustion, thinking, when I was young, I had plenty of suitors, and I never had a companion. How would I know about all this nonsense? Of course I know all this, she said out loud. But is your little man really as outstanding as you say? Of course, said Jiang Mei. Yuan is the most outstanding prodigy there is. Well, said the remnant, and privately wished she had never asked. Then she told her the secret realm was closing, and that she herself was a fragment left behind for one purpose, that the purpose was complete, and that she was going out now, and that there was nothing to be sad about. Jiang Mei, who had known her for what felt like a week and had been taught by her like an older sister, stood there and could not think of anything to say. All right, go. Perhaps you and I will meet again. Go and find your little man. And she waved her hand and put her outside before she could answer, and the hall came apart like a bubble. Jiang Mei stood in a field looking at a place where a building had been. The real one, she said. Can a cultivator live that long? And then shook her head and smiled at herself, because she knew perfectly well that whatever era that woman came from, that woman had been dead for a very long time, and had said it to be kind. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, in the fields beyond Luli Royal City, two armies were standing about 400 yards apart, pretending not to look at each other. One of them was the lord of the glazed tile dynasty, with 5 or 6 of his people, which is not many, but was more than enough. The other one was the Ghost Moon sect. Zhou had arrived days ago and had been waiting at the entrance ever since, and the elders who'd chased him out of the mountain had caught up and been told what had happened. He'd let them stay because his son had died in there, and whoever had done it was almost certainly from one of the other major powers, and those people do not hand their prodigies over politely. The dynasty's lord had come out personally the moment he heard the Ghost Moon sect had turned up at his border with that much killing intent, because a mess like that inside his territory is a mess with his name on it. Your Majesty, said one of his people, quietly, the Ghost Moon sect master seems to have ill intentions. Yes, I can see that. He rushed here in a panic. I wonder what's wrong. Keep a close eye on things. I can't control what happens elsewhere. We can't let them get carried away inside the Liu Li dynasty. And then he stood there, working through the possibilities, and eventually got to the right one. That killing intent is acting a bit strange. Wait, killing intent? I heard the Ghost Moon sect master has a son. Under 30. Could something have happened to him in the secret realm? Over on the other side, Zhou Ren's elders had spent the wait squabbling with each other about who would be the most useful at avenging a boy none of them had met. Sect master, rest assured, whoever dares kill anyone of my Ghost Moon sect, I will make them wish they were dead. Yes, sect master, when we see the murderer, I'll capture him for you. Go away, you're everywhere. Sect master, I. And Zhou Ren, who was in the worst week of his life, turned around and roared at them until they shut up. What kind of behavior is this, making such a racket? Keep a close eye on them. Don't let anyone go until the murderer is found. Understand? Understood, sect master. He turned back, and a small voice behind him said the only sensible thing said on that field all day. Sect master. All the major factions sent disciples into this secret realm. Wouldn't it be inappropriate to stop them all at once? It would offend people. And the other elders looked at each other and agreed that this was true. It's nothing, said Zhou Ren without turning round. They're not being harmed, just asked to stay a while. The forces behind them wouldn't make a fuss over something so trivial. Besides, with me here, what are you afraid of? And the thing every one of those elders heard anyway was that he did not care if it started a war, because he had exactly one son, and now he had none. When people finally started coming out, the elders went and stopped them, and let their aura off, and for a moment, the sun and the moon went dim over that field, and several thousand people found themselves unable to move. Who is it? Who are you? What do you want? Damn, who is this, acting so arrogantly? I am a disciple of the Divine Sword sect. What do you want? The loose cultivators shut up and shook. The big sect disciples, who had elders of their own, did not shut up at all, and got extremely rude. One of the Ghost Moon elders had to walk out and be diplomatic, which he did not enjoy. Young talents, please calm down. We mean no harm. I am an elder of the Ghost Moon sect. We need to investigate something, and we ask for your cooperation. I promise that as long as everyone cooperates, we will absolutely not harm you. Nobody believed him, and nobody needed to, because the entire field could do the same arithmetic. There were disciples of a dozen powers standing in it. If the Ghost Moon sect genuinely offended all of them at once, the Ghost Moon sect could close down. So it turned into a standoff with a lot of shouting in it, which went on for some time. Then Zhou Ren walked out to the front. Quiet. I am Ghost Moon sect master Zhou Ke. My son, Zhou Kai, perished inside the secret realm. Does anyone know what happened? His aura went across that field once, briefly, and for a second every person standing on it felt an ancient mountain land on their back. And then everybody remembered what he'd said, and got a great deal more interested, because the son of a sect master had died in there, and nobody had a story for it. What's going on? Isn't it too dangerous inside? Yes, if you are careful, the survival rate is quite high. How did Zhou Kai die? And a number of people in that crowd knew exactly how, and looked at each other, and said absolutely nothing. That was not loyalty. Not one of those people liked me. They had all watched a sect master's son reduced to nothing in one motion, and every one of them had participated not to be the man who put my name in Zhou Ren's mouth. So they kept their faces still and their eyes moving, and Zhou Ren's divine thought went across all of them and noticed exactly that. He was about to start picking people out, and then several streaks of light came out of the entrance behind him, and Yang Yi and Qi Feng and Yin Qianer arrived, and every disciple on that field promptly ran to their own faction's senior to complain. Senior Brother Guo, the Ghost Moon sect stopped us and won't let us leave. Senior Brother Qi Feng, a member of the Ghost Moon sect. Young miss, it's like this. Princess Qingshu came out and found her father standing there, which she had not expected at all. Qingshu, he said quietly, helping her up out of her bow. Do you know anything about Zhou Kai? Zhou Kai, she said, and had no idea who that was. The Ghost Moon sect master's son. Have you seen this person inside? Ghost Moon sect. Oh, it was him. She had never learned the name. She had absolutely no trouble remembering the outfit, and she looked across the field at Zhou Ren and worked out in 1 second why every powerful person within 100 miles was standing in a field, and then she told her father everything. And at that exact moment, 2 more streaks of light came out of the entrance. Are there still people inside? Who is it? A man in white and a woman in red. It has been described to me a great many times, and every version is worse than the last. He was in white, handsome, otherworldly, like a banished immortal. She was in a crimson dress with a face that had been finished by hand and a figure that made men forget their own names. Standing together, they were so aggressively well matched that several hundred people simply stopped what they were doing. Mayor, I said, and she was across that gap and into me before I finished the word. I got a hand on her back and swallowed whatever I'd been going to say next. Wow, this is overflowing. Why isn't it me in young Master Lin's arms? Burp. I'm full. How about you lot? Oh, my goddess. Zhou Ren glanced at us once and looked away immediately because he had no interest whatsoever in romantic matters. By now, everyone in the secret realm should have come out. I'll ask one more time. How did my son, Zhou Kai, die? And the field went quiet, and people started saying they didn't know, and a few said nothing at all and looked at us. I had not been paying attention to any of it because I had my arms full. I turned my head and looked at the man doing the shouting, middle-aged, gray, and the resemblance was unmistakable. And the aura had the same flavor, and it took me about 4 seconds. Mayor, I said, into her hair. Hold me for a moment. Someone's looking for me. She said, and let go, and stood back. Little brother, who's looking for you? And what do you mean, hold you? It's not like I really want to hold you. You're dreaming. You won't get to hold me later. I want to hold you, right? I said, and pinched her cheek. As for who's looking for me, that uncle over there, and I turned around and pointed at the Ghost Moon sect master in front of several thousand people. Jiang Mei looked, saw Zhou Ren, and stopped smiling. She had heard the whole speech. It had nothing to do with her. And now her own man was pointing at the man in the middle of it, and she got there in about a second. Do you know his son? She asked, in my head. I guess we know each other, I said. And then Zhou Ren and I looked at each other properly for the first time. Everybody else on that field shut up. Young friend, he said eventually, do you know how my son perished? Which is genuinely tragic, and I did not treat it that way. He had noticed something odd about the way I looked at him, and he did not suspect me for one instant, because in his head, nobody who had killed a man's son could possibly stand in front of that man and be calm about it. The murderer would stammer. The murderer would look away. The picture he had built of the man he was hunting was of somebody frightened. Yes, I said. Then I paused, and something in me that is not a good part decided to enjoy itself. Wait a minute. Let me first confirm that the person you're talking about is the one I'm thinking of. After all, I don't know his name. Okay, he said, and he thought this was admirably rigorous. How would you like to confirm? It's very simple, I said, and grinned at him. Was your son dressed in a rather inappropriate way? Was his makeup extremely glamorous and his voice effeminate? The field came apart. Holy crap, who is this? Is he talking about a man? Damn, he's a pervert after all. Get lost. How is that perverted? You're such a cross-dressing master. I vomit. Lin Yuan is so mean. Actually talking about someone's son like that to their face. Ha ha ha. And then Zhou Ren's aura went out across the entire field, and every single one of them turned into a very quiet infant, because they had just been caught laughing about a dead man's son in front of the dead man's father, and his emotional state was not stable. You, he said, and pointed at me, and could not find the next word. Because I hadn't got any of it wrong. Isn't the person I'm talking about your son, sir? I said, and shrugged, and put on a face of total innocence. If not, then I know nothing else. I only know the truth behind that one's demise. Said Jiang Mei behind me into her hand. Your mouth. Zhou Ren took a breath and put his rage back in its box. Yes, the person you're talking about is my son. How did he perish? And his eyes went red, and every person on that field turned to look at me for the answer. Will he admit it? Wondered Yang Yi. Qingxie, what do you think he'll say? Will he admit to killing Zhou Kai? Or, and Princess Qingxie, asked directly by her own father, thought about the 4 separate occasions on which she had confidently predicted my behavior and been publicly wrong every time, and said, I don't know either. Was that Zhou Kai killed by you? Asked Jiang Mei silently. She was not being emotional. She was asking so she would know whether to draw. Relax, I said. They're a bunch of chickens and dogs. You don't need to lift a finger. And as I said it, my aura slipped, for about a heartbeat, the way it had in my courtyard once before. Jiang Mei caught it and went absolutely still. Little brother, you've broken through. That's Venerable Realm. She knew because she was Venerable Realm herself now, and there is no mistaking your own weather. Just good luck, I said. Got an opportunity. We'll talk later. I need to deal with these flies first. Then I turned back to Zhou Ren and answered his question. How did Zhou Kai perish? He wanted to show off in front of others, but he chose the wrong target. He was slapped to death. Every person on that field heard it clearly. This. What's so special about that? If you don't court death, you won't die. Really? Is it that dramatic? This is unbelievable. Kid, roared Zhou Ren, with the runes coming up all round him. Get to the point. Stop with the nonsense. Who killed my son? And I looked at this man the way you look at somebody who has asked you the same question 4 times and stopped playing. Isn't it obvious? It was me who killed that sissy. He didn't believe me. That's the funny part. I stood in front of several thousand people and confessed, and the man I confessed to decided I was lying. Because in his head, his son was a genuine talent, king ceiling late stage before 30, and the person in front of him was reading as not yet 20 years old, and there was no world in which that arithmetic worked. But since I'd said it, he had to do something. Humph, he said. Let's take him down first. And he gave one of his elders a look, and then closed his eyes and sat back like a man who has delegated. The elder put out a spiritual hand at me and did it lazily because their working theory was that I was carrying some treasure that hid my cultivation and was really a divine palace realm boy, which is impressive at my age and no more than that. Holy crap, they've started. The war has begun. I wonder how it'll go. Lin Yuan's strong, but there's more than one Ghost Moon elder here, and the sect master's still there. I think Lin Yuan's in trouble. Not necessarily, I think. Qifeng and Yang Yi did not agree with any of that, because they had both watched a man in red get turned into ash, and had both felt the aura that did it, and their private estimate was that this was at worst even. I waved the hand away without looking at it. Sigh, I said. They attacked without even saying hello. How rude. Since that's the case, let's end it as soon as possible. Then I took one step and stopped being anywhere. No sound, no flash, nothing to see. The highest cultivation on that field was Venerable Realm, and not one person there could follow it, and that includes the Lord of the Glazed Tile Dynasty, who told his daughter afterwards that he simply lost me. I arrived in front of the elder and closed my hand and punched him. No runes, no law, no divine ability. A fist thrown with a body. Which was, and he did not know this, the single most disrespectful thing available. Humph, he thought, seeing it come. You're sure even using spiritual power, kid. You're too arrogant. He'd felt the weight in it. He just did not believe the weight could matter. Then he took it seriously anyway, because he had not survived to that age by being stupid, and he threw everything he had, and it was genuinely good. He'd found an incomplete divine ability in his youth and had spent decades polishing it, and it was better than anything his sect could teach him. My fist went through it without registering that it had happened. And here's why, and it is entirely down to a giant in a gray place. He was king ceiling peak. I was a whole realm above him, and on top of that, my body had been rebuilt twice by scriptures that came out of somewhere I couldn't name, and a physical body carrying that much space-time law is not something a king ceiling man survives touching. He came off his feet, went a long way, and did not come back. The remaining elders stopped what they were doing and stared. Then all of them came in at once and formed up and did not attack because they had just watched something happen that they could not explain. Above them, Zhou Ren opened his eyes. He had been sitting there with his divine thought on the whole thing, and he had watched a king ceiling peak elder of his own sect get removed by a punch from a young man with no technique at all. And he had, and I do sympathize, precisely one thought. Are all young people these days this fierce? Then he looked at me properly. I underestimated you, he said. I didn't expect you to be so strong. It seems my son really did die at your hands. I was supposed to kill you for it. However, considering your considerable abilities, I can give you a chance. The field made a noise. What's going on? The Ghost Moon sect isn't here for revenge. You'd give someone a chance after they killed your son. And weren't they supposed to be vengeful? I was confused, too. I actually stopped and got interested and waited to hear what could possibly come next. What opportunity? I said. Tell me. His own elders was sneaking looks at him at this point, because they could not follow it either. 10 minutes earlier, the man had been going to tear somebody to pieces, and Zhou Ren put his hands behind his back and told me, "Your strength is not bad. I value talent. As long as you're willing to let me implant the slave mark and become my battle servant, I can spare your life. And Yang Er's matter can be left as it is. I certainly won't treat you unfairly." Sit inside that man's head for a second, because it is one of the most remarkable things I have ever been offered. His son was dead. Killing me would not undo it, so killing me was a waste of an asset. Whereas a slave mark on somebody at my level buys a weapon, a servant, and a thing he can humiliate whenever he likes. In his ledger, one son traded for one battle servant of that quality came out ahead, and he thought he was being generous. He wanted me to understand that this was an extraordinary favor he would not have offered to somebody less talented. "Kid," he said when I had been quiet for a while, "what's your decision? A tiger will not submit to a dog." And then I stopped talking, because there was nothing else in that conversation worth saying. I raised my hand and put a palm full of runes through the nearest elder before he'd finished turning his head, and that was the second one gone. "You! How dare you! You little brat, you're asking for it." 5 of them left, and they came together properly this time. 2 venerable early stage and 3 king ceiling peak, and they did not separate because they'd seen how fast I moved and knew that spread out they'd be picked off one at a time. "Be careful, everyone. This kid is very fast, and it seems to be spatial. It's very strange." What's there to be afraid of? 5 of us can't take one brat. It's always better to be careful. "Humph," said Zhou Ren from above. "You won't listen to reason, so you'll have to suffer the consequences. Go, take him down. I want him to kneel before me." The 5 of them came forward slowly, back to back, watching every direction. I looked at them, decided they were doing everything correctly, and stepped into the void. "Careful." They closed up tighter. "Heh," said a voice from above them. "No need to be so nervous. I had no intention of attacking you, because it's simply unnecessary." They looked up and found me hanging there with my arms folded, smiling. "Heh, don't be nervous. You're in luck today. You can see for yourself a divine ability I recently learned." And I put out one hand and used the palm of the universe for the first time. Here is the way the field described it, because I was inside it and only got the outside version later. The hand opened, and then it did not stop opening. It covered the sky. There were stars turning between the fingers, and the light coming off them was not reflected light. It was the light of things that make light, and the space underneath it started to make a sound. "This is... What's going on? Why can't I leave this place?" "Stop babbling. Don't just stand there, make your move." Because the first thing it does is take away the option of being somewhere else. One of them tried to run and discovered that the space around him had stopped agreeing to move him. So the 5 of them did the only thing left, which was put up their signature techniques and try to hold the ceiling. 120% from all 5 at once. The palm came down slowly. That's what everybody remembers. It was not fast. Time seemed to open up around it and let everyone watch, and the sun and the moon and the stars turned around the fingers as it came, and when it landed, it was carrying about 1 billion of them. There was nothing left of any of them, not bodies, dust, and then a breeze. Their best techniques did not make a ripple in it, not a small ripple, none. The entire field, thousands of people, stood there with their mouths open, and the 5 men's last sounds did not register on anybody because nobody was capable of hearing anything at that moment. Using that on them was overkill, I said, withdrawing my hand. But that move is really cool. So classy. I spent a solid 3 seconds admiring myself. Then I looked at Zhou Ren. He was buzzing. That's the word he used later, apparently, to somebody before the end. He said his head was buzzing. Because those 5 were not nobodies. Those were 5 elders of the Ghost Moon sect, the top of his sect after himself, and he could not have removed all 5 of them with one motion. Which meant the arithmetic on his own situation had just resolved, and it resolved in one direction. He started to panic. I put a hand out. There's a version of this where I make a speech. I didn't have one. He'd come across a continent to avenge a boy who'd flown a very long way specifically to entertain himself with me, and he'd stood in a field offering me a slave mark, and I was tired. I slapped him to death. 5 days later, I was on a flying boat with my wife in my arms, listening to her tell me about a golden hall and an ancient woman who'd taught her like an older sister. We hadn't stayed in Luli Royal City. There was nothing there for us, and there was going to be a great deal of paperwork. He was Venerable Realm Middle Stage, incidentally, same as me at the time, and the gap between the two of us was so wide that it did not matter in the slightest, which is a thing about this world that people who have never left home do not understand. The realm tells you almost nothing. And just like that, she said, finishing, not only was my foundation restored, but I gained the experience of what comes after the fire spirit saint body. Wow, I said, that's so enviable. Not only did you get the legacy of an ancient powerhouse handed to you, it was the legacy most suited to you specifically. Mayor, you're so lucky. Which I said with total sincerity, and which is very funny coming from me, because I had spent that entire secret realm taking other people's luck with both hands, and she had simply been walked to hers. Looking back now, it seems a bit unreal, she said. I was just too lucky. By the way, when are you planning to leave? And there it is. She'd worked it out on her own. She hadn't needed to be told. Soon, I said. Around now, actually. I was going to wait until I broke through to Void God Realm. But it's really too boring here, especially after finding out how big the world is. I want to go and see it. She nodded, entirely unsurprised, because she'd reached Venerable Realm Middle Stage herself, and her foundation had been rebuilt by an ancestor, and she now knew exactly how small the place we were sitting in was. She wanted to go too. That's the part worth saying plainly. She was not being left behind. While we were flying home, the Azure Clarity sect was holding a meeting about me. You all already know, said Xuefeng, sitting at the top of the hall. Our true disciple Lin Yuan killed 7 elders of the Ghost Moon sect and their sect master. Every elder in that room nodded, because there had been several thousand witnesses, and the news had gone everywhere at a speed that would embarrass a bird. Sect master, said one, we should strike first. The Ghost Moon sect has always taken pride in opposing us. This time they've lost enormously, and based on their past behavior they won't let it go. Besides, we needed an opponent like that to keep up appearances, but after what Lin Yuan has done, we can hardly keep a low profile anymore. In that case, we might as well move first, and besides, even if we don't, Lin Yuan probably will anyway, which got nods all round. That's right, we might as well wipe them out first. We'll make a small fortune. That makes sense. I agree, I also. All right, said Xuefeng, then it's settled. The Ghost Moon sect should have God Realm powers of their own. Just in case, I'll go and ask an old ancestor to assist. Which is the moment I learned, secondhand and weeks later, that my sect had more than one God Realm old ancestor sitting in a back mountain, and that the entire 20-year performance of being modest about the Ghost Moon feud had been theater. Half a month later, we came in through the mountain gate and caused a riot. Isn't that Senior Brother Lin? Where? Let me see. It really is Senior Brother Lin. He's still so handsome. Senior Brother Lin! Senior Brother Lin! Oh my, said Jiang Mei sweetly. Little men are so popular. What? I said, turning round. Jealous? And then I took her hand and folded us both into the void before she could get her answer out, and we reappeared in the courtyard on Sunset Peak, where I immediately changed the subject. I wonder how Ruo's cultivation is going. Ruo has great talent, said Jiang Mei, who was not fooled for a second, and seems to have a special physique. There's no need to worry. Then she rolled her eyes at me and let it go. We pushed open the gate. Young master, you're finally back. And a small figure came out of the courtyard at speed. Yes, I said, catching her. I'm back. Humph, said Jiang Mei. You heartless little thing. All you can see is this stinky man. Oh, of course not, said Mei Ruo, letting go of me instantly and attaching herself to Jiang Mei. Actually, I miss Sister Jiang the most. And the two of them started talking over each other, and I stood in my own courtyard looking at two people who a year ago had not existed in my life, and felt something I did not have a word for. Ruo, is this the young master you spoke of? He's quite extraordinary indeed. I went straight up. That's not a figure of speech, because there was a woman sitting in my pavilion. She was in deep blue, and she looked about 30, and what actually frightened me was not her. It was that she had been sitting in my courtyard the entire time, and I had not known. My eyes could see her. My divine thought went straight over her and reported an empty pavilion. There was no aura on her at all, not suppressed, not hidden, simply absent, the way there is no aura on a chair. Young man, she said, don't be so nervous, I mean no harm. Name, Ling Yue Yue. Cultivation, heavenly god realm late stage. Physique, body of the cold moon. Luck, purple. Life script, one of the female protagonists of Dragon Blood Supreme. Recent opportunity. Unexpectedly encountered an innate Tao body, and 3 days later brought it back to the Jade Pool Holy Land, along with another special expenditure. Heavenly God realm, 2 full tiers above me. There was nothing I could have done in that courtyard except be polite. And then I read the last line again, and my shoulders came down, because she was not here for me, and she was not here to take anything. She was here to collect promising girls for a school. Senior, I said, and bowed. Young man, don't be so formal. Calling me senior makes me sound old. My surname is Ling. If you don't mind, just call me Sister Ling. And then she shifted position and smiled at me in a way that I would describe as unnecessary. Oh dear, Sister Ling, said Mei Ruo immediately in a voice of pure outrage. What are you saying? Said Ling Yue Yue, looking between us. Little girl, are you jealous? Don't worry, I'm not interested in your little lover, Ruo explained. Sister Ling had arrived days ago and told her she was some kind of innate Tao body and offered to take her to a holy land to cultivate. And Ruo had said no. Not no forever. She'd said she wanted to wait until I came back before deciding. And a heavenly god realm cultivator with somewhere else to be had sat in a courtyard on a border mountain for days because a girl with a spirit sea cultivation had asked her to. Innate Tao body, said Zhang Mei, who had gone very quiet. Holy Land. Come and sit down, everyone, said Ling Yue Yue. Let's talk. I was originally going to take Ruo back directly. She refused to leave. She insisted on waiting for you. My sister had no choice but to go along with her. Now that you're back, and you know why I've come, tell me what you say. And then 3 women looked at me. Zhang Mei said nothing at all and turned to me, happy for it to be my call. Mei Ruo blinked at me with her whole face. And Ling Yue Yue, who had worked out inside 4 minutes exactly who made decisions in that courtyard, looked at me too. I looked at the little girl's page first. Recent opportunity. 3 days from now, follow Ling Yue Yue to the Jade Pool Holy Land, and from there, soar to new heights. So there it is. That's her opportunity. The one that opened when I bought a contract for 1 spirit stone and burned it. Signor, I said, and bowed slightly. This is all so sudden. Can we think about it? Which was ungrateful, and I knew it. I said it anyway, because a very strong woman had appeared out of nowhere and offered to take away the 2 most valuable people I had ever met, and I was not going to say yes on the day. She was not offended at all. Sure, she said, but, handsome young man, joining our Jade Pool Holy Land is absolutely the best choice for her. Her physique deserves our full support. That night, I locked myself in an empty room, put up a formation, took out a small palace, and woke the thing that lived in it. Signor, young Master Lin, what's the matter? Have you heard of the Jade Pool Holy Land? And the artifact spirit went quiet for a moment, the way old things do when a name arrives from a very long way back. I know it. The Jade Pool Holy Land has existed for a very long time. It already existed in the time of my previous owner. It was founded by an empress, and it only recruits women. Furthermore, it's relatively peaceful, and it has good relations with the other holy lands and families, so nobody has ever dared provoke it. Besides, it would actually be a good thing if your girl got in. You don't need to worry. Why? Rumor has it that the Queen of Yao Qi was an innate Tao body. Whether that's true or not, there's no smoke without fire. Your little girl might even become a saintess if she enters. So I said yes. And the next morning I told Ling Yue Yue, and she got visibly surprised, which I enjoyed. And then she said something that I did not expect and have never forgotten. Don't worry, I like Ruo very much myself. Even if you hadn't said it, I'd have done it anyway. I won't let your little girlfriend suffer any grievances. Little girlfriend, said Mei Ruo, and went scarlet and looked at the floor, and I did not correct anybody because I was busy. And then Ling Yue Yue looked over at Zhang Mei. Actually, there's one more thing. The Jade Pool Holy Land only takes women. I wonder if Sister Mayor would be interested. Zhang Mei's head came up. Mayor is exceptionally talented. If she joins a holy land, she'll get special training. Handsome young man, what do you think? Peerless, said Zhang Mei in my head, using my name for the first time in about a week. And I told her, silently, everything the artifact spirit had told me the night before. All of it, in full, without editing. Mayor, I said, think about it. Whatever you choose, I'll support you. 2 days later, she chose to go. It was not a small thing, and it was not romantic. She knew her ceiling was lower than mine. She knew that traveling with me meant being carried, and that being carried would slow both of us down. and that in a holy land she would be trained properly instead of scavenging behind me. She was right. That's what makes it bad. Don't worry, I told her on the last morning, holding on. We'll see each other again soon. It's not like you're going in and never coming out. She held on hard and did not say anything for a while. Then she pulled back and put a hand on my waist. You're not allowed to have any affairs while I'm away. Otherwise… Don't worry, I said, at speed. I'm not that kind of person, and I have no such intention. Which was true, incidentally, and for the least flattering reason available, which is that I did not have the time. Young master, said Meirua. She was standing there with her eyes red and her whole face turned up at me, waiting. Jiang Mei caught my eye and tipped her head at her, which is how I found out that my wife had no jealousy about that child whatsoever and never had. So I stepped forward and hugged the little girl properly. Ruo, I said, don't worry, I'm heading to the central area soon. And then I stopped, because the sentence I was about to say was, and then we'll have a chance to meet, and I did not say it. Not modesty. I had been reading other people's futures for a year, and there is nothing in this world that teaches you faster how little anybody's plans are worth. I could not read my own page. I had absolutely no way of knowing whether I would ever see either of them again, so I did not promise it. She hugged me and did not say anything, and nodded very hard into my chest several times. Then they went. I stood in front of Sunset Peak and watched a ship get smaller, and my courtyard behind me had a cold fire pit in it, and 2 empty rooms, and I want to record that I did not handle it especially well. Parting is always sad, I said, to nobody. Perhaps I'm still too young. I never imagined those 2 little girls would have such good fortune. I already knew somebody was behind me. I'd known for a while. I just did not turn round until he said something. Sectmaster. Xue Feng, standing at the edge of my mountain with his hands behind his back. And I looked at him and felt the strangest thing, which was nothing. The first time I'd met that man, he had felt like standing under a cliff, and his page had said villain, and I'd gone out of my way to avoid him. Now his strength did not concern me at all, and the protagonist of the story he was supposed to be the villain of had been dead for a month, killed by me, in a place with no witnesses that mattered, which meant Xue Feng was never going to be anybody's villain. He was just a middle-aged man who ran a sect. The Ghost Moon sect has been destroyed, he said. I actually turned my head. Not because of the fact. I'd heard the Ghost Moon sect was hollow, and I'd have got round to it myself eventually. Because the sect had done it, immediately, without being asked, faster and more decisively than I would have. Don't be so surprised, he said, seeing my face. They've always been our adversary. Destroying them is nothing. Are you leaving too? Yes, I said. There's a teleportation array inside the sect, he said. It doesn't go directly to the central area, but it would save you a great deal of time. Which, and I only worked this out on the walk down the mountain, was an enormous offer. Firing that array costs a sect like ours something close to a year of income, and he was offering to spend it on one disciple who had already told him he was leaving forever. No need to trouble the sect, I said. I have a way to get there. He didn't ask what it was. He just nodded, and we talked about nothing for a few minutes, and then he left. I ran into one more person on my way out of the mountain gate. Haven't seen you for a long time. Lin Hai, in black, standing in the road, looking at me the way you look at weather coming over a hill. He was Spirit Sea Realm now, and about to break into divine power, which, for the boy who couldn't manage 10,000 jinn 2 years ago, is genuinely extraordinary. He had spent months being quietly proud of that speed and telling himself he was closing the gap. Then he'd heard that I'd killed a venerable realm sect master in a field. Long time no see, he said. Are you going out? Yes. I'm planning to go back to Wangyue City to see the old man. Oh, has something happened at home? He said it fast, and his face changed while he said it, and he had no grain left to care about that family's problems, and he was frightened for them anyway. No, I said. I'm just preparing to go on a long trip. I wanted to go back and look around first, maybe leave the family some resources. Phew, he said. At least nothing happened. Then he caught up with the rest of the sentence. A long trip. When will you be back? I'm not sure either, I said. It'll probably be quite a while. Okay, I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm leaving now. And I stepped into the void and went, which was rude, and which I did on purpose, because he was going to ask me where, and I did not have an answer he could use. Hey, where are you going? Huh, where did they go? Why were they walking so fast? He asked his teacher about it that night. Teacher, where do you think he's gone? You said he'd be gone quite a while. Is there any danger? Don't worry, said Elder Wu in his kind voice. If I'm not mistaken, he's heading for the center of the eastern region. His skills are improving rapidly and his foundation is solid. There's no point honing himself here. Eastern Center, said Lin Hai. Where is that? What's it like? And the old ghost, who had discreetly measured me on the way past the gate and knew exactly what I was now, did not answer. That's not what you should be concerned about right now, he said. Focus on your own cultivation. I'll tell you when you're strong enough. Which is, I think, the kindest thing anybody in this story does for anybody. And it was done by a parasite in a ring who had eaten 3 years of a boy's life by accident. I was in Wangyue City before the day was out. The old family head was completely baffled to see me. Yuan, why are you back so soon? Is something the matter? So I told him I was leaving, properly leaving, and how far, and roughly for how long. And he did not say one word about missing me. Okay. I know you have great talent. This place is too small for you. Go out and explore with confidence, and don't worry about this old man. Then he told me to be careful of everyone I met, in every situation, without exception, because a man traveling alone cannot afford to be trusting. Don't worry, I said. I'll be careful. I value my life. I stayed a few days. I left them enough resources to make the Lin family the most comfortably supplied of the 4 families in that city for the next 50 years, which is a small thing to me and the whole world to them. Then I walked out of the city, put a flying boat in the air, and said, to a hull, Senior, it's time for us to set off. Okay, said the boat. And I left the entire region I was born in, and I did not see any of those people again for a very long time. 3 months on a boat, most of it in a room with my eyes shut. I had 1 enlightenment tea leaf left, because I had given the rest to 2 women who were going somewhere better, and about 2 weeks out, I swallowed it, and it was nowhere near as good as the first one, and it still put me into venerable late stage. Then a voice out of the wall. You're awake, Senior. Where are we now? We entered the Eastern Region Center 3 days ago. However, this is only the outermost area. There aren't any powerful Holy Land families here, which makes it quite suitable for your training. I went outside and stood on the deck and looked at a horizon I did not recognize. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth here is much denser, I said. The law is also clearer, easier to understand. That's the part nobody warns you about. It isn't just that the food is better. The rules of the universe are legible in the center in a way they simply aren't out on the rim. I had spent 18 years working things out through fog and had just walked into a room with the lights on. I put the boat away and flew, and after a while I saw a city and started toward it. And then there was fighting off to the left, coming closer. I considered leaving. I looked at somebody else's problem approaching at speed, and my instinct was to go around it. Young master, I have obtained what you requested. Quick, catch it. A girl in red, about 16, in the middle of the fight, spotted me on the sidelines, lit up like a festival, and threw something at my head. I caught it. That is entirely a reflex, and I have never forgiven it. The light went out, and I was holding a wooden key. Not a spirit key, not an artifact, a wooden key, the kind that opens a shed. I said, just trying to shift the blame, and closed my hand and turned it into sawdust. Kid, said a voice, you'd better hand over the stuff now, or you'll be sorry. 2 men, one fat and one thin, both venerable peak, landing in front of me, and the girl in red arriving behind my shoulder, entirely unbothered, with her eyes going in every direction at once. I turned round and looked at her. They've already got their eyes on me, I said. Why don't you take the opportunity to leave? Young master, she said, instantly, with total conviction. What are you saying? I'm not such an unrighteous person. I will never abandon you and run away. Alone. I nodded as though I believed that and turned back around and did not ask her anything else because I had already read her. Name, Xiao Yu. Cultivation, King Sealing Realm, middle stage. Physique, the holy body of Tai Ching. Destiny, stunning beauty, purple. Spirit monster, metal. Luck, purple. Life script, one of the female protagonists in Heaven-Defying Dragon Venerable. Recent opportunity, 3 days from now, she meets Shay Long, the protagonist of Heaven-Defying Dragon Venerable, a metal-grade destiny with the word monster in it, on a girl who had just used me as a coat hook. Kid, hand over the stuff. Yes, stop dawdling. What do you need me to hand over? I said. Please be more specific. I was genuinely interested by then. Not in them, in the object, because the system had shown me nothing at all about it, which had never happened before. Kid, this is none of your business. That's right, hand it over now. Gentlemen, I said, how can I hand over the item if you don't explain clearly what it is? You need to state what you want so I can give it to you, don't you agree? And the two of them looked at each other in total confusion. What he said makes sense. But we don't know what he actually wants. Yes. What should we do? 2 men had been sent to retrieve a box. They did not know what was in the box. They were not senior enough to be told what was in the box. And they were now standing in mid-air, trying to work out how to demand a thing they could not name. I could hear every word of it. Damn, I thought, those 2 idiots. What a waste of time. And slapped them both over the horizon. Which is when the girl in red decided it was time to be somewhere else. Where do you want to go? I said, standing in front of her with my arms folded. Young master, let me explain. I didn't mean to drag you into this. I just, and her eyes went back and forth while she assembled a lie, and I watched her do it, and then I got bored. All right, no more buts. Never mind if you don't want to talk about it. By the way, where are you going next? And she stopped mid-sentence with a whole fabrication half built and had to abandon it, which visibly hurt. I don't really have anywhere to go. Let's just wander around. By the way, young master, do you have a name? My name is Xiao Yu. Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, she said, trying it. What a nice name. And then she actually looked at me for the first time, having previously been busy, and I watched her face change and go pink. Brother Lin, she said, thank you so much just now. You're such a good person. A good person, I said, and nodded and said nothing else, and privately thought the following. You dragged me into this for no reason at all. If it weren't for the fact that you're going to walk me to a son of destiny in 3 days, I'd have removed you already. Beautiful women get no special treatment from me. They never have. I am not built that way, and it has saved my life at least twice. Brother Lin, she said, pointing, there's a city ahead. Let's go and rest. Okay, I said, let's go. The city was under the Hao Qian dynasty, she told me on the way in, and the city lord was a Hao Qian appointee. Hao Qian dynasty, I said, and could not place it at all. She noticed and was startled, and explained anyway. The Hao Qian dynasty is said to be a legacy left behind by the Jade Emperor. It's guarded by imperial weapons. It's one of the dominant forces in the eastern region. Its territory is vast. Its current ruler is a divine king realm. Brother Lin, this is basic information. Most cultivators know it. And she looked at me with 2 enormous, questioning eyes. Is that so? I said, without hurrying at all. Actually, I'm an orphan. I was adopted by an old cultivator when I was small, and I lived with him in the deep mountains. He passed away recently. This is the first time I've been out. This is the first time I've been in the outside world in my entire life. She nodded slowly, entirely convinced, without a flicker of doubt. And she swallowed that completely, which matters because I later found out roughly who this girl was, and it makes the whole thing considerably funnier. We took 2 rooms at an inn. She followed me into mine. Hee, Brother Lin, I just want to chat for a bit, and I'll go back after we eat. Is that okay? Can, I said, because I had questions of my own. Thank you, Brother Lin. Brother Lin, you're such a great guy. I have never seen anybody as theatrical as Xiao Yu. She thought I was a country simpleton who had never met a woman, and she was performing at a level that would have embarrassed a stage. You, I said when we sat down, I have something to ask you. Brother Lin, why so polite? Ask me anything. And she patted her own chest, extremely confident. I'd like to know how the major organizations recruit disciples and what it's like once you're in. Because I wanted an affiliation, not for the resources, for the label. A loose cultivator with my strength and no name behind him is a walking invitation. Brother Lin, would you like to join a faction? But that makes sense. Being a loose cultivator really isn't very good. Then she frowned and thought seriously about it, and then she said this. Brother Lin, actually, I'm not too sure either, since I'm just a loose cultivator. And something went across her eyes when she said it. She was lying. I could see her lying. I did not know how big the thing behind her was, and I did not need to, because a genuine loose cultivator at 16 does not carry herself the way that girl carried herself, and does not steal from people who send venerable peak retrievers, and does not stand in the middle of a fight without one visible nerve. It's okay, I said, and picked up the tea. Then just tell me what you do know. All right, then I'll tell you. First of all, forget the aristocratic families and the imperial dynasties. They're all bloodlines left behind by great emperors. They don't value outsiders. Even if you join, learning a great emperor's scriptures is difficult to impossible. Outsiders are cannon fodder and servants. Joining them means being inferior forever. Apart from them, the Holy Lands are much better. It's still difficult, but there's a chance. And those with exceptional talent can become the saint of a Holy Land, and in the future succeed as Holy Lord and rule an immortal kingdom. Then she stopped and looked meaningfully at the teapot on the table, and then at me. I have thought about this moment many times. A 16-year-old girl who had known me for 6 hours, in the middle of doing me a favor, stopped mid-lecture until I poured her tea. I poured her tea. She said, and took a sip with an enormous amount of satisfaction on her face, and continued. As for recruitment, most factions recruit every year. That's not a problem. With your abilities, joining will be easy. Aside from the Jade Pool Holy Land not accepting men, none of them have special requirements. That's about it, since as a loose cultivator, my knowledge is limited. She got the last line in perfectly. She never once broke character. I have genuine respect for it. That evening, lying on the bed after she'd gone, a voice came out of the palace in my storage space. Actually, there's another place that would suit you quite well. I had stopped restricting the palace since I'd been traveling alone, which meant the artifact spirit could see everything I could. Which place is Senior referring to? Tianzhou Academy. This academy has existed for a very long time. Even the name of its founder has disappeared into the river of time. Rumor has it that imperial weapons exist there. Nobody has ever seen them. However, their power is undeniable. Every golden age, they open their gates and recruit prodigies from all 5 regions to train inside. It holds not only cultivation resources and scriptures of every kind, but also the chance to exchange blows with other prodigies. It is a holy land for cultivation. I only wonder when they'll reopen the mountain gates. And I lay there in the dark and did the arithmetic out loud. The golden age. Then it should open soon, right? After all, I've already encountered several sons of destiny. The era in which a son of destiny lives has to be a golden age, and it's not just an ordinary one, which is a thing I had been circling for months without saying. In 1 year, I had personally met the male lead of Emperor Hai, the male lead and female lead of Martial God, the protagonist of Ruo Empress, and a female lead of heaven-defying Dragon Venerable, in a region so far out on the rim that God Realm was a rumor. That is not a coincidence. That is a season. 3 days later, Xiao Yu and I were walking down a street when a crowd noise came round the corner. Lots of people over there, Brother Lin. Let's go and look. And she took my arm and towed me into it, and I let myself be towed, because I had already worked out what was in there. Is it the protagonist, Xielong? Because a protagonist has a face that attracts trouble, and wherever they go, there is a commotion. Kid, hand over my spirit medicine right now. If you obediently kneel and kowtow to admit your mistakes, I might be in a good mood and let you off. Otherwise, A young master in his 20s in a long gold robe, with about 6 hangers-on behind him doing the chorus. That's right, kid. Kowtow before our young master gets angry. At that point, nobody will be able to save you. Kneel down. Kneel down. We came through the crowd and I read the man they were shouting at. Name, Xielong. Cultivation, King Sealing Realm Peak. Physique, mortal body, having undergone the baptism of dragon blood. Destiny, from adversity to prosperity, purple. Great fortune is on its way, purple. Luck, purple. Life script, the male protagonist of heaven-defying Dragon Venerable. Recent opportunity. Half a month from now, at a banquet in the city lord's mansion, a conflict occurs with a young prodigy from the Haochen dynasty. And that's it. 1 line. I frowned at that light screen, and it was the first time I noticed something that turned out to matter enormously. That's a protagonist. 2 purple destinies, dragon blood in him, and his entire future, according to a system that had never once given me less than a paragraph on anybody who mattered, was 1 social engagement. Is it because Xielong hasn't had many opportunities lately, I thought? Or is there another reason? Beside me, Xiao Yu was bouncing. Hey kid, are you mute? Haha, I think he was scared. I think so too, ha ha ha. And the young master in gold, who had been quietly enjoying his chorus, waved them silent, walked up to Xielong, looked him over the way you'd look over a horse, and spat in his face. Pah, you brat. What kind of trash are you to dare oppose me? Then he smiled. And the smile came off because Xielong was King Sealing Peak, and the two of them were standing close enough that a King Sealing Peak's spiritual energy covers the entire gap, and the spit had come off that shield and gone straight back where it came from. Heh, said Xielong. Trash. And turned to leave because he genuinely did not want the trouble. What are you standing there for? Screamed the young master, wiping his own face. Get him! Don't let him get away! Ah, yes, yes, young master. Frog fun, said Xiao Yu, shaking my arm off my shoulder. They're about to fight. They're about to fight. Young miss, I said, it's not as if you've never seen a fight before. Didn't you get in one yourself a few days ago? Is it really necessary to get this worked up? How can that be the same? She said, appalled at me. It's never as exciting to watch others fight as it is to fight yourself. And it's safe. There's no danger to my life. Which is an entire personality delivered in 2 sentences, and which I should have paid much more attention to. A very large man with King Sealing Realm on him stepped out in front of Xielong and said something about surrendering obediently. And Xielong stopped, looked him up and down, and started laughing. Heh heh heh. You called that good-for-nothing young master, and now you're calling yourself master. It seems you're quite ambitious. Not bad at all. The crowd fell over. The large man turned round with his mouth open and looked at his employer and got as far as, young master, I. Shut up, you idiot. Get him. They all went in together, all King Sealing, and the crowd stepped back. And to be fair to him, Xielong is the only protagonist in this story I never once robbed. He put out 120% and took every single one of them apart very fast and very cleanly. It wasn't showy. It was efficient and slightly nastier than it needed to be, because most of them left with something broken. Then he brushed dust off his robe that wasn't there, and looked at Xiao Yu. He looked at her for a long time. I watched him do it. So did she. Pah, she said, in my ear. I didn't realize this guy was a pervert. How dare he look at me like that? Humph. I'll definitely teach him a lesson later. And she shook a fist at him, and then complained to me at length. I was, by that point, entirely used to it. Sons of Destiny see a beautiful woman, and their eyes light up and they can't walk away. It's practically a diagnostic. Although he was rude, I said, it also proves that you're beautiful enough. Otherwise, with this many people on the street, why isn't he staring at somebody else? Does thinking about it that way make you feel better? And she considered this seriously, and calmed down, and then blinked at me. Do you also think I'm beautiful? With a certain amount of anticipation in it, I turned my head, met her eyes, nodded once, made a noise of agreement, and turned back to the street. She was extremely pleased about that for the rest of the day and did not know why. Xielong, meanwhile, had watched her smile and had drawn a conclusion. Ha ha ha, he was thinking. No woman can resist my wicked smile. He got about as far as choosing names for their children before the large man on the ground started mocking him for grinning at nothing, at which point Xielong crossed the street and put him out permanently. Then the young master's protector arrived, an old man in black robes with real weight behind him, and had a very quick look at the situation and decided, correctly, that it did not matter who had started it. Kid, you hit one of our Wu people and you think you can just walk away? And Xielong, feeling the pressure land, went polite. Senior, they attacked first. I was defending myself. Are you all completely unreasonable? Which was the wrong move, because it confirmed to the old man that he was a nobody with no backing. Who struck first is unimportant. What matters is that our young master is displeased. If you know what's good for you, surrender. And then Xielong looked sideways at a beautiful woman in the crowd and stopped being polite. Because there is no force in this universe stronger than a young man being watched. Humph. Old man, you're asking for it. Don't think I'm afraid of you. If you want to fight, then fight. The whole street stepped back, and a completely different voice cut across it. Why do you two have to make such a fuss? How about I give you a face and we call it a day? Okay. A young man in a blue robe with a folding fan and a very relaxed manner. It's the second young master from the city lord's mansion. Unexpectedly, second young master stepping in to mediate. What's the connection between him and that young man? I don't know, but at least that kid escaped. The old man in black put his aura away instantly and bowed, and Xielong agreed to peace with the enthusiasm of a man who has been handed a free win, and the whole thing was over in about 40 seconds. The second young master's name was Zhou Qing, and it turned out he'd stepped in because he'd liked what he saw in Xielong and wanted to collect him. I would have walked away right then, except that Xielong abandoned his new patron mid-sentence, crossed the street, and stopped in front of us. "Please wait a moment, young lady." Xiao Yu grabbed my arm on reflex, and her eyes went hard. And Xielong saw a beautiful woman he had decided about 10 minutes ago was his, holding on to another man, and something in his face curdled. If a beautiful woman grabs you, he was thinking, won't you move away? Don't you know men and women shouldn't touch? Damn pretty boy. Which is a genuinely remarkable amount of hostility to develop toward a stranger inside 4 seconds. These two are meeting for the first time, I thought. Why the hostility? Am I the villain here? Am I simply born to clash with protagonists? Really? And since he'd started it, I did not bother being polite either. Get out of the way, and put my aura on him. He was already weaker than me, and he was not braced, and he went backwards several dozen feet before he got his feet under him. "Brother Lin, hit him, quick!" "That's enough," I said, and pulled her back by the collar. Which is when Zhou Qing's eyes lit up, because he had collected Xielong on the grounds that Xielong was strong, and had just watched somebody younger move him with an aura. "Excuse me, sir, please wait." And that is how I ended up having dinner in the most expensive restaurant in Qingshan City with a protagonist who hated me, a girl who was lying about everything, and a young nobleman trying to recruit all 3 of us at once. He bought the best of everything. He talked continuously. He asked our names. "My name is Zhou Qing from the city lord's mansion," he said, and put the second half in deliberately so we'd reciprocate. "Xielong, loose cultivator," said Xielong in a flat voice, and then shut his mouth and stared at the wall for the rest of the meal, because Zhou Qing had spent the entire evening looking at me. "Lin, loose cultivator," I gave him the surname. He'd asked for the surname. Xiao Yu made a noise into her sleeve, because she'd understood exactly what I'd done, and Zhou Qing's face went stiff, and he turned and looked at her instead. "My name is Xiao Yu," she said generously, "and I am also a loose cultivator." He looked at the 3 of us. "Heh," he said, "the quality of loose cultivators these days is really high." None of us said anything. I ate a great deal and then stood up. "Thank you for your hospitality, second young master. We have other matters. We'll be leaving." Xielong did not get up. Xielong had decided that a connection to a city lord's mansion was worth having, and hold on to that too. "Brother Lin, please wait." Those 4 words, said in that voice, stopped me in the doorway, and my exact internal reaction was this. Damn, that's the second time. Why does this guy like saying those 3 words so much? Could it be reincarnation? Looks like I'd better stay away from this one. It's too dangerous. "Second young master," I said, turning round with a warm smile. "Do you have any further instructions? I dare not presume to offer guidance." "That's right. My elder brother has been exceptionally talented since childhood, and a few years ago he was taken to the Haoqian dynasty by a powerful figure to cultivate. News came a few days ago that he's returning, accompanied by young talents of the imperial dynasty. A banquet will be held to welcome him and those geniuses. I hope Brother Lin will grace us with his presence." He was glowing when he talked about his brother. It was the only honest thing he did all evening. I thought about it and said yes, not for the brother, for the geniuses of the Haoqian dynasty, because I had spent a year beating the best young men of a border region, and I had absolutely no idea whether that meant anything at all out here. And Zhou Qing watched me leave and thought this. Arrogance. I'll see if you can still maintain it when you meet real geniuses. He had invited me to that banquet to have my confidence broken by better men, so that afterwards I'd be grateful to work for him. I'd like you to hold on to that as well. Back at the inn, Xiao Yu sulked because I'd taken her straight home instead of letting her shop. "What's the point of shopping?" I said. "You'd be better off cultivating." By the way, were there any famous geniuses in the Haoqian dynasty? "Brother Lin," she said, brightening instantly. "Are you trying to find out about Zhou Qing's older brother?" And then, without waiting for an answer, "Among the younger generation of the Haoqian dynasty, the most famous is their 3rd prince. It's said that when the 3rd prince was born, the imperial weapons of the Haoqian dynasty stirred. However, he was sidelined afterwards, and there was no news of him for years. It wasn't until about a year ago that he started to show what he is. He's defeated a great many prodigies in that year. He's known across the whole eastern region now. They say he has the bearing of an emperor. Besides him, the other princes are also well known. As for the others, I don't remember them. Not to mention Zhou Qing's older brother, I've never even heard of anyone with the surname Li. Of course, it's possible I heard and didn't pay attention. The bearing of an emperor. I sat with that for a while, and the feeling was not intimidation. It was hunger. I had not had a real fight since I was 14. Every single opponent since had folded on the first exchange, and a man who never gets pushed never finds out where his own edge is. That is not a boast. It is a genuine problem, and I had been aware of it for months. Whether the third prince deserved the phrase or not, anybody who collects that reputation is not weak. Then I worked out that the third prince was extremely unlikely to be attending a provincial welcome party for a man called Li and stopped being excited. Xiao Yu, watching me go quiet, decided I was discouraged. "Brother Lin," she said gently, "that third prince thing isn't all that great. The prodigies we defeated weren't big shots. You could do it too." "Huh," I said. "How do you know I could do it too? You have that much confidence in me?" I said it as a joke. She answered it seriously. "Yes, I have confidence in Brother Lin. You are no worse than anyone else." She had barely seen me fight. What she had seen was that every time I moved, it ended immediately, which gives an impression of a floor that isn't there. And she had a feeling, and Xiao Yu is extremely confident in her feelings. I looked at the seriousness on that little face for a moment, and then agreed with her, out loud, because it happened to be exactly what I thought. "I also feel I'm no worse than anyone else," I said, "and if I turn out not to be able to beat them, I won't doubt myself or get discouraged. I'll just work harder and pass them. That is, I think, the only genuinely admirable thing about me." I had a system in my head, and a previous life's worth of stories, and a transmigrator's shortcut, and I have never once in either life believed that any of that made me special. It made me early. That's a different thing. Everything I actually am, I built in a courtyard, badly, alone. "Hee," I said, and patted her head. "You have quite a good eye." And then realized, about half a second too late, that this was not Ruo, and that I had just put my hand on a girl I had known for 4 days. We both stood there. Neither of us said anything for an extremely long moment. "Cough," I said. "By the way, what's the current cultivation of that third prince you mentioned?" "Ah," she said. "Oh, I heard he hasn't broken through to God realm. Because everything from body tempering to venerable is the mortal stage. It's the foundation. So the real prodigies refine themselves thoroughly at that stage before they break through. But once you reach God realm, it's a completely different domain. The transformation at the level of life and the transformation of spiritual power, both are enormous. Only after arriving there does cultivation genuinely begin. So they all attach great importance to the foundation they lay before God realm. I nodded, because the artifact spirit had told me the same thing in almost the same words. "So this is what prodigies are like in the eastern region now," I said. "Almost," she said. Half a month later, Zhou Qing came to the inn with an invitation card so ostentatious that I had to look at it twice. It's just an invitation, I thought, and the design is this flashy. "You absolutely must come tomorrow night." "Okay," I said, "I'll go." He left immediately, which was the most tactful thing he ever did, and I threw the invitation on the table and went back to cultivating. The city lord's mansion was enormous, and we walked for a long time before a servant put us in a garden. There were already a great many people in there, all of them young. King ceiling across the board, a few venerables. It was, I want to be fair, a genuinely respectable room. Every one of those people would have been the strongest human being in my home city by a wide margin. I found a seat at random and sat in it. No Zhou Qing, no Xie Long. Zhou Qing, I understood. He'd be making an entrance with his brother. But Xie Long being absent was a nuisance, because I'd come intending to check his page again. He was not absent. He was in a pavilion on the far side of the garden with Zhou Qing and 4 extremely well-dressed young men from the Hao Tian dynasty, and one of them was looking across at me. Wenhai. "Is it because he won't give you face?" "That's him," said Zhou Qing, and bowed. "Thank you for your help, Brother He." He Tian, venerable realm late stage, in his 20s, a promising talent of the Hao Tian dynasty. "It's all right," he said. "He's just a kid. I can take care of him easily." "Of course," said Zhou Qing, exactly like a servant. "How can he compare to Brother He? You only need to make a slight move. That's already his limit." "Haha, well said. This kid doesn't know what's good for him, daring not to give you face. I'll go and teach him a lesson right now." Keep a close eye on him. And Xielong stood behind both of them, saying absolutely nothing while screaming internally, "Go ahead and fight, and it would be best if the fight ended in mutual destruction." He'd spent 2 days being introduced to these Haoqian prodigies and had been looked at like furniture the entire time. He wanted to see whether they had the right to be arrogant. Meanwhile, I was drinking and gossiping with Xiao Yu, and a voice arrived over my shoulder. "Kid, I want your position. Get out of here." I turned round and found a man in blue standing with his hands behind his back, looking magnificently down at me, entirely confident that his sheer presence would move me out of a chair. "Roll," I said, "neuropathy." Which is not a witty line. It is the fastest available line. "Where did this mad dog come from?" said Xiao Yu, glancing at him. "Why is it biting people randomly?" "It's normal for a mad dog to bite people randomly," I said. "Otherwise it wouldn't be a mad dog." "That's right," she said, nodding with great seriousness. "The garden lost it." "Haha, those two are so mean. That guy is really pitiful. Look, his face has gone green." "You," said He Tian. "Heh, good, you've got guts." "Get out of here and stop embarrassing yourself," said Xiao Yu, and waved him away like a smell, and that finished him. To be fair to He Tian, briefly, he came from the Haoqian dynasty. In the Haoqian dynasty, he was somebody. He had come out to a provincial city, been asked to slap down a nobody as a favor, and had instead been publicly ridiculed by 2 children in front of the entire local nobility. "You ants, die." He did not hold back. Every scrap he had in one palm out of pure rage. A wind went through the garden and the runes filled the sky, and something enormous came down on both of us, and everybody else in that garden got up and moved. I put a hand up. There is no interesting description of what happened. His attack stopped, and my hand kept going, and He Tian went backwards through the air and hit the ground and lay there in a crimson robe that had not been crimson when he arrived. I withdrew my hand, went back to my seat, poured a drink, and tasted it. Xiao Yu glanced at the man on the ground and went back to her conversation. "Cough," said He Tian from the floor. "Cough, cough. How is this possible? How could I possibly lose? And to an unknown nobody?" He got up holding his chest and looked at me with something very complicated on his face. He was not a fool. He knew there were people above him. He had simply not expected to meet one at a dinner party in a nowhere city. "He Tian, He Tian, are you all right?" "How was it, He Tian?" I'm fine. Cough. Let's go." He wanted out of that garden immediately, and his 3 friends would not let him. "He Tian, what's the rush? Are you just going to let this go?" "That's right. Although he had some skill in injuring you, there are so many of us. Does he think he can get away with anything? He's some nobody who came from who knows where. If we slink away today, how will we face anyone again?" And what was actually happening there was not loyalty. They liked He Tian fine. What they were thinking was, He Tian lost to this nobody. If I beat this nobody, then... Not one of them entertained the possibility that I was simply stronger. Their working theory was that He Tian had been careless, had not opened at full strength, and had run into a man who had gone all out from the first move. That's how it must have happened. Otherwise, it's impossible to lose that fast. "You," said He Tian, who could read his friends perfectly well, and then thought about it and decided to let them go, because in about 90 seconds they were going to understand. "All right, He Tian, we'll avenge you." "Yeah, let's go and meet that guy. Let's go, let's go." The 3 of them came over together. Xiao Yu got in first. "What? Here for revenge? However, I advise you to save your breath. Even all of you together are no match for Brother Lin. Just get lost. Why humiliate yourselves?" 3 faces went white. "Humph, sharp-tongued," said one. "Little beauty, you're mistaken," said another, softening entirely because she was 16 and pretty. "I'm not that guy from before. I'm quite powerful." The 3rd one said nothing and looked cold. "Ch," said Xiao Yu. "There's no need to waste your breath on them," I said, and put a hand in front of her. "So you're just here to fight? Then let's fight. If you can take action, try not to argue." And that last line I said, looking directly at the 3 of them, and it worked, because if a man says that and you keep talking, you have conceded the room. "Kid, you've got a big mouth. I wonder if your skills are as good." The first one threw a golden fist with annihilation on it. "Why invite humiliation upon yourself?" I said. He was He Tian's strength, or slightly under. I did not even change my footing. The fist broke, and the man went backwards and landed neatly at He Tian's feet. Then I looked at the last 2, and both of them understood at exactly the same instant, and I watched it arrive on both faces at once. They were about to change their story. They were going to say they hadn't come to fight after all and eat the embarrassment because the gap had just become unmistakable. "It's your turn," I said, before either of them could speak. "You two can go together." A silver hand covered the sky and closed on both of them. "Ah, don't just stand there, fight back." They put out their strongest divine abilities, and it made no difference at all, and both of them went backwards and landed in a neat row next to their two friends, all four in a line, which was so absurd that not one person in that garden laughed. Some of them had recognized the four by then. This is a prodigy of the Haochen dynasty. How could it? Who is that young man in white to defeat four people so easily? Maybe it's one the Holy Lands have been hiding. I looked at the row of them, said nothing, and went back to my drink. Because I did not want a real incident in that mansion. There was supposed to be a true god realm expert guarding the place, and although I had a flying boat that could take me out of almost anything, a boat that a true god realm can't damage is a boat that everybody would like to own, and the moment that was public, I would never sleep again. There is never any shortage of arrogant and reckless people. I had made a decision about that early, and I have kept it. The three worst injured took pills and left to heal. He Tian stayed and sat there with his eyes shut and would not look at Zhou Qing, who was trying to talk to him, and who was now discovering the actual cost of his clever plan. Because Zhou Qing had spent all evening certain that I was some hidden Holy Land disciple pretending to be a loose cultivator, and a genuine Hao Tian prodigy had just been taken apart in front of him, which meant that whatever was behind me was enormous. Brother He, this. He Tian ignored him completely and privately thought that if it weren't for Zhou Qing, he wouldn't have been beaten up for nothing. And then Xie Long, seeing an opening, leaned in. "Second young master, no need to be nervous. That guy surnamed Lin is quite strong, but he's probably no match for the eldest young master. All we need to do is let the eldest young master handle it. At that point, it won't matter how powerful the forces behind him are. This is ultimately a matter for the younger generation. Even if the eldest young master did something, the forces behind him probably wouldn't say much. That is one of the nastiest pieces of work in this whole story, and it came from a man I had never done anything to. Xie Long did not want peace. Xie Long wanted the two of us pointed at each other. He'd been ignored in favor of me for 2 days, and he was the sort of person who cannot survive being ignored. And Zhou Qing, panicking, agreed. "Yes, that's a good idea. I'll go and find my older brother right now." Heh, thought Xie Long, watching him go. Sometime later, the garden started talking about the guest of honor again, and then a distinct rhythm came up the path with footsteps in it, and everybody turned. A young man in golden robes, extremely impressive, with Zhou Qing behind him. Zhou Feng, venerable realm peak, physique, the blazing king. Luck, Cyan. Life script, minor villain from heaven-defying dragon venerable. Recent opportunity. Half a month from now, he is ambushed outside Qingshan City and unfortunately dies. I sat there and read that twice. Is it really that bad? I'd been hearing about this man for 2 weeks. His younger brother lit up like a lamp whenever he said the name. The whole city had turned out, and he had 14 days. His strength wasn't much either. In my perception, he was barely above He Tian at the same rank. I looked away, disappointed, and drank. He took the main seat and thanked everybody for coming, and did it in a tone that made the entire garden's jaw tighten, because he had gone away to the Hao Tian dynasty, seen powerful men, and come home to a provincial city with a permanent expression of doing everyone a favor by breathing near them. Nobody said a word about it. He was far stronger than any of them, and in Qingshan City, the city lord's mansion is the whole sky. So everybody smiled and agreed with him, except us. Zhao Yu and I sat there drinking and talking and did not look at him once, which is, I admit, extremely conspicuous when the rest of a garden is facing the same direction. He noticed. He did not react. He simply added it to a list. Then his eyes came round to me and stopped, and the whole garden noticed, and every single person in it perked up. Heh, let him pretend. There are people here who really won't give him a chance. Haha, serves him right. It would be best if Lin Yuan taught him a lesson. It's coming. Is a fight about to break out? I should point out that the crowd had entirely swapped sides in about 4 hours. "Brother Lin," said Zhao Yu, leaning in, "that guy is looking at you." "I'm so handsome," I said. "It's perfectly normal for people to look at me," which was a joke. "Indeed," said Zhao Yu, nodding with real conviction. Brother Lin is really handsome. I said. This friend looks unfamiliar, said Zhou Feng, walking toward us with a gentle smile and a voice full of small hooks. I wonder which senior student this is. Or, is he just a loose cultivator? And before I could answer, Xiao Yu was on her feet. Who is this senior's protege? It's not like you'd know them just because I said it. Leaving aside the whole of Changshuan continent, even just the eastern region, how many people do you actually know? What? You've been out there a few years and you don't even know who you are anymore? The smile went off Zhou Feng's face all at once, and the cold came up underneath it, and he stopped walking. Xiao Yu blinked at him and did not move an inch. My friend, you... He decided to ignore her, which was a mistake, and turned to me, and I stood up and cut him off before he finished. There's no need to beat around the bush, just say what you want. I am not usually rude to a host. I had spent an evening among people who were all far weaker than they believed, and enormously pleased with themselves, and I had run out. I've heard that your excellency is very capable, and I admire you greatly, he said, in the tone of a man who admires nobody. However, I would like to ask you for some advice. You're just showing off, I thought. In that case, I said, I'll give you some pointers. You said you were asking for advice. It shouldn't be a problem for me to give some. Pointers, said Zhou Feng, and went several degrees darker. Giggle, said Xiao Yu. Brother Lin, you really should give him some pointers. After all, we've drunk quite a lot of other people's spirit wine. The garden went off. Quietly into sleeves, because nobody dared do it out loud. Let's go to the training ground. A training ground? Is that necessary? It won't be long anyway. Is it necessary to run around like this? Right, yeah, said Xiao Yu, on cue. Brother Lin could beat him in a few punches and kicks. Why bother going anywhere? The two of us in unison very nearly finished him on the spot. Fine. Then I won't go. I want to see how you'll take me down in a few punches and kicks. Hee, I said, you will see. Please, and he let his aura off, and this is the only credit available to him. It was a real aura. It knocked several people over. It flattened the weaker guests to the ground and pushed the clouds off the sky over the mansion. The aura's all right, I said, because it was guidance. What kind of guidance offers no comments? Stubborn as a mule. I'd like to see if your mouth is still this stubborn afterwards. He came in with a punch that put pressure on everybody watching. I brushed to the side on the way past and put my own fist in his chest. He came off the ground, and I had held back on purpose, so he got his feet under him in the air and landed instead of going through a wall. Then he stood there and did not attack again. And here is where I actually lost patience, and I have been called cruel for what happened next, when the accurate word is bored. He had felt my aura and knew I was one small stage below him, and he could not process having lost. He stood in the middle of his own welcome party, in front of everybody, and simply stopped functioning. It was one thing to be that weak, his mind being that fragile as well was something else. This is only the beginning, I thought, and I've already held back, and he can't take even this much. Impossible. I can't possibly lose to you like this. And he charged me like something coming off a chain. Big brother, said Zhou Qing, in genuine distress. And then he remembered something, and took out a jade slip and said a few urgent words into it. I did not tolerate the second charge. I slapped him out of the air, and his brother caught him. Then I stood in the middle of a ruined party feeling, of all the possible things, embarrassed. I'd come as a guest, and driven the guest of honor out of his own mind. That's not a good look. And the man held real rank in that mansion, and if the powerful people who ran it found out I'd made this mess, they would hunt me across a continent. The most urgent thing, I decided, is to run away. So I grabbed Xiao Yu, who was still openly enjoying herself, and said one word, walk. And a pressure that felt like the end of the world came down over the entire district. Where else do you want to go? And a middle-aged man came down out of the sky. Father, said Zhou Qing, and ran to him, and told him a version of events in which he himself did not appear at all. Father, he's the one who ruined my eldest brother. Said City Lord Li, and every guest in that garden broke out in a cold sweat. Young man, he said, looking only at me, you went too far. Who is your superior? And I let my breath out, because I had just been handed the whole game. Looks like they've imagined quite a bit, I thought. Looks like we won't have to run away today. Because Zhou Qing had spent the evening deciding I was a hidden Holy Land disciple and had passed that theory to his father, and his father had looked at a boy who could flatten Hao Qian prodigies and found it entirely convincing. He was angry. He was also old enough not to act on it. I have already shown mercy, I began, warmly, preparing to invent the most impressive teacher in recorded history. As for my master, that old man, "We don't have any teachers," said Xiao Yu. "We're all loose cultivators. What do you want?" I turned my head and looked at her. What are you doing? Because she was not stupid. She was a very great many things, and stupid was not one of them, which meant she had just detonated my entire escape on purpose. She smiled at me sweetly and sent me one line. "There are currently no true God realm experts inside the City Lord's mansion. Just a few Void God realm cultivators. Brother Lin isn't afraid of that, is he?" "Oh," I said. "The rumor said there was a true God here. Apparently the rumor was out of date. Either he had died quietly of old age, or he was somewhere else, and either way, I was not going to get a better opportunity than this. Because I had never once fought a God realm cultivator, and I did not know where my own ceiling was. And here was a Void God realm peak standing in front of me, already furious. So I stopped resisting the idea. And Xiao Yu, before I'd finished thinking it, went again. "Stop your babbling and asking all those questions. We don't have time for you. Let's go," and took my hand and turned around. "Stop." He was in front of us instantly. "Since you are so arrogant and rude, I'll take you down first, and then I'll go and meet your elders." And he reached out one hand that covered the sky, and he was still holding back, because he only meant to capture us until he knew what we were. The guests took one look at a God realm aura and started mourning me. We're doomed. No matter how extraordinary this young man in white is, there's no way he escapes. I wonder which faction they belong to. Zhou Feng had come round by then and was watching with a face like a closed door. Zhou Qing was openly pleased, and Xie Long, standing behind both of them, was having the best moment of his month. "Pretty boy, let's see what you do this time. It's just a pity about that beautiful girl." I stepped forward and put a palm up. They met, and the entire garden came apart. Not the two of us, everybody else. The shockwave off that contact went out through the party and put a dozen people on the ground, and the rest ran. "Retreat quickly, quick." Xiao Yu was standing directly behind me, and not one hair on her moved, because I had made absolutely sure of that before I raised my hand. "Huh," said City Lord Li, "and there it is. That's the noise." He had not expected me to hold it. He'd expected to catch a young man in a net. He looked at me, and I was standing there breathing normally, and even if I were a Void God realm peak myself, and he had held back, that is not a blow you casually absorb. So he hesitated, and you can see why. A prodigy that good has powerful backing. If it really was a Holy Land family, then the entire Li family could not afford the conversation. They were appointees of the Hao Qian dynasty, and within the Hao Qian dynasty, entirely disposable. If something happened, nobody was coming to help them. He stood there working through all of that, and I did not think about any of it because he'd stopped moving and I hadn't. I stepped, wrapped in space-time runes, arrived in front of him, and put a fist through the air hard enough that the color went out of the world. He got a punch up in time and went back several steps. What the hell? That's strong. And after that, it stopped being a negotiation. Dozens of exchanges in about 4 seconds, and then both of us went up into the sky over Qingshan City, and the whole city felt it. Who is it? How dare they cause such a commotion? That looks like the City Lord's mansion. Someone's come knocking. Are they that brave? This energy is Void God Realm late stage at least, probably more. Who is it? Every old monster in that city came up off their mountains and gathered at a distance to watch, which I only found out about later. And on the ground, Xiao Yu stood in a wrecked garden, watching a man she'd known for 2.5 weeks trade blows with a God Realm cultivator, and her eyes were shining. "Brother Lin," she said, "you're truly extraordinary. But is this young Supreme really a loose cultivator?" Up in the sky, I was having the best afternoon of my life. Not because it was close. It was not close. Every exchange pushed him back, and his robes went, and mine did not. And after a while, I had the whole shape of it. An ordinary Void God Realm peak is not a match for me. That one certainly wasn't. But that's the ceiling. A true God Realm would eat me. Which is what I had gone up there to find out. "Stop now," I said, after I'd knocked him back again. "You are no match for me." I said it because we had never reached a point where either of us had to die, and because I had not lost anything in that fight and had, in fact, gained a great deal. So I was content to let the tool walk away. Cough, said City Lord Li, and wiped his mouth, and stood there with his eyes moving. He wanted to stop. I could see he wanted to stop. And then he put his divine thought out and discovered that every powerful figure in Qingshan City was watching from the shadows. And with that many people looking, he could not say the words. I don't have time to waste here with you, I said. Excuse me, and went down and took Xiao Yu's hand and started walking for the gate. Stop him. Don't let him get away. 5 elders of the city lord's mansion appeared around the garden, all void god realm, and boxed us in. Heh, I said, overestimating yourself, and kept walking. Stop. City Lord Li landed in front of me. Heh, I said, why bother? That's right, said Xiao Yu. You're no match for Brother Lin. You'd better get out of the way. Presumptuous, snapped one of the elders. I said, and turned and looked at him. Humph, you're the one who's being presumptuous. Silver hand. He went out of the ring, and that was 4. Attack together. The 5 of them came in with weapons out, and the garden filled with runes and color and noise, and it was brief. I folded into the void, took Xiao Yu with me, came out somewhere else with starlight on my palm, and put the palm of the universe through the middle of them. The highest of them was Void God Realm Middle Stage. Their divine abilities came apart. Their forbidden weapons came apart. All 5 of them went into the ground and stayed there. 2 motions, 5 God Realm cultivators. Everybody watching from the shadows made a noise at the same time. They were knowledgeable people. They had already accepted I was strong. It did not help because a young man, not yet 20, younger than most of their grandchildren, had just removed 5 Void God Realm experts with 2 palms. The garden was gone by then, just the 3 of us standing in it. I looked at City Lord Li, and he looked at me, and both of us understood that this could not be resolved politely anymore. So I raised my hand, and the space-time runes came up, and I went at him. Boy, you, He roared, mostly to give himself something, and came back at me. And I fought him standing in a ruin, casting divine abilities with one hand while holding a 16-year-old girl's hand with the other, which is the single most arrogant thing I have ever done. Old man, said Xiao Yu from about a foot behind my shoulder, if those old men over there don't get treatment soon, they might be going to die. If you'd let us leave earlier, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. Why bother? He did not answer. He was extremely busy. Then I put the covering star hand through him, and then I was in front of him, and then I put a palm in the middle of his chest. He went back several dozen feet and hit the ground and did not get up. The watchers made the noise again. They had expected it, and it did not help either, because the Lord of Qingshan City, who had been the sky over that place for their entire lives, was lying in his own garden. I am told several of them found it extremely satisfying. Father, father. Zhou Qing stood on the far side of that garden with the whole thing arriving on him at once. All of it was his. If he hadn't wanted me humbled, none of it would have happened. Zhou Feng simply stared, because he had come home from the Haotian dynasty a great man and had watched the entire mansion fail to handle one guest. Let's go, I said. Kid, don't get cocky. This isn't over. The Lord of Qingshan City, flat on his back, getting each word out separately, and his eldest son, who had learned nothing at all, backed him up. That's right, we have the backing of the Haotian dynasty, which was so funny that I stopped walking. So, I said, turning round, are you very important to the Haotian dynasty? The higher-ups of the Haotian dynasty probably don't even know somebody like you exists. Do you really expect them to stand up for you? You're such a fool, you can't even recognize your own stupidity. And I went back to walking. Xiao Yu turned round and pulled a face at all of them. Goodbye. Ahem, said the city lord from the floor. Young man, do you dare leave your name? You can't be afraid, can you? I said, what a clumsy attempt at provocation. But it doesn't matter. What harm is there in telling you? Listen carefully. This young master is not going to change his name or his surname. My surname is Lin, and my given name is Grandpa. There was a pause. Grandpa? Said somebody, uncertainly, from the ground. Grandpa's here, I said. I did not give them my real name, incidentally, and not out of cowardice. I had no idea whether that family had curses or name-based techniques, and I had made a decision months earlier to be paranoid about exactly that kind of thing. The taking advantage was free. I expected shouting. There was no shouting. The garden went completely silent. I looked at Xiao Yu. She looked at me with exactly the same expression I was wearing. It's been a long time since I've seen such a young and talented person. Young friend, why don't you stay and let this old man show you the proper hospitality? The voice came from outside the mansion, and it did not use a name, and both of us knew immediately who it was for. The true God realm expert, the one who was supposed to be away. I had not felt him arrive. Not the approach, not the landing, nothing. Is the difference between true God and void God that large? Young friend, what do you think? Perfectly warm, like a kind elder. Yeah, right, I said, and grabbed Xiao Yu and went into the void at everything I had. We came out 1,000 miles from Qingshan City. That was so exciting, said Xiao Yu, with her eyes on fire. By the way, didn't that old guy chase us? I don't know, I said. Let's not worry about him. Let's go a little further. Okay, young friend, where do you want to go? I had her out of that spot before the sentence finished, and the place where we'd been standing came apart. Not the ground, the void itself started to fold. Young man, you're quite fast. An old man in black, with a kind face and an extremely elegant manner, standing there smiling. Senior, I said, you flatter me. And, silently, to the girl next to me, young miss, it's your turn this time. I can't handle this old guy. Me, you can't handle him. How am I supposed to? And a jade talisman appeared in her hand while she said it. I breathed out. Then it seems the two of us are destined to be a pair of doomed lovers, I said. What? Who wants to be a doomed couple? Said Xiao Yu, and went pink. Young friends, don't waste your time. Come with me obediently, or you'll force me to take action. Senior, then you should just do it, I said, and shrugged. I've been rebellious since I was a child. I won't behave, hee. Young friend, you are quite interesting. And then the smile went off him like water off glass. But don't worry, I have a way to make you behave. And a hand came out that made everything the city lord had done look like a hobby. I put out everything I had and the void screamed, and the space-time runes took some of the weight off, and it was a drop out of a river. Young miss, I said out loud, what are you doing? While quietly waking the artifact spirit, because if that girl sold me out, I was going to need a boat immediately. Oh, here it comes. Brother Lin, don't rush, and she opened her hand. The moment that talisman was uncovered, the pressure vanished, all of it, in one instant, and then the void in front of us collapsed, and there was a hole in the world. This. Ah! We went into it, both screaming, neither of us in control, and then the pressure inside it got hold of me, and everything went out. What the hell? Which were, I am told, my exact last words before I passed out. Xiao Yu was completely fine, incidentally. She was inside the talisman's protection, and she had time to admire the scenery, and the scenery was black, so she got bored. Huh. Brother Lin. And then discovered that she had forgotten to include me. I was fine, as it turned out, because I am close enough to space and time that being dragged through a tear in it only knocked me out, and she got a healing pill into me and then sat there looking at me for a while. Brother Lin's physique is not simple, she thought. Besides being close to space, it also has the power of time. She considered herself extremely knowledgeable, and she had never seen or even heard of a physique that held both. She thought about that for a long time. Then the space around us started to crack, and we fell out of it into daylight, and she caught me on the way down and put me on the ground. Where am I? Cough. I opened my eyes on a stunningly beautiful face about 6 inches away. You. Yes, it's me, Brother Lin. And there was guilt in it. I'm sorry, Brother Lin, it's me. It's nothing, I said, and cut her off, because I knew what was coming and did not want to hear it. I got up and checked myself and found everything where I'd left it, and then I looked around. Empty country, mountains, nothing else. And the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was thicker than anything I had ever stood in, and the law was so clear it was practically written on the air. Much better than Qingshan City. You, where is this? The environment here is far better. Brother Lin, I don't know exactly, but it should be the central region of the eastern region. This is the core cultivation area of the whole east. All the major clans and holy lands are here. Qingshan City was the outskirts. Not only is it vast, the cultivation environment and the number of powerful people far surpass anything out there. Normally, to get here from outside, you have to go through a domain gate. I didn't expect we'd come directly. I see, I said, and then thought of two women in a holy land and asked, before I'd decided to, is the Jade Pool Holy Land here too? Yes, it is. But, Brother Lin, why are you suddenly bringing up the Jade Pool Holy Land? You wouldn't happen to be… And her face started doing something. What nonsense are you thinking? I said, and flicked her forehead. I was just asking. All right, let's find a place with people and ask about the situation. And that is how I arrived in the central region. Not by teleportation array, not by boat, not by any plan of mine at all. I got there because a 16-year-old thief with a metal-grade destiny picked a fight she couldn't finish, and then tore a hole in the world to get out of it, and forgot I was standing next to her. 10 days of flying brought us to a city called Leiyang, and a man on the road told us it belonged to the Fiery Sun Holy Land, and then smiled and left without another word, which is a thing people do in the center. We went into a restaurant and found a crowd around an old man with a palm leaf fan, and Xiao Yu towed me straight into it, because a crowd is her natural habitat. Speaking of which, that saint of the blazing sun is no ordinary person. Having only just begun to show his talent, he single-handedly defeated a void god realm cultivator, a battle far beyond his own level. It is undeniably powerful. And recently, there are rumors that the Saint of Leiyang and the Holy Son of the Tianyuan Holy Land have agreed to a battle outside this city in a month. Two major prodigies about to clash. This battle is not to be missed. The room came apart with speculation, and Xiao Yu spent the next several days doing what Xiao Yu does, which is find out everything about everybody, and then came and delivered it to me with her whole face lit up, waiting to be praised. The reason the Tianyuan Holy Sun came looking for a fight, she said, is a woman. He has always liked a certain saintess. Recently, that saintess has been getting closer to the Saint of the Blazing Sun. The two of them discussed the Tao together, and afterwards she publicly said that the Blazing Sun Saint's strength was extraordinary and his techniques profound. So the Tianyuan Holy Sun came to challenge him. How about it, Brother Lin? Isn't my gossip explosive enough? It was. Two of the most celebrated young men in a region, fighting over a woman's compliment in front of a city. We went out to watch, along with everybody else. They were both venerable realm peak, and I will say this honestly, they were considerably better than anything I'd met in the outer region. The Tianyuan Holy Sun had a Taiji diagram unfold behind him, and yin and yang turning between his fingers. The Blazing Sun Saint put up an enormous Dharma image with no face on it, and threw a punch through it. The ground moved. The crowd loved it. I watched for about 10 minutes and worked out where they actually stood, which was roughly Void God Realm middle stage in real combat power, and not an impressive middle stage. He's the kind of person I can deal with in one slap, I thought, and started losing interest. And then I felt somebody watching them who was not in the crowd. He was hidden in the void off to one side, and he was better than either of the two fighting. And the moment I got a look at him, everything else stopped mattering. Name, Fan Lie. Cultivation, Venerable Realm Early Stage. Physique, Mortal Body. Destiny, Rebirth of the Strong, Purple. Luck, Purple. Life Script, Male Protagonist of God of War Rebirth. Recent Opportunity. Later, he seizes the opportunity to kidnap the Tianyuan Holy Sun. 2 weeks from now, a treasure trove is discovered in Sunset Ridge, where several sacred herbs are obtained. 1 month from now, he finds a marrow cleansing pool there, and from then on, he is reborn and his strength greatly improves. I read that page and had to work very hard not to laugh out loud in the middle of a crowd. Sacred herbs. Plural. Complete ones, not the broken kind I'd been marveling at in a basement. And a marrow cleansing pool, which I had never heard of, and which mattered enormously, because I had a body refining scripture from a giant in a gray place, slowly rebuilding me from the inside, and it had been almost finished for months. It needed one more thing. I did not know what. I had a fairly strong suspicion. Meanwhile, the man himself was watching two prodigies exhaust each other and thinking this. Fight. Fight. When you're both worn out, that's when this god of war makes his appearance. Holy Son of Heaven, your protector cannot save you this time either. Which is a lot of confidence from a venerable early stage, and it was earned because Fan Lie was not a young man. Fan Lie was something very old wearing a young man. He'd had a conflict with the Tianyuan Holy Sun at a secret realm once, back when he had almost nothing, and had nearly died for it, and had been carrying it around ever since. He changed his shape, medium build to enormous bearded man, in about 2 seconds, cleanly, and took out a scroll. I did not have time to work out what the scroll was because I had somewhere to be, and there was one piece of business first. I changed my own face into something short and forgettable, walked up behind an ancient reborn supreme in the middle of his revenge, and said, "Excuse me, sir, could you tell me how to get to Sunset Ridge?" He came out of that spot so fast that I felt the air close. "Brother," I said, holding both hands up, "I mean no harm. I was just asking directions." And Fan Li stood there staring at a plain little man, and it was the only time in this entire story that I frightened somebody who deserved to be frightened. If the other party had murderous intent, he was thinking, wouldn't I already be dead? He hadn't sensed me at all. Not the approach, not the standing there, nothing, until I spoke. "What exactly is your excellency? I'm just asking directions. Do I need to explain who I am?" "All right, then what is your excellency asking about?" "Sunset Ridge. Do you know how to get there?" "Sunset Ridge," he said, and looked at me for a long moment, and then simply pointed. "Thank you," I said, and left. He stood there watching a stranger disappear and could not work out why anybody would go to Sunset Ridge, which everybody knows is barren. I had left a mark on him, obviously. That was the entire purpose of the conversation. Sunset Ridge is where a powerful cultivator of the fire Tao was killed a very long time ago, and it has been scorched and empty ever since. There isn't so much as a beast in it. People go there occasionally hoping for a legacy and come back with sunburn. I followed the system to a valley, found the array on a stone wall, fed it spiritual energy, and got pulled through, and came out in a garden, birdsong, flowers, water. In the middle of a burnt wasteland, a walled paradise with a medicine field in it. 1,000-year plants, 10,000-year plants. And in the center, several sacred herbs, whole and undamaged, which I had only ever seen in a broken state in a dead man's basement. I released the palace and woke the artifact spirit to identify things. Where am I? There's even a sacred medicine. I obtained a map by chance, I said, and came to take a look while I had nothing on. I never expected such a big discovery. He nodded and did not question it for 1 second, because in his experience, every prodigy stumbles into things constantly, and finding a few sacred herbs is a Tuesday. I stripped that garden, all of it. The sacred herbs first, then everything else down to the roots. It took a while, and when I'd finished, the place looked like a field after a fire. "Hey, Lin boy, something's not right over there. There might be something." He found a hidden formation I had walked past twice. Inside it, at the end of a passage, was a pool of milky white water, and the smell coming off it was the smell I had noticed at the entrance without being able to name. Standing near it made my blood move. "That's right," said the artifact spirit, just as I expected. "Lin boy, this pool is no ordinary place. It's a rare heaven and earth treasure, and it is perfect for you right now." Then he made a noise I had not heard from him before, which was envy. What kind of luck is this? He gets exactly what he lacks. I started forward. "Wait, don't rush. Although this pool is good, I still have a way to further enhance its effects." "It can even be enhanced," I said. "Not by a lot, but certainly enough. This is why you keep an ancient thing in your pocket." He went back into the palace and came out with an armful of junk. Some of it the broken sacred medicine from that basement that I had written off as worthless. Then he burned the impurities out of the broken medicine with a series of seals, poured what was left into the pool, and built an array around the whole thing out of materials I had not known he was carrying. "Phew," he said, eventually. "After working on it for so long, it's finally done. Lin boy, you can go in now." I got in and sat down and started circulating, and the essence went into me in a flood, and my body drank it like a man in a desert. The space-time runes were everywhere. They started seeping in. It was the best I have ever felt in either of my lives, and I knew perfectly well that this was the pleasant part. Meanwhile, back outside Liang City, the audience was having the best day of their lives. First, two saints beat each other to a draw over a girl. Then, at the exact moment both of them were finished, an enormous bearded man appeared out of nowhere and put the Tianyuan Holy Sun on the ground with one strike. Then the Holy Sun's guardian showed himself and let a heavenly god realm aura out over the entire field, and several thousand people went flat. And the bearded man calmly took out a scroll. Light came off it, a shield came up, and a heavenly god realm cultivator could not get through it. Then he produced a teleport platform and left, taking the Holy Sun with him in front of everybody. Nobody spoke for a long time. Wow, who is this? They're incredible. They actually dared to capture the Tianyuan Holy Sun, and they succeeded. But why? Does he have a grudge? Or is he going to extort the Holy Land? There must be a grudge. Extortion isn't feasible. The Tianyuan Holy Land won't compromise. Doing that would be offending them to the death. Frog fun, said Xiao Yu, who had stayed to watch and was practically vibrating. This show was absolutely amazing. There was even a bonus scene. Brother Lin, you're missing out. The news went across the region faster than anything I have ever seen. The sitting saint of a holy land, kidnapped in front of a crowd. And I was in a hole in the ground, becoming a different thing. I do not have a good description of the transformation. The law came up around me and turned into a cauldron with 3 ears and 2 legs and took me inside it. Then a phantom river appeared above it, poured in, and set me alight. The flames went up, my body came apart, and then I was a skeleton. The bones did not burn. Every part of them had a pattern on it, and the patterns were shining. Then flesh grew back, and I was myself again, and the flames took me apart again, and again, and again. I could not tell you how many times. The pain was well past anything I could hold, and after a while I stopped being properly present for it. I do not remember most of it, and the reason I don't is mercy. The artifact spirit sat outside the whole time watching, and would have concluded I was dead if there hadn't been a thread of breath in it. Then it stopped, and the runes went out, and flesh came back on the bones and stayed there. I opened my eyes. Phew, how are you feeling, Lin boy? Feeling, I said. I just don't want to go through that a second time. And I meant it entirely. I have been through a treasure pool, a yin-yang spring, an enlightenment tea, and an emperor realm scripture. This was different in kind. It hurt more than any injury I have ever taken, because it was not damage. It was manufacture. Ha, said the spirit. Isn't it good that we've made some gains? A cultivator can't have a smooth journey all the way, and there is a real answer to that: physique. It had entirely left the mortal body behind. Not stronger, not upgraded, different. Closer to space and time than anything ought to be, with a set of properties I am still working out. And the cultivation. Venerable late stage, through the peak, through the extreme limit, into void god realm. Not early stage, void god realm middle stage. Which meant, and I sat in a cave doing this some with my heart going, that the true god realm old man who had chased me and Xiao Yu across a sky was no longer a problem. He was somebody I could handle. By the way, senior, I said, how much time has passed? Not long, he said vaguely, because a thing like him has no concept of time. A little over 2 months. 2 months. I had told a 16-year-old girl I would be back soon. Oh, by the way, he added, someone else came in while you were cultivating. But seeing that there was nothing here, they left quickly. I stopped. I had checked the array on the way in. It could only be triggered once. It seems this son of destiny was quite powerful before his rebirth, I thought, and has a lot of tricks. Then I put it out of my mind, which was careless, and left. The waiter at the inn in Liayang City lit up when he saw me and handed me a jade slip. Young master, your friend left this for you. Brother Lin, why aren't you back yet? You said you'd be back soon. Brother Lin, I'm sorry, I can't wait any longer. Something's come up, and I have to go. Brother Lin, remember to think of me. Goodbye. I stood in a restaurant holding a stone with a girl's voice in it. Was this little girl taken back by her family? I said, which I still think is what happened, because that girl had a talisman that could tear the void, and a metal-grade destiny, and was pretending to be a wandering nobody, and eventually somebody was going to come and collect her. The eastern region is vast, I told myself. There's plenty of time. We'll meet again someday. Then I bought the waiter's opinions with a bag of spirit stones because 2 months is a long time and I'd missed things. Customer, you've come to the right person. When that powerful man kidnapped the Tianyuan Holy Sun, it caused an enormous stir. The Tianyuan Holy Land was furious. They dispatched many experts, and they specially invited people from the Tianji sect to perform divination. None of it worked. They still haven't caught him. Didn't catch him. Did they find him and fail, or what? Found him. Of course they found him. They had the Tianji sect deducing. But that man has quite a few tricks. He escaped. And I've heard the ripples went further than that. Many factions have strengthened the guard on their own prodigies, specifically to protect them from him. and the man said all of it with a certain amount of admiration. I stood there and had a genuine crisis about the world. Fan Li, that human trafficker, actually has fans. Then I went to find him, because a son of destiny being hunted across a continent is a son of destiny about to receive an enormous amount of luck, and I wanted to be standing nearby when it arrived. He was 3 days away in a place called Willow City. I did not approach him. I sat in a restaurant on the other side of the room and did not look at him for long, because he was an old monster in a young body, and a stare is a physical object to men like that. He felt it anyway. He got up and walked out and did 4 laps of the district to flush out a tale, found nothing, and decided he'd imagined it. Forget it. In 3 more days, the teleportation array opens. Once we leave here, the Tianyuan Holy Land is nothing to fear. Here is the map, briefly, because you need it now. The center of the eastern region is itself divided into 5 states: Qingzhou, Sangzhou, Xuanzhou, Huangzhou, Zhongzhou. Qingshan City, the Haotian dynasty, the Fiery Sun Holy Land, and the Tianyuan Holy Land are all inside a single one of those, called Huangzhou, and Huangzhou is the weakest of the 5 and has almost no great emperor legacies in it. Willow City had an array to Qingzhou. Cross-state manhunts are not simple, that's why he was going. I did not follow him to the array. I went early and queued. That's what I did. I stood in a queue. At that stage, I could have removed most of the people in that square, and I stood in line and paid my spirit stones like everybody else, because I am not one of those main characters who cause a scene wherever they go. Fan Li came at noon. I felt the mark strengthen. The array filled up. A middle-aged man with a voice full of magic told the people at the back to wait for the next one. The operators made their seals. And the world went white and then dark, and I was standing on a platform in the boundless void with about 40 other people. I looked around, found Fan Li, and was just opening his page again. And the void behind us split open, and a hand came through it. Holy crap, what's going on? Who is this? What do they want? I don't want to die. What do we do? What do we do? The formation protecting that platform started to sway. It must be a powerful figure from the Tianyuan Holy Land, I said, looking up at it with the calm of a man who has an escape route. How ruthless, because if that hand landed, everyone on that platform died. Not just the target, and even the ones who survived the blow would be finished, because outside a teleport formation, the boundless void is not a place a human body can be. There is no rescue. There is no walking home. Ha ha ha, said an old voice. Kid, you disguised yourself very well. Even I didn't notice. But unfortunately, no matter how well you disguise it, it's useless now, which, translated, means, I cannot tell which of you is him, and I am not going to bother. He had chosen the moment beautifully, too. Kill everybody in the void, and nobody ever knows the Tianyuan Holy Land did it, because killing 40 uninvolved people in public is bad for a Holy Land's reputation. Little Leaf, said the artifact spirit, in a tone I had never heard from him. How did you manage to provoke a guy like this? My heart went tight, and I told him it wasn't mine, and that I was an innocent bystander. Well, what's wrong, I said. Can't you hold him? What is he? It's not that I couldn't stop him, it's that I'm not at my peak, and the man on the other side is close to the saint realm. After this, I may need to sleep for a while. The hand came down, the formation broke, and the people on that platform whose cultivation was lowest simply stopped being there, and I summoned the flying boat and left. This is the coldest thing in this entire story, and there is no version where I come out of it well. I could have saved them, not some of them, all of them. The boat could have taken every person on that platform, and the man could not have opened it. I did not. Lin Yuan was not a great philanthropist, and did not believe that saving a life accumulates merit, and had exactly one thought, which was that a boat nobody can crack is a boat that everybody wants, and if that fact went public, I would be hunted for the rest of my life. So a light flashed, and I was gone, and the boat shrank to nothing and went with me, and 40 people I had queued with stayed behind. Said the old man, and started to follow. And then a familiar aura came up behind him. Old man, look here. Fan Li had waited until I drew the attention, and then played his card, and it saved my life. An ancient scroll appeared out of nothing and unrolled, and the light that came off it went to every horizon at once, and the giant hand melted. Not broke, melted, the way a snowflake goes off a hot stone. This is. And a man close to the saint realm went very serious very fast, because the thing was strange. The energy off it was unremarkable, and it had just erased a divine king realm technique. He was certain it was not saint realm. He'd met Saint Realm cultivators. He was practically one. What on earth is this? Could it be something from the Emperor realm? And the instant that thought arrived, he decided to leave. He waited long enough to see the scroll finish opening, and then he was gone, and so was Fan Li, and so was I. I flew for half a month with my heart in my throat, and nothing happened at all. Then it took another month to reach Qingzhou, because the array was destroyed and I was doing it on a hull. And I spent that month cultivating and thinking about one thing, and the thing was this. I am, at this point, unmatched by anybody my own age that I have met, and a single old man out of a single holy land who, according to my own artifact spirit, was merely divine king realm, put a hand through a teleportation formation and killed everybody on it. And I ran. Divine king realm is nothing special on this continent. That's the phrase the spirit used. I had been a big fish for a year and had stopped noticing the pond, and the world took 4 seconds to correct me. I was a loose cultivator with no name behind him, holding a sacred artifact and a boat and an Emperor realm scripture, walking into the richest and most heavily armed region on the continent. Sooner or later, somebody was going to look at me the way I look at other people's pages. I needed a roof. Half a year went past. Most of it was wasted. I got to Qingzhou. Fan Li got to Qingzhou. I went to collect him, and the mark went out. Not faded. Gone. Between 1 hour and the next. And when I arrived at the last place it had reported, he was not there, and there was nothing to find. He'd found it. Of course he had. He had been a supreme once, and had a lifetime of habits, and eventually a man like that checks himself over properly. And so I lost a treasure-seeking mouse. I did look. Qingzhou is enormous, and looking for one man in it is not a plan. And after a while I stopped, on the entirely sound principle that a protagonist is not a creature that stays still. Sooner or later there is a noise, and the noise has him in the middle of it. So I went back to my actual method, which is sitting in restaurants. Hey, have you heard? A while ago, the Swordmaster and the first prince of the Imperial dynasty had an earth-shattering battle outside the Imperial capital. The Swordmaster and Crown Prince Yun Hai. When was this? I haven't heard either. Tell us. Hee. None of you know, do you? And the man rattled his wine jug meaningfully, and half a dozen strangers immediately bought him drinks, which is the most reliable economy in this world. Speaking of these two, they're both extraordinary. The Swordmaster mastered the Tao with his sword. He once killed a Void God Realm cultivator in a single strike while holding only the cultivation of a venerable, the eldest. Prince is equally extraordinary. Fighting above his level is routine for him. He rarely moves, and when he does, he crushes. Not long ago, the Swordmaster went alone to the Imperial capital and challenged him. That battle lasted more than 10 days. Neither could gain the upper hand. In the end, they had to drop it, because with strengths like theirs, a real result would mean a fight to the death. I sat there with my drink getting warm and listened to a description of 2 young men who were, from the sound of it, genuinely better than anything I had met. However, said the man, the Qinglian Holy Land will be holding a coming-of-age ceremony for their saintess in a while. Both of them should be there. Maybe they'll go again. Saintess of the Qinglian Holy Land, said somebody. Who is that? I've never heard of her. Yes, there hasn't been a whisper. Really? You're not making this up? It's definitely true. They'll release the news soon. As for the Holy Maiden of Qinglian, rumor has it she's a prodigy who has been kept hidden away. It's normal that you haven't heard of her. The Qinglian Holy Land is holding this ceremony to build momentum for her birth. I put my cup down. The Qinglian Holy Land. The name Steward Fan had said to me in a reception hall a very long way from here, with a bitter smile, when he told me he would never see the inside of it. I was standing inside its territory. And a ceremony like that pulls in every major power on the continent, which meant it was also, incidentally, the single largest concentration of sons of destiny that would ever be assembled in one field. You might even run into Fan Li, I thought, getting up. The main characters are always in the liveliest place. It took a month to get to Qinglian City, and by the time I did, the ceremony had been publicly announced, exactly as the man with the wine jug said it would be, which considerably raised my opinion of men with wine jugs. Qinglian City was overflowing. I went to the biggest restaurant in it, sat down, ordered, and settled in to eavesdrop, which is my entire intelligence apparatus and has never let me down. Every table was full. I had barely got comfortable before somebody stopped beside me. Young master, there are no empty tables. Would it be convenient for me to sit with you? I looked up. My reaction was, my pupils contracted. The man standing there was in white, and he had a face that had clearly been finished by somebody who was showing off, and a gentle smile and a manner so refined that half the girls in that room had already stopped talking. This guy actually looks so. His looks are almost a threat to me, which is, I am aware, an insane thing to think. I thought it anyway. Young master. Oh, sure, please sit, thank you. My name is Hua Qing. May I ask your honorable name? My name is Lin Yuan, and I heard myself say it and was immediately surprised, because I had spent a year giving people my surname and a joke, and I had just handed a total stranger my actual name without deciding to. What I missed, and this is the part that still gets me, is that the person across the table did not take that name calmly either. Something went across those eyes and got put away fast enough that I never saw it. Young Master Lin, what a great name, really. I think it's all right, but that's what everyone says. He. I didn't expect young Master Lin to be so humorous. And there it is again, a tenderness in the look that did not belong in a first conversation. By the way, is young Master Hua Qing also here for the coming-of-age ceremony? A coming-of-age ceremony. Yes, I will participate. Young Master Lin, are you also here for it? Yes, I said, and looked at him properly. Because this person had been behaving strangely since the moment they sat down, and did not carry themselves like a passerby, which meant they were almost certainly somebody with a script, and I had not checked. That is the thing to notice. I had had a system in my head for over a year. I check everybody. I check gate guards and shopkeepers, and I had been sitting across a table from this person for several minutes and had not once thought to open the page, which is not like me at all, and which deepened my doubts considerably. So I looked. Name, Hua Qing. Cultivation, Void God Realm Peak. Physique, Qinglian Dao style. Destiny, Peerless Empress, metal. Young Taboo, metal. Unparalleled Beauty, metal. Return to Youth, metal. Ineffable Nobility, metal. Luck, gold. Life script, the protagonist of Empress Rebirth. Recent opportunity. With my coming-of-age ceremony approaching, I encounter him in Qinglian City based on my memories from my past life. I sat in a restaurant with a cup in my hand and read that entry about 4 times. 5 destinies, all metal, gold luck. And the title. Because I had been carrying one line at the top of my own page since the day the system woke up, in a training yard on the other side of the world. Life script, male lead in Empress Rebirth. Same book. Him. Her. Based on my memories from my past life, here is what that means. It took me about 4 seconds, and I have never fully recovered from it. She was not reborn the way Fan Lai is reborn. Fan Lai is a dead man's soul in somebody else's body, which is a completely different and much worse arrangement. She had gone back. Same body, same name, same life, with everything she had ever learned still in her head, which means she had cultivated to somewhere enormous and lived an entire life and come back to the start of it, which means she knew what happens, all of it, every event, every faction, every disaster, in order. That is not a golden finger. Mine is a golden finger. I get to read the next line of somebody else's page. She had the whole book. And she had come down a mountain wearing a different face and asked to share a table with a specific man because her memories told her he would be sitting there. This is my wife, I thought, staring at a handsome stranger. And she came all this way to look at me. And I could not tell you what I felt. Some of it was delight. Some of it was something quite a lot colder, because a person who has read your entire life is a person you can never surprise. Young Master Lin, what's wrong? Are you injured somewhere? And the concern in it was not performed. That's the thing about her. Everything else that woman does is a beautifully constructed act, and that one was not. I'm fine, I said, and got my face back. I just thought about some things. Besides, and I'm not bragging, I've never been injured in my life, nor have I ever met anyone who could hurt me. And then I gave a look that very obviously meant, please praise me. And she laughed, out loud, in a restaurant. He, I believe you. You're amazing. You flatter me, I said, waving a hand. It's just so-so. I found out much, much later what she was doing while she laughed, and it is this. In her previous life, the two of us had not met at this point at all. I had attended her coming-of-age ceremony back then as an unknown, loose cultivator in a crowd, and we had not exchanged one word, and she had only learned about it years later when I mentioned it in passing. So she had come and got a table. We went out walking afterwards because the restaurant was too full and because two people who look like that being stared at by 300 strangers is not a relaxing meal. "Oh, by the way," she said at one point, "there's a mystic stone shop in town. Shall we look? Are you interested in that?" "It's all right," she said, which is when I learned something about myself because I looked at her and knew, immediately and with total certainty, that she had absolutely no interest in gambling on stones and was suggesting it entirely for my benefit. I could read her, not the page, her, what she wanted and how she felt, straight off the surface of her, easily, the way you'd read a signpost. I had never been able to do that with anybody in my life. Is this the special nature of an official pairing, I thought, with a certain amount of alarm? "I'm not really interested in gambling on stones," I said. "Let's go somewhere else." And she looked at me sideways and was extremely pleased, and I did not understand why for months. In her previous life, I had loved that shop. She had suggested it as a gift. Then I went fishing. "By the way," I said, "the thing I've heard most about lately is the saintess of the Qinglian Holy Land. They say she's incredibly beautiful, like a fairy fallen to earth, and that she can suppress all enemies with a single hand. I wonder if it's true." And I watched her face while I said it. There was a flash of pleasure, quick and instantly put away, and I caught it. He must have seen her, I thought, because if he hadn't, praising another woman in front of him wouldn't produce that. It would be a good result if he simply wasn't annoyed. "There's no smoke without fire," she said, "so the rumors must be true." And I got the rest of it later, and it is my favorite thing about her. She had spent a whole previous lifetime learning that I am unbearably narcissistic, and she had developed a policy of never deflecting a compliment from me. She takes them all, calmly, with a straight face. "I see," I said. "By the way, I hear the Qinglian Holy Land hasn't elected a saint." Because I had been asking around, and it turned out that apart from the saintess herself, the Qinglian Holy Land's current generation was empty. Yes, that's right. The Qinglian Holy Land is a great emperor legacy. The standards for the positions of saint and saintess are extremely high. Not every generation can produce them. Unlike some holy lands, where the best of the current crop simply becomes saint by default, so they have a new one every generation. The Qinglian Holy Land would rather have none than something of poor quality. If there isn't a suitable candidate, the seat stays empty. "Is that so?" I said, looking at her with half a smile. "Young Master Hua Qing knows a great deal." "This is no secret," she said, without moving a muscle. "The Qinglian Holy Land has been a legacy for a very long time. Many people know these things." And she understood, right then, that I had worked it out. And I understood that she understood, and neither of us said a word about it. She'd never intended to hide it. She had put on that face to tease me. If I guessed, I guessed. "Young Master Lin is asking about these things because, are you interested in the position of saint?" And there was no attempt to hide the anticipation that time. In her previous life, I did not join the Qinglian Holy Land at all. Is it because of me this time? "But this is only our first meeting. I am somewhat interested," I said. "However, I know I'm no match for young Master Hua Qing. If you're also interested, then I won't humiliate myself." "No," she said, immediately. "I have no interest in the position of saint at all, you can rest assured. In addition, I can provide some help." "What kind of help?" Because at that moment, I had a genuinely idiotic thought, which was that my wife might be about to pre-select her own husband, which would make me a kept man. "I know some elders in the Qinglian Holy Land," she said. "It's really not much of a help. Given young Master Lin's talent and strength, I believe that as long as I tell them about you, they'll naturally try to win you over. A talent like young Master Lin is a rare find." And she said that last part with such enormous pride that anybody watching would have assumed she was praising herself. "Oh," I said, "I see." And was, I admit, slightly disappointed, because it turned out not to be a marriage arrangement, and I had briefly enjoyed the idea of being kept. "Very good. Then thank you very much, young Master Hua Qing. No need to be polite. I'll take care of it as soon as possible." We walked until evening, and then she flew straight back up the mountain, went past the guards at the Holy Lord's Hall so fast that they nearly took her down, and marched in still wearing a man's face. "Hua Qing," said the Azure Lotus Holy Master from the top of the hall in the voice of a man who has already put a tea set out. "It's not that I want to criticize you, but look at you dressed like this. The guards outside didn't even recognize you. If it weren't for me, they'd have taken you down. She ignored all of that and sat down opposite him. I went to Qinglian City today. Guess what I found? What could you find that everyone is praising you and looking forward to your ceremony? You've mentioned quite a lot. That's not the point. The important thing is that I discovered a genius while I was down the mountain, and the Azure Lotus Holy Master did not react at all. How much genius could he be? Could he possibly be more talented than you? Which is not arrogance, it is the most reasonable position available to him. Hua Qing had a Qinglian Dao-style body. She had been extraordinary since she was small, and in the last few years she had gone somewhere frankly unreasonable. Not just her cultivation, her understanding, her grasp of techniques, all of it. The rest of the world did not know what she was. He did, so he had stopped caring about the word genius. The Holy Land had a talent shortage, and he was at peace about it, because he had her, and in his estimation, she was not less than the great emperor ancestor in their own histories. It's not wrong to say that he is more of a genius than me, said Hua Qing, and her master put his cup down. Hua Qing, you're not joking. Of course not. I really did meet such a genius today. He's about my age. His cultivation is almost void god realm late stage. That got him upright, because a number like that at that age either means somebody has been poured full of resources since birth, or it means something else entirely. Do you know his background? I know a little, she said. Don't worry, I guarantee his record is clean. He's a disciple of a small power on the outskirts of the eastern region, and that power is, in theory, a subordinate force of our Qinglian Holy Land. Which she said with total confidence, because of course she knew. She knew the name of the sect and the name of the city, and probably the name of the maid who used to bring me tea. People from out there, said the Holy Lord, and raised his voice for the first time, and connected to us. Which faction? Because he knew what the Rim was like, and a person like that coming out of a place like that genuinely surprised him. She told him, not everything, enough. And the Azure Lotus Holy Master listened to all of it, and then laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Okay. Hua Qing, make the arrangements. I'd like to meet this young supreme as soon as possible. Master, she said, you should send someone to find him yourself. Because she had decided, at some point during a walk through a market, that she was going to meet me properly for the first time as the Holy Maiden of Qinglian, standing next to her master in her own hall and watch my face. She left an address and got out of that room before he could ask why. And her master sat there staring at the door his disciple had just fled through, entirely baffled. A middle-aged man in a white robe came to my restaurant the next morning. It's Lin, little friend, isn't it? He said it as a statement. He was completely sure. He had no aura at all, not hidden, absent. I could not see through him even slightly, and I checked before I stood up. Name, Fan Lei. Cultivation, Divine King Realm late stage. Physique, Wind Spirit body. Life script, supporting role in Empress rebirth. Recent opportunity. By order of the Azure Lotus Holy Master, descended the mountain to bring a prodigy back to the Holy Land. Divine King Realm. The rank of the man who had put a hand through a teleportation array and killed 40 people. Sent to fetch. Me, politely. Just as I thought, I said, and bowed. Senior, what can I do for you? I wouldn't dare offer advice, he said, and waved it away. It's simply this. We have heard that Lin, little friend, is interested in the Qinglian Holy Land. Our Holy Lord, on learning of it, is delighted and welcomes a prodigy like yourself to join. So I'm here on orders to take you back, and he said it warmly, without one grain of condescension, and I liked him within about a minute, and that never changed. I see, I said. Thank you for your trouble, senior. Lin, little friend, is great. I'm so happy that a genius like you has joined. He meant it. He had grown up in that place. He genuinely considered it home and wanted it to do well, and had just been handed the best news his home had received in a generation. The mountain gate of the Qinglian Holy Land is the single most impressive thing I have ever flown up to, and I have flown up to a few. He gave me a tour on the way in, and it was all familiar in shape. Mission hall, scripture pavilion, cultivation grounds, small secret realms. Every faction is the same, more or less. The difference is the scale, and the scale here was obscene. I made a note of every location because those are all places where opportunities happen, and then I stopped walking. Wait, that's not right. Because in the script for Empress Rebirth, I am the male lead, which makes me the son of destiny. So where would another son of destiny come from around here? And if there were, wouldn't that make me the villain? I stood in the middle of a holy land having a genuine crisis of narrative position. I bet some brainless villain comes looking for trouble with me. Hee hee. I'm actually looking forward to it. And then, in the Holy Lord's Hall, Fanlei bowed to the man at the top, and then bowed to the woman beside him and said, "Saintess." I had already stopped hearing him. She was in her own face this time. Blue dress, and everything that had been an excellent disguise the day before had simply been a lid on this. I stood in a hall and stared like a farmer. "Ahem," said Fanlei. "Lin, little friend." "Ah, oh, I said, and smiled at her apologetically. And Hua Qing, who had watched me walk in and had not taken her eyes off me since, was not offended in the slightest. She was delighted, because the only thing I was looking at was her. She smiled back, and I felt my own heart do something I had never previously had trouble with. And then the Azure Lotus Holy Master opened his eyes. "Not bad," he said. He could see my foundation. That's what a man at that level looks at, not the number, the build. And the aura on me was Void God Realm, carrying rather more than a Void God Realm should carry, which pleased him considerably. "Hua Qing has already told me about you. It is indeed remarkable. From this moment, you are a disciple of the true lineage of the Qinglian Holy Land." And a token came across the hall to me, and I caught it and found it was made of a material you could forge a divine weapon out of. "Peerless," said the Holy Lord. "I'll call you that from now on." "Yuan. With your strength, you are more than qualified to be saint, but this Holy Land is not a place where I rule alone. You also need the other elders and disciples to recognize you. Do you understand?" "Of course," I said. "Yes." Hua Qing's coming-of-age ceremony is coming up. It's customary for other Holy Land families to send people to challenge the honoree at such an event. Everyone agrees to that rule, but you may take the challenges on her behalf, which is a very polite way of saying, go and beat the best young men of every major power on this continent in public so that nobody can object when I make you saint. I understood him perfectly. I said yes. And then he sent us out, because he had noticed the two of us exchanging looks for some time and had decided he would rather not watch. Fanlei got about 4 steps out of the hall, said he had things to do, and left at speed, and I have always suspected he was told to. "I never expected you to be the saintess," I said. "You guessed it long ago, didn't you?" "Just a little." "This is your territory now," I said. "Show me around." And so we walked, slowly, side by side, through a holy land for a long time. The effect on the local population was considerable. "Wow, is that the saintess?" "I think so." Everyone in that place knew exactly one thing about their saintess, which is that she was aloof, that she was rarely seen, and that she treated every single person alive with the same distant courtesy. And she was strolling through her own mountain, chatting to a man. "You seem quite different from how you usually are," I said. They all looked surprised. She rolled her eyes at me. "Who is it because of? You're getting the benefit, and you're still acting innocent." I said, "By the way, why aren't your suitors coming to cause me trouble?" Because we had been walking for an hour, and nobody had tried anything, and after the year I'd had, that felt like a broken machine. Huh. She actually stopped and turned and put the back of her hand on my forehead. "You don't have a fever. Why are you talking nonsense?" "What, you want people to come looking for trouble?" "Not really," I said, and took her hand off my forehead and kept hold of it. "I just think this is the only reasonable way for it to go." "You..." And she reached over with her other hand and flicked my forehead, which the entire mountain saw, and which broke several people permanently. I was, I admit, nervous about the hand. We had known each other for 2 days. She was not nervous at all. In her memory, the two of us were an old married couple. Holding hands was less than nothing. And there was a crowd behind us by then. Quietly, at a respectful distance, a growing procession of Qinglian disciples following their goddess through her own gardens with their hearts in pieces, because she rarely appeared, and this might be their only chance to see her, and looking hurt, and they looked anyway. "Hua Qing," I said, at some point, "how strong is the younger generation here?" She thought about it and could not answer, because she had genuinely never paid attention. "I don't know about the other disciples," she said eventually. "As for the true disciples, there seems to be someone named Hai something who's all right, in his 20s. Void God Realm middle stage, I think. I'm not really sure. As for the others, they weren't so great." Although there are true disciples at True God Realm, they're all relatively old, and their combat power among their peers isn't outstanding. I see, I said. That's right, she said, and stopped. There are also ancient prodigies sealed away in the Holy Land, which is a sentence you do not hear every day. She remembered, from the life before, that in this era the ancient ones came out. Not only here, everywhere. Sealed prodigies from eras nobody living remembers, waking up all across the continent because it was a golden age. And they were good. Some of them, in her previous life, have been past her. This time was different. She was far stronger now than she had been at the same age before. And then she thought about how easily she could suppress her own little man and how satisfying it would be to beat him until he begged, since he was always bullying her. And she started smiling. And kept smiling. I watched it get worse. Hua Qing, huh? What's wrong? Nothing. What are you thinking about? Why are you smiling like that? Well, it's nothing. I'm just thinking about the possibility of clashing with those ancient prodigies in future. So I'm looking forward to it. Oh, I said. I didn't realize you, who look like a fairy, actually have quite a battle intent. Of course. My goal is to defeat all opponents under heaven, reach the pinnacle of the great emperor realm, and become an unparalleled female emperor. And for about 4 seconds the fairy was gone, and there was somebody else standing in that garden, and she was supreme and inviolable, and about a foot taller. I believe you can do it, I said. You trust me that much. Of course. If I can't beat you, then nobody else can. Yuan, you're quite narcissistic too. That's called confidence. And I'm telling the truth, at least so far. Of course what you said is true, she said, and agreed with me. And what she was actually thinking, and did not say, was this. Yuan has only recently come out. He has not seen a real prodigy yet. And also, in a golden age, when prodigies came out of the ground everywhere, my little man was undefeated. Ancient prodigies, emperors' own sons, none of them were his match. He was so far ahead that in my last life I could not keep up. All I could do was watch his back get further away and not be able to help. Which is why, in this life, she had come down a mountain in disguise to sit at a stranger's table. What are you thinking about? Why are you so easily distracted today? It's nothing, she said, coming back. It's just that looking at your handsome face makes me lose focus. Well, I said, and stood there in a garden, completely disarmed, thinking, is this the Empress? She seems more like a female hooligan, and she's better at it than I am. That sounds like something I would say. Which it was. I had said it to her in a previous life, and it had made her go scarlet, and she had been waiting a very long time to say it back. I got my brainless villain about 4 hours later. I did ask for it. Somewhere on the far side of that mountain, in a true disciple's palace, a young man was being briefed by an underling. Senior Brother Hai, it's true. Many people saw it. And a teacup turned to powder in his hand. Hai Li, the one she'd half remembered, Void God Realm Middle Stage, which in that generation of the Qinglian Holy Land made him the best they had. He had seen Hua Qing a few years earlier and had never got over it. They had never spoken, not once. He had never had a conversation with the woman, and he had not been discouraged by any of that because she treated everybody the same distant way, which he had chosen to read as a level playing field. Being nearby is an advantage. Give it time. And now he was being told that she was walking around her own gardens, holding hands with a stranger? How dare you? Take me there. I want to see what kind of person he is. He's so close to the Saintess. I did not know any of this was happening. I was in the middle of a very pleasant walk. Hua Qing, as the Saintess of the Qinglian Holy Land, you'd better not get so close to strange men. The voice came across the garden with a lot of power behind it, and the whole place stopped. I turned round. A young man in his early 20s was walking toward us with a face like a slammed door. Who I get close to is my business. Furthermore, do you even know that I am the Saintess? How dare you speak to me like that? Who gave you the audacity? And the woman beside me let her cultivation off. This is the moment I found out what I was standing next to. It was terrifying. Not impressive. Terrifying in the specific way that means the thing producing it is a long way above you, and I do not have that reaction often. The garden went white. Every disciple in it dropped. And Hai Li, who was the target, could not hold it at all. He went backwards several paces with a sound coming out of him and color leaving his face, and stopped with red at the corner of his mouth. That was not a technique. That was her breathing out. The crowd was thrilled, incidentally, because Hai Li was not popular. He had spent years behaving as though he were the most significant object in the building, and a great many people had been waiting for exactly this. Hua Qing, he said, staring at her, and I do believe the shock was not the injury. It was that she had hit him at all. Shut up, you should call me Saintess. Is it appropriate for you to call me Hua Qing? She was ice all the way through, nobility and majesty, and about 4 degrees of temperature, and the entire garden quietly reevaluated its understanding of her. Qing, Saintess, he said, and bowed, and then pointed at me. Saintess, he. Shut up, who I'm with is my own business, and it is nobody's place to tell me otherwise, least of all yours. Do you understand? And here's the part she did not say out loud, and only told me much later, and which I think about a lot. She knew exactly what he was. He had been exactly the same in the life before. And in the life before, he had killed me. Not in a duel, not honorably. Somewhere along the line, in a version of events that no longer exists, that man had put me in the ground over a woman I had not met yet. And she was standing in a garden being furious with him about a handhold, and did not touch him further, purely because I had joined the Holy Land 2 days earlier and internal killings look bad. I did not know any of that at the time. I stood there watching with my hands behind my back, thoroughly entertained. Hai Li was in agony, and it was not the injury. He was a man who cared enormously about how he looked, and he had just been publicly disciplined in front of half the mountain, and the whispers had started. Damn pretty boy, it's all because of you. Come out and fight me one-on-one if you dare. If you lose, stay away from the Saintess. Do you dare? Hua Qing started to answer that, and I put a hand on hers. All right, since you're asking me, let me do it. Pretty boy, get your filthy hands off me, screamed Hai Li, going red. Shut up, you're so noisy, said Hua Qing, and then turned to me with a completely different face on. Then go easy on him. Don't accidentally kill him. At least not in front of everyone. That last part came in silently, and my fiancé's actual concern was venue. Don't worry, I said. I'm not some serial killer who takes lives every time I lay a hand on somebody. Then I walked out and stood in front of him. Are you sure you want to fight now? You're still injured. Then, because that sounded more generous than I felt, even if you weren't, you're still no match for me. That man in white is a bit arrogant. Exactly. Hai Li is the most outstanding genius of this generation. So what if he's arrogant? This one is Void God Realm too, and looks much younger, which means his talent is above Hai Li's. I still have faith in Hai Li. He's ours. Humph, just empty words, said Hai Li. I hope your skills are as impressive as your mouth. In his head, we were the same realm, and he was a famous genius of a great emperor legacy, and I was a nobody from nowhere. Hee, I said, you'll see. Make your move. I'll give you 3 moves first, so you won't be dissatisfied. If you lose, keep your distance from Hua Qing from now on. Don't be a bothersome fly. Humph, he said, you're the same, and came in with a punch that took the color out of the world. Wow, that's amazing. Yeah, even a Void God Realm cultivator couldn't take that. I flicked my sleeve. That's it. I did not raise a hand. I flicked a sleeve and let a burst of magic power out of it, and his punch stopped existing. How is that possible? And then, immediately, the sound of a man building a comfortable explanation. It must be because he didn't use his full strength, and I did. It must be. It must be. Hey, I said, stop muttering. There are 2 moves left. Hurry up. Humph, what's there to be smug about? I wasn't using my full strength either. Heaven shaking palm. He went up into the air, and the runes came round him in an actual pattern this time, arranging themselves properly. And what came down was a palm that reached the sky. And I'll be fair, that was a genuinely high-grade technique. Divine King Realm at least. Possibly a sacred art. Hee, I said. The divine ability is pretty good. It's a pity his training isn't up to par. And flicked my sleeve. The palm came apart like wet paper. There's one more move, I said. This. How could this be? And the smugness came off him entirely and did not come back. Because he had used a sacred art badly, and a sacred art badly used is still not something anybody under the Holy Realm brushes off with a sleeve. You've been hiding your cultivation, he said, and there was hope in it. Please let him be hiding it. Please let there be a normal explanation. No, I said. My age is what it is. What is there to hide? All right, enough nonsense. Cherish this last chance, because I was, by then, genuinely out of patience. Not with his strength, with the fact that a man who had been publicly humbled twice in 2 minutes was still looking for a story in which it hadn't happened. Is this the last chance? And his eyes went unfocused, and he looked around the garden and saw the mockery on every face in it, and did not even get angry, which is when a man is actually finished. Then he saw Hua Qing, and something came back on. Humph, you'll regret this last move. Ha ha ha, and red light started coming off him, and his aura started climbing. What the heck? Has Hai Li been hiding his true strength? Would somebody with his personality hide anything? It's a secret technique. Behind me, Hua Qing recognized it instantly because she had seen it in another life. It burns life force. It works. There is no ceiling on it in principle, which is the dangerous part. Be careful, she said silently. Although his strength is far below yours, there's no limit on that kind of technique. If he burns too much, he could still be a threat. And I turned round, and there was real worry on her face. And it was the first time in my life anybody had been frightened for me. Don't worry, I said. I'm not blindly arrogant. I'll handle it carefully. Then I turned back and stopped being amused. His aura climbed until it crossed into true God realm and stopped. He stopped it himself. That's the part worth noticing. He was insufferable and vain, and he was not suicidal. And the moment he touched true God realm, he shut it off, because he wanted to win and also to be alive afterwards. Barely reached true God realm, said Hua Qing, watching, and stopped worrying entirely. Ha ha ha, pretty boy, prepare to die. Heaven shaking palm. And a true God realm aura came down on that entire garden, and every person in it changed color, except 2. Then you'd better watch out, I said, and flicked my sleeve. The palm cracked, in midair, in front of everybody, and then the whole thing collapsed into rune fragments and went out. The arithmetic looks like a party trick, and it is not. That old man from Qingshan City had been a void god realm peak and had been a real fight. Hai Li had just burned his own life to buy true god realm early stage, which is genuinely above that man's rank, and it did not matter because I had been through a marrow cleansing pool since then, and my physical body alone was somewhere it should not have been, and a burst of raw power from me was no longer a burst of raw power. He was too slow to react to the follow-up, and also weak, because burning life force costs you immediately. He went into the ground and stayed there. The garden made a noise. The difference is just too big. I wonder which faction he's from, given how much of a prodigy he is. Anyway, we don't have anyone like that here except the Saintess. And then the whole crowd went quiet and rather sad, because it was no secret that the Qinglian Holy Land had nothing in this generation, and a great many of those people loved that place and found it painful. Which is when several projections appeared in the air and started laughing. Haha, not bad, yes. He's not much worse than the Saintess. Elders, watching from wherever elders watch from. They greeted the Saintess first, and then all of them turned and looked at me at once. Greetings, elders, I said, and bowed. No need for formalities, young friend. Welcome to the Qinglian Holy Land. Thank you. It's my honor. They chatted for a few minutes, invited me to visit them sometime, and left. And after that, I was, without any effort on my part, famous. A brand new true disciple had suppressed Hai Li with a sleeve, and was not yet 20, and the Holy Land did not hide one word of it. They published it, deliberately. Most of the continent decided it was publicity for the ceremony, which is fair, because everybody knew the Qinglian Holy Land had nobody. A few people disagreed. Those few made a note of my name. The ceremony came fast after that. I broke into Void God Realm late stage a few days before it, which I did not force and which simply happened, because I have never once pushed a realm and I have never once needed to. That was quick, said Hua Qing from a chair in my courtyard, waving me over. It'll happen naturally, I said. Is the ceremony about to begin? Yes, not many days left. Congratulations, I said. You'll be receiving so many gifts your hands will cramp up. Hee hee, it's not that exaggerated. A cultivator can get hand cramps. It's just a metaphor. Then she stopped smiling. This gift isn't so easy to accept. Who knows how many people will jump out? Because that's the custom. People come to test the honoree. The top-tier prodigies mostly don't, on account of status, but their subordinates do, and everybody agrees it is normal. Occasionally, a Holy Land loses one and never lives it down. Not often. She could have swept all of it. That was never in question. She simply found it tedious and beneath her and did not want to spend a day of her life on it. Hee hee, I said. It's nothing. I can do it for you. After all, if they can't beat me, a true disciple, then they're not qualified to challenge you. Which was entirely self-interested. It measured every promising young man on the continent in one afternoon, and it kept flies off my wife. She agreed at once, for her own reasons. I had come out of nowhere with no practical experience, and this was the safest place available to get some. Okay, then I'll trouble you. Why are you being so polite with me? Of course, she said, and something sly came into her eyes. And there's a thank you gift. A thank you gift, I said, and waved a hand. No need, I really don't want it. And she bit her lip. I said, I am not a total innocent, and I got there eventually. Yes, I said, yes, even though we're familiar with each other, I still need a thank you gift. However, could I have it in advance? In advance? It's not impossible, but what? But you must close your eyes first, and you're not allowed to peek with divine thought. Here, I said, isn't it a bit early? Why don't we go back to the room? Right here, close your eyes. If you dawdle any longer, you won't get one at all. Okay, I said, and closed my eyes, in a courtyard, in daylight, and waited. She had known me for one entire lifetime. She knew perfectly well what I was expecting. She did not correct it because she found the whole thing extremely funny. Something very soft touched my left cheek and went away again. I kept my eyes shut. I waited. Nothing else happened. Hee, she said. Okay, open your eyes. That's it, I said. That's it. What's wrong? You seem disappointed. You wouldn't be thinking of doing that here, would you? I said. No, I just… Giggle. All right, no need to say more. I understand. Don't worry. There will be an even bigger reward in the future. Now let me give you an overview of who's coming. And she straightened her face and got professional, and I sat there and pretended to listen attentively while my dignity reassembled itself. Generally speaking, she said, the current heirs of other Holy Land families won't personally take action at a ceremony. The ones who move are their followers, or geniuses from their vassal forces. Oh, why? And she gave me a long look before answering. They're conscious of their status and unwilling to fight peers this early. Moreover, every one of them has an extraordinary background and extraordinary talent and has dominated everything they've entered. To put it bluntly, they've had it too easy. They've never had a real hardship. People like that break when they lose. And there was a contempt in that which I had not heard from her before. She had watched it. In her last life, when the ancient prodigies came out, a great many of the celebrated young men of her generation had their Tao hearts shattered permanently the first time somebody genuinely beat them. Only a handful got up and kept walking. All right, back to it, she said. These people are far below you in strength. There's nothing more to say. However, there's one who deserves attention. That one is a disciple of a force under a great emperor's lineage. That person's strength among his peers is not weak. His cultivation is slightly lower, but all matches happen on equal rank arenas, so it won't matter. And she got serious, because in her previous life that man had given her real trouble, and she had not won easily. What's his name? I said. It seems his name is Xiao Fan Lie. I stopped moving. If it's him, I thought, then that evaluation makes total sense. A reborn supreme who is also the son of destiny is not weak. You know him, she said. Yes, I said. I know a Fan Lie. He's also in Qingzhou. I'm just not sure it's the same person. It was the same person. On the day, the sky over the whole eastern region filled up. Flying boats and ancient warships came out of every direction at once and turned into streaks of light heading for one mountain. The Ji family, who are a great emperor's descendants and have been one of the dominant powers on this continent for longer than most countries have existed, sent their own divine son. The Tai Chu Holy Ground sent its saintess, the one two men had recently fought over, and she spent the entire journey looking toward Qingzhou, muttering that she would very much like to see what made this holy maiden of Qinglian so special. The mountain gates opened, and the gift list started. I have never felt poorer. Divine materials, sacred ingredients, peerless grade pills, holy medicine by the crate, from powers who could not afford to look cheap in front of each other. Tisk tisk, said somebody near me, as expected of great emperor lineages. I can't compare at all. The congratulatory gifts they sent are our sect's most prized possessions. Tisk tisk, I said, silently. I really am poor. And then a herald called out, the Jade Pool Holy Land. I turned around before I decided to. So did every man in that hall, because the Jade Pool Holy Land is famously entirely female, and famously does not send many people anywhere. A dozen or so women came through the gate, and about half the audience stopped working. Wow, as expected of the jade pool, it's so beautiful. Hey brother, wipe your drool, it's dripping on my clothes. I did not look at any of them properly. I went along that line one face at a time. No Jiang Mei, no Mei Rule, no Ling Yue Yue. And I stood there in a hall full of the wealth of a continent with two feelings arriving at once, which were relief and something much worse. And then I shook my head at myself and put it away. Why have I become so sentimental? I thought. You're still too young. I did put a trip to the Jade Pool Holy Land on the agenda that day, and I did not say so out loud to anybody, including myself, for reasons I have already explained. Then the aura of a great Emperor Legacy's Holy Lord came into that hall with several elders behind it, and everybody stood up. Gentlemen, thank you for coming to my disciples' ceremony. The pleasantries went round, and then an elder of the Tai Chu Holy Ground asked, carefully, where the saintess actually was. Which is when everybody realized the guest of honor had not appeared, and every ear in that hall went up, because they had all come a very long way for one look. Don't worry, my apprentice is coming right now. And a noble and extremely faint aura arrived at the door. She came in wearing a gorgeous cyan dress, and the sound was several hundred people swallowing at the same time. She crossed that hall without acknowledging one person in it, found me, smiled at me for about a quarter of a second, put her face away, and went to stand beside her master. Gentlemen, this is my disciple Hua Qing, the contemporary saintess of the Qinglian Holy Land. From this day forward, my little apprentice is officially born. Everybody bowed and said extremely nice things. The saintess of Qinglian has the bearing of an emperor. The bearing of an emperor isn't enough. I think Her Highness has the air of an immortal. Then the banquet began, and because her master knew perfectly well what the two of us were, he seated me next to her. You look beautiful today, I said. You just look beautiful today. Am I not beautiful at other times? Not really. They're all beautiful. It's the contrast that's stark. Which is true. She was normally the girl next door around me, and this was the other thing entirely. Which one do you like? I like them all. I prefer them a little bit more like today. And a great many people watched us whisper to each other, and a considerable number of young men from every power on the continent developed a sincere wish to be somewhere I was not. The first one jumped about 6 minutes in. The Tai Chu saintess, who had noticed that every prodigy in the room was looking at Hua Qing and not at her, gave a small signal to a man across the hall. She did not dare use telepathy in a room with that many powerful people in it, and the saint of the blazing sun stood up. Holy Lord, I have heard that the saintess is exceptionally talented and unparalleled among her peers. I admire her, and I would like to ask the saintess for guidance. The hall went silent. Challenges at a ceremony are normal. Challenges before the wine has been poured are not. Saint, what are you doing? Apologize to the Holy Lord immediately. His own elder was out of his seat and groveling before the sentence was finished, because the fiery sun Holy Land had a name, but no great emperor legacy, no imperial weapons, and nothing like the depth to survive offending this particular building. And the saint of the blazing sun ignored him and doubled down. Holy Lord, this junior meant no offense. He merely wished to ask the saintess for advice. Is that not allowed? Perhaps the rumors are wrong, and the saintess isn't actually that powerful. The entire hall stopped breathing. Which is when I learned what backing does to a man's judgment, because he was not brave. The Tai Chu saintess had promised him that if the Qinglian Holy Land came after his sect, the Tai Chu Holy Ground would step in. He had traded his sect's safety for a woman's approval, and he thought he had got a bargain. The Azure Lotus Holy Master looked at him for a long moment without saying anything at all, and the temperature in that room dropped. It's all right, he said eventually, to the groveling elder. He's just a young man. Then, to the saint. Whether the rumor is true or not, you'll have to verify it yourself. Hua Qing, what do you think? Master, said Hua Qing, glancing at me. Hua Qing is fine with either, but junior brother Lin is itching to learn from the other party first. Oh, is that so? Then let Yuan give it a try. And the saint of the blazing sun answered before anybody could object, because he was extremely confident. He might not be sure against the holy maiden of Qinglian, He was completely sure against me. Everybody knew the Qinglian Holy Land had nothing this generation. An elder raised his hand, and an ancient arena appeared between us. This is an equal arena. It will suppress both cultivations to the same level. I stepped onto it and discovered a small world inside a stone circle where you cannot see out and everybody outside can see in. Then he stepped on, and the formation woke, and my cultivation folded down to Venerable Realm Peak, which is where his already was. He said, now that we were level. I hope that after I defeat you, your Holy Land's Saintess will be kind enough to instruct me personally. Of course, I said pleasantly, but I don't think you'll get the chance to learn from the Saintess. Besides, with your abilities, I'm more than capable of instructing you myself. No need. You don't appreciate kindness. Oh well, you've come from afar. Please, go first. He threw a punch with everything in it, and the elders watching from the sides nodded approvingly because it was a decent punch. One of them said out loud that the little fellow's strength was not bad, although weaker than their own prodigy, and got a round of eye-rolling. I did not move. I stood there with a fist coming at my face and did nothing at all, which several hundred people found baffling, and exactly one person did not. Hua Qing had seen this before. She knew what came next. Her little man always plays with his food. When his fist was close enough that stopping was no longer available to him, I raised my right hand. Slowly. It looked slow. It was not slow, and I slapped him across the face before his own punch arrived. The sound of it went round that arena. He went off his feet, across the whole floor, into the wall at the edge of the ring, and did not get up, and I did not hit him at full strength. I hit him hard enough that he would not be participating in anything for a while, because normally I might have played longer. He had come to make trouble at my wife's party, so it was going to be quick and clean, and it was not going to embarrass the building I was standing in. The elders outside made the noise, not because I won, because of how fast. The Qinglian Holy Land's elder, who had already watched me deal with Hai Li, was not surprised at all and simply opened the formation. I stepped out without looking at the man on the floor and said one thing to the Fiery Sun delegation on my way past. Please tell your saint that with his strength, exchanging blows with the ordinary disciples of our Holy Land is sufficient. There is no need to trouble the Saintess. That was brilliant, said Hua Qing, when I sat back down, beaming. So cool. Keep it low-key, I said. All right, said the Azure Lotus Holy Master to the room. Since we've started, let's leave it there. If there are any other young talents who wish to exchange skills, come up to the ring. And the room began to move. I am Xingruo of the Fenglei sect. Please, Saintess, your guidance. A perfectly respectable young man in a blue robe. Weak thunder voice, I said, out loud, and chuckled, which everybody in that hall heard, because everybody in that hall had the cultivation to hear a whisper across a room. The elders held it together. The younger generation did not. Ha ha ha, the Fenglei sect actually call themselves Weak Thunder Voice. Does that mean all bark and no bite? It means looks good but is useless. And Xingruo stood in the middle of that and did not react at all, because he had been hearing it his entire life, and there was nothing he could do about anybody in that room. Saintess, he said again, neither humble nor arrogant, please enlighten me. Which cost him something, and which I noticed. So the hall stopped laughing and looked at Hua Qing, and Hua Qing looked at me. Want the Saintess to instruct you, I said, getting up. No problem, but on the condition that you beat me first. If you can't even beat me, then there's no need to face Her Highness, because Her Highness's abilities far surpass mine. Nobody objected. That is the standard arrangement everywhere. The only reason Hua Qing had done it herself in her previous life is that there had been nobody else. There had been Hai Li, and Hai Li was, in her exact words, just passable. Okay, said Xingruo, and went up first. He was Void God Realm, which meant the arena took me down to Void God Realm early stage. Brother Lei, please. All right. Brother Lin, be careful. And he did not waste any time on words, because he had already worked out that I was unmeasurable, and he opened with his best. A blue longsword came into his hand, and he threw a crescent of sword energy that crossed the arena so fast that the crowd made a noise. Hiss. This Xingruo is quite skilled. That was a decent attack, much better than the last one. I raised my palm and broke it. That's all. It looked casual, because it was casual. Holy crap, am I seeing things? That attack was Void God Realm late-stage strength. He just smashed it apart. Outside, the divine son of the G family narrowed his eyes, and several elders of other powers said, out loud, that the Qinglian Holy Land was clearly hiding its true abilities, which the Azure Lotus Holy Master accepted with a small smile and did not correct. Then I stepped into the void and vanished. Huh, said Xingro, and went completely rigid, and put his divine thought out in every direction. Where? Here, I said, beside his shoulder, and slapped him to the edge of the ring. He did not fall over. I made sure of that. He kept his feet and coughed twice and cupped his hands. I lost. Thank you for your mercy, Brother Lin. And there was real gratitude in it, because he knew he was in exactly the same position as the man before him, and I had not put him through a wall. It's nothing, I said, just a friendly spar. He bowed and went off to treat a minor injury, and I stood alone in the middle of the arena, where I could not see the hall and the hall could see everything. Is there anyone else who would like to offer some guidance? I said, loudly. There was. There were a great many. They blur, and that is the honest experience of it. They came up one at a time, and then in a queue, all of them roughly Xingruo's standard or a little better, and every one of them ended in one move. 1, 2, 3. An hour. 2 hours. And I stood on that arena in white, with my clothes still clean, taking apart the finest young men that a continent had produced, one after another, and out in the hall the mood went from excitement to shock to something quite quiet. Every prodigy in that room had come to watch the Qinglian Holy Land embarrass itself. Apart from a handful of great emperor heirs, every single one of them had now been put down in a single exchange by a man nobody had heard of 6 weeks earlier. Hua Qing watched the whole thing with a specific ache in her chest, because it was familiar. He had done exactly this in her last life. Prodigies came out of the ground everywhere that era, and he had simply been brighter than all of them. Bang! Another one went down. That's strange, I said, standing on an empty arena. Didn't Fan Lie come? Because Hua Qing had told me he'd be here and would be the only real fight, and I had scanned that entire hall on the way in and had not found him. I guessed he was in disguise. He is an old monster, and disguise is one of his habits. I could have simply checked every person in that room with the system. It did not occur to me until much later, which is the kind of oversight I make constantly, and which is the only reason anybody in this story has ever surprised me. Out in the hall, meanwhile, it had gone very quiet. Nobody was going up. There was nothing left to send. And Guangjin, the current divine son of the Ji family, was getting restless because he had watched me use the spatial law on that first exchange, and he was a void realm divine body who cultivated the same Tao, and he was a battle maniac, and he wanted it badly. Divine child, wait, said an old man beside him, moving fast. What is it? Said Guangjin, and there was displeasure in it. Divine child, the opponent, is merely a true disciple of the Qinglian Holy Land. Going up yourself is beneath your status. Your talent has let you defeat countless prodigies since you emerged. You are already well known. And the other party is a boy not yet 20. He is not yet qualified to fight you. Fortunately, the Xuanjian sect has a decent disciple with them. Why don't we let him go? Oh, said Guangjin, a decent disciple. Can he take that guy on? Because to him, saying that I could barely put up a fight against him was already extremely high praise. Yes, divine child. He's only recently joined the Xuanjian sect, but his strength is not weak. Even if he can't win, he can certainly put up a fight. Oh, divine child, you should let the other side leave the arena. It would be beneath your dignity to go down. And Guangjin thought about it and agreed, because the old man was right about status. The old man was lying, incidentally. That is not why he stopped him. He had been watching me all afternoon and had arrived at the private conclusion that his own divine son would not come out of that arena well, and he was not going to allow it. Yes, divine child, he said, bowing, and then sent a quiet word to the sect leader of the Xuanjian sect, who was sitting 3 seats away and who twitched. Fan Lie, why don't you go down and test your opponent? And a handsome young man frowned and did not move. He was not afraid, he was insulted. He was, in his own estimation, a supreme war god, and he had just been told to go and fight a child at somebody's birthday party. What are you waiting for? Go now. The sect leader of the Xuanzien sect would not normally speak to his own prize genius like that. It was an order from the Ji family. He did not have a choice, and neither did Fan Lie. Yes, sect leader. He got up and walked, and the entire hall turned to look at him, and then started to mock him. This is a Xuanzien sect disciple. Looks unfamiliar. Pshaw, what hidden prodigy. He's some nobody trying to attract attention. They think that after so many fights, the other one's mana is almost gone, so they're picking up the scraps. Can't you see the rest of us are unwilling to take advantage of a tired man? The rest of them were unwilling because they had been beaten already. Fan Lie walked through all of that with a face like a closed shop, and several senior figures in that hall nodded approvingly at his composure. And what was actually happening behind that face was this. You damned ants. How dare you humiliate this god of war? Just you wait. I won't let you off easily. He memorized every single one of them. He fully intended to come back for them, because Fan Lie is not a magnanimous man, and never has been. That business with the Tianyuan Holy Sun, incidentally, ended with him killing the man once he'd finished being satisfied about it. He stepped onto the ring, and the formation woke, and both of us went to Void God Realm early stage. And I looked at a plain, forgettable, entirely generic face, and checked the page out of habit. Name, Fan Lie, recent opportunity. 1 month from now, a drop of the essence blood of an ancient true phoenix in the sky-severing mountain range. My first genuine reaction to seeing the most dangerous opponent I had met in a year was joy. Fan Lie, I thought, looking at him with a warm and friendly smile. You are such a good person. Not only do you always turn up with an opportunity when we meet, this time you're my sparring partner as well. He frowned at the smile and did not say anything, because he is a man of very few words and quite a lot of action. And he opened immediately. A palm with a genuinely enormous number of runes in it, arriving with the weight of something being made. That one move was better than everything that had come up that afternoon put together. Outside, the older generation looked at it and thought, that's a promising boy. The younger generation, who had all lost in one exchange, looked at it and started shouting. Damn it, he attacked from behind. Exactly. Young Master Lin wasn't going to move first, so why the hurry? He wants to catch him off guard. How despicable, shameless scoundrel. And Fan Lie, in the ring, heard all of it, because everybody hears everything in these places, and added several more names to his list. I put a palm out and met his, and the whole arena filled with runes and the ring held, because that ring was made properly. We both stayed exactly where we were. Huh, said Fan Lie. He had not expected that. He had expected to move me, and he looked at my face and found nothing on it and drew a conclusion. Humph. His strength is not bad, but this guy must have given it everything. That relaxed look is definitely an act. Young brats love saving face, but he's capable. It seems I'll have to put in more effort. And I stood 4 feet away and had my own conclusion, which was, the protagonist of luck is truly extraordinary. Void God Realm early stage and he can do that. Then both of us stopped smiling and it started properly. There were hundreds of exchanges. What matters is this. His aura climbed with every clash, and so did mine. And inside about 2 minutes, both of us were putting out something well past True God Realm early stage and heading for the middle, on an arena that had suppressed us both to Void God Realm early stage. Outside, the hall stopped talking altogether. The elders were merely impressed. The younger generation went white, because Fan Lie had kept his aura folded when he first moved, and they had mocked him for being ordinary, and now they were feeling what he actually was, and remembering what they had said out loud. The protagonist of God of War Rebirth got his face slapped by a room, without anybody laying a finger on him. And Guangjin, watching 2 men do that on an equalized arena, sighed and then got extremely happy. These 2 are now strong enough to fight me. The golden age has indeed begun. Because that is the actual measure. Once you enter God Realm, fighting above your rank stops being difficult and starts being nearly impossible. Crossing an entire major realm, the way we were both doing, is a category rather than a talent. And he found that exciting rather than frightening, because Guangjin is a battle maniac in the purest sense. The more competition, the better. In the ring, Fan Lie was losing his composure. Destruction God Fist, everything he had, in one punch, and it would have removed a man who had just entered True God Realm. I answered it with a palm full of sun and moon and stars, which is what the palm of the universe looks like when you have only understood the outline of it. And here is the thing I have to admit, because it is the whole point. I was holding back. Not a little, considerably. I could have finished that fight at any point in the first minute. I did not, for two reasons. The first is that I had never had a sparring partner, not once. Every fight I had been in ended on the first exchange, and a man who is never pushed does not know his own shape. Fan Lei was the first person who could stand there and make me work, and I was not wasting him in 90 seconds. The second reason is colder and more important. The strength I had already shown that afternoon put me level with the successors of great emperor lineages. That is a survivable position. Going further would make me the most interesting object on the continent, and a great many powers would quietly decide that removing me would clear the road for their own divine son. So I decided where my public ceiling was, and I stayed under it, and I have stayed under it since. Asshole. Damn it, die. He got frantic toward the end. He threw everything he had in no particular order, and I got briefly worried that a genuine trump card was coming, and braced for it. It never came. He simply had nothing left. His breathing changed, his power ran out, and in his head there was one line going round. Damn it, if this body weren't so weak, because that is Fan Lei's whole tragedy in one sentence. He has the memories and the techniques and the instincts of something enormous, and he is carrying them around in a plain mortal body that cannot cache any of it. I put a palm through his defenses and into his chest, and he went across the ring and hit the ground. Fan Lei coughed and got up on one arm and looked at me with pure resentment. You bastard. The formation opened. He walked off that ring under his own power, which almost nobody had managed that day, and went back to the Xuanjian sect, where everybody looked at him with awe, because losing to me was by then a mark of rank. He did not care about any of it. Lin Yuan, right. I'll remember you. And to be fair to him, which I have not been anywhere else, Fan Lei did not decide to kill me. He is vindictive and petty, and he keeps lists, and what he actually wanted was to beat me in front of everybody, which is a completely different and much healthier ambition than the one Xie Ming had. Is there anyone else who would like to come down and exchange skills? I said, into an empty arena. There was not. Guangjin tried again and got stopped by the same old man with a better argument, which was that the enemy had fought all afternoon, and a win now would be called a cheap one. Guangjin was not a fool and understood the real reason perfectly well, and was annoyed about it, and stayed in his seat. And out in the hall, elders of a dozen major powers were telling the Azure Lotus Holy Master that the Qinglian Holy Land was clearly teeming with talent, and he was saying, "You flatter me," and not correcting a single one of them. "Yuan," said his voice in my ear, "you've worked hard. You can come back now." "Are you all right?" said Hua Qing, stepping forward the moment I was out. She had done this herself once, in another life, and she knew exactly what it costs, because even winning every time costs something. "Don't worry," I said. "I'm fine. I can last a long time. If I drive carefully, I should be fine." Smack. "There are so many people here," she said, taking her hand off my arm. "Don't talk nonsense." Which is when I learned that my wife had, in a previous lifetime, heard every joke I own. "Brother Lin, I've truly had my eyes opened today." Guangjin, arriving in black, striding over with genuine admiration on his face. He had come to that ceremony to measure the holy maiden of Qinglian and had left interested in something else entirely. Hua Qing told me who he was, quietly, in 3 sentences. Ji family, great emperor legacy, extraordinary resources. She left out that in the previous life the two of us had become friends, which I only found out much later. "Brother Lin's skills are extraordinary," he said. "Perhaps we can have a friendly spar sometime." I checked him while he said it. Name, Guangjin, Void God Realm. Physique, Void Realm Divine Body. Luck, Blue. Life script, supporting role in the Void Celestial Venerable. Recent opportunity. 3 months from now, during a family tournament, he suppresses his cultivation and is defeated by a genius from a collateral branch of his own clan. I looked at that, and then I looked up at a confident, cheerful, enormously capable young man smiling at me and asking for a spar. Another poor child, I thought. "Excellent, Brother G," I said. "I've heard of your strength. I'll definitely test myself against you sometime." Then, because he was from a great emperor family and had a void realm divine body and cultivated the same Tao as me, "Brother G, are you free now? If you don't mind, we could discuss it." His eyes lit up like a festival. And the two of us walked out of my wife's coming-of-age ceremony together, in the middle of it, to go and argue about the nature of space in my courtyard, and did not come back. She forgave me. She said later that she'd been expecting it since roughly the moment we met. A few days after that, I went to the sky-severing mountain range because Fan Li had told me where to go by existing. It used to be a sect. Everybody in it vanished in one night, and then every power within reach came to loot the corpse and had a very large argument about it. What is left is a range full of leftover killing intent. A blood-red bear the size of a house came out of a valley at me, and it was the most irritating fight of my life. It was mindless, driven by whatever is still soaked into that place, and it took several palms and got back up every time. Not strong, simply upholstered. Thick-skinned and tough, I said, and used the palm of the universe on a bear, which is not a thing I am proud of. 3 days to crack a decayed array on a cliff face, several days of walking down a pitch-black tunnel that suppressed divine thought, and 1 palm through a stone wall at the end. Behind it, a side hall, a golden barrier, and inside the barrier, 1 drop of red with the shadow of a phoenix moving in it. I broke the barrier easily and reached for the drop, and it knocked me backwards across the room. What a lack of martial ethics, I said, from the floor. They actually launched a sneak attack. I tried again with everything I had, and it did it again, harder. So I woke the artifact spirit, who took 1 look and made a sound I had not heard from him before. Lin boy, your luck is amazing. That is not ordinary true phoenix essence. That is at least the essence blood of a quasi-emperor. Fortunately, the killing intent has been refined out and the power contained. Otherwise, a wisp of its breath would have killed you 100 times over. He sealed it into me and warned me to be ready. It went into my spiritual sea, the runes came off it, and then all of it happened at once. Cracks opened across my body. What came out of them was black, and the spirit informed me afterwards that this was every impurity my body had been carrying since birth being evicted, which is a comforting thing to be told, and no help at all while it is happening. Then the bones started to go, one at a time, for days, inside a fog of the stuff. When it stopped, I stood up new. Not stronger, new. My physical body alone could stand against a true God realm cultivator bare-handed, which is a threshold most people never touch. The weapons and pills in that hall had all rotted to dust, incidentally. I got 1 drop of blood and a completely rebuilt body out of a place that had been sealed since before my continent had names. I came out and found Fan Li arriving on the path below. New page. In half a month, a broken earthen jar in the black market of Beiming City. In a month, a mysterious book in the secret realm outside Lantian City, taken while everyone else fights. 2 opportunities, I said. Not bad. Then I folded into the void and left, and did not say hello. He spent several days cracking a restriction the artifact spirit had left behind out of habit, convinced by its strength that the treasure inside must be extraordinary, and eventually got through and found an empty room. Playing tricks on newcomers, he said, to a wall. What a load of rubbish. Then he worked out that someone had looted the place and left the lock on afterwards, and became genuinely enraged. You bastard. If I find you, you're dead. The earthen jar in Beiming City was easy. It looked like something you would throw out. I could not break it, which is remarkable, since by that point I could break most divine weapons. I also could not refine it at all, no matter what I did. Never mind, I decided. I'll give it to Hua Qing. I got back to the mountain intending to do exactly that, and got summoned to the Holy Lord's Hall instead. He chatted about nothing for 10 minutes, and then asked me what I thought of the Qinglian Holy Land, and I said it was fine, because I had been there about 6 weeks and had visited exactly 1 building in it. He said, and then closed his eyes and said nothing for a very long time. I stood there. I stood there some more. They won't let me leave, and they're ignoring me, I thought. Is this emotional abuse? But I didn't do anything, did I? Or is this simply the standard style of all big shots? That's enough. I was thinking of going back and catching up with my wife. Peerless, he said, eventually, opening his eyes. The golden age is showing itself. The other major powers have produced many prodigies this generation. Apart from Hua Qing, this holy land has nothing. It's good that you're here. We've all seen what you are. A few days ago, I discussed it with the elders. They all agreed that you should become the saint of the Qinglian Holy Land. What do you think? And I did not answer immediately. I thought about it, properly, for long enough that the Azure Lotus Holy Master, who had expected joy and had prepared himself to be gracious about it, was visibly thrown, because the offer was enormous and I did not know what came attached to it. Guangjin had told me things about great emperor lineages during our argument about space, and some of those things involved not being allowed to leave. UN, what are your thoughts? Why don't you share them? So I said it out loud. Rules, restrictions, whether I would still be allowed to go where I wanted. If I had been anybody else, that man would have called me an ungrateful dog and thrown me out of the building. He did not, entirely because his precious disciple liked me. There are rules, he said. One should fulfill one's duties in a position. A saint gets more resources and does not get them for free. However, it doesn't really matter in your case, because the next Holy Lord will most likely be Hua Qing. Cultivate diligently, and when your cultivation is finished, become a pillar of this holy land. Just don't let it down. Which, translated, is, your job is to be strong, and your line manager will be your wife. Then I'd like to be saint, I said, and bowed. Thank you for your high regard. The ceremony was 7 days later, and nobody was invited, because these things are done at home and then announced. I stood in front of the Holy Lord's hall in a blue robe with the Tao flowing through the cloth, which is the saint's dress, and which I had not been allowed to see beforehand, and most of the Qinglian Holy Land stood in the square below. Senior brother Lin is going to be our saint. That's fantastic. With the saintess and senior brother Lin, let's see who dares say we have nothing this generation. We should change how we address him. It's Holy Son now. Lord Saint is so handsome. Nobody resented it. That's the part that surprised me. Not one person in that square objected, and the reason is slightly bleak. When the gap is small, people are jealous. When it is so wide you cannot see the man's back, the jealousy evaporates, and you just look. The saint's investiture ceremony now begins. And then the Azure Lotus Holy Master gave a speech. It began with the founding of the Holy Land. It moved through the glorious periods. It covered several low points, in detail, with dates. I stopped hearing individual words about 4 minutes in and started swaying gently. Said Hua Qing, and quietly isolated the space around herself so she could laugh properly. UN, from this moment you are the saint of the Qinglian Holy Land for this generation. This is the saint's decree. A token came into my hands with a blue lotus on it, and the man who had picked me up off a road in a border town would not have been able to name one thing in that sentence. Afterwards, the elders came over to congratulate me, and inside about 90 seconds, it had become a matchmaking event. Saint, your talent and strength are exceptional, and your appearance is outstanding. I wonder if you have any plans for marriage. Yes, Saint, I have a granddaughter about your age. Saint, I also have some at home. I stood there entirely unable to get a word in, being auctioned. All right, elders. The whole group stopped at once. Yuan already has someone he loves. Your granddaughter should find another husband. Hua Qing came through that crowd in light blue, and men twice her age got out of the way without deciding to. Am I right? She said, arriving in front of me. Of course, I said. I already have someone I like. She did not blush. She looked extremely satisfied, and a dozen elders with several centuries of combined experience took one look at the two of us and dispersed like smoke. That evening, the Qinglian Emperor scripture went into my head. There is a rule attached to that one. It is the foundation of the Qinglian Holy Land. If I ever pass it to anybody, the entire Holy Land comes for me, and the Azure Lotus Holy Master said so with a completely straight face, and I have never had the slightest intention of testing it. It is an emperor's scripture. A great emperor made it, and it had sat in that mountain for thousands of years waiting for somebody worth the transmission. Then we walked back to our own peaks, and Hua Qing offered to teach it to me, which I accepted instantly because a reborn empress explaining an emperor scripture is not an offer you negotiate, and because there is a certain skill in being kept by a woman like that. We sat in a cultivation room facing each other for several days, and she went through it properly, and it was the first time in my life anybody had taught me anything, and when she finished, she did not stop. I previously obtained a very extraordinary scripture by chance, she said. It's of the Tao of time and space. Since you also cultivate that, I'll recite it to you as well, and started before I could ask a single question. I listened, and I understood, within about a minute, that this was not a scripture I was learning. It fit. Not well. Perfectly. Every line of it arrived exactly where I had a gap, and by the end I could see the whole road instead of the next 10 feet. Nothing is that well fitted. Nothing. I came out of it days later and sat on a cushion in an empty room and worked it out. She is reborn. And she did not obtain that scripture by chance. It is mine. I wrote it. In a life I have not lived yet, in a future she has already been through, some version of me sat down and built that thing out of everything I am currently guessing at, and she memorized it and came back and gave it to me at 19. To compile one's own scripture, I said, out loud, to an empty room, one that even I don't understand. That's a real tongue twister. She had already gone, incidentally. There was a jade slip on the cushion opposite mine. Yuan, I have to go out for a while. Don't worry, there's no danger, and I'll be back soon. You. And then a list of instructions, of which the most detailed concerned not being promiscuous, and after that several space-time secrets she thought I might find useful. She had gone to take an opportunity of her own. Obviously. She has more of them than I do, because she has the whole book, and I only get the next line. And the only thing I have on her is accuracy. Now my empress wife has gone out, I said, getting up. I should get started too, because the secret realm outside Lantian City was about to open, and the last thing on Fan Li's page was in it. Lantian City was a week away by boat. It was crowded and loud, and every restaurant in it was telling the same story. A man from the Zhuangzhen sect had refused to get out of the way of a nobleman's carriage. He beat the nobleman's men. Then the nobleman's protector, a true god realm middle stage, challenged him to the death, and he killed both of them for a price, which is Fan Li being Fan Li. Trouble follows that man like weather. The secret realm went off the day I arrived, and the whole city ran out of the gates. It was not the secret realm, it was two men fighting. Sun Zheng, void god realm peak, divine body, supporting role in the great emperor of Changtian, due to find a damaged holy weapon inside. And Guangshan, void god realm peak, golden winged rock bloodline, destiny reading ambitious beyond measure, due to find absolutely nothing. Guangshan had chased Sun Zheng across a province to force a fight, because Guangshan is a battle maniac of the unpleasant variety. They were dead even, both of them carrying true god realm combat power, and it went nowhere for an hour. Then Sun Zheng called it, sensibly, on the grounds that the secret realm was opening, and there were other prodigies watching from the shadows, and neither of them needed to die today. All right, said Guangshan, another day. And then walked straight past him. Stop! Everybody on that field turned to see who he was talking to, and discovered a man in white standing at the back that not one of them remembered arriving. When did this person appear here? I scanned that area before. I don't remember anyone with that face. You and I will have a fight, said Guangshan. Hey, Kim, are you crazy? That came out of the air near him. His protector, hidden, alarmed. What's wrong? Didn't Senior say this guy is really strong? What's wrong with challenging him? He is indeed very strong, but you. That's fine then. I was worried he'd be weak. Not interested, I said, and turned around and walked toward the city gate, which, to Guangshan, is not a valid answer. If he wants to fight you, you fight. If you decline, he attacks you, and you can either stand there or not. So he threw a fist at my back. I slapped it backwards over my shoulder without turning my head. He went into the ground. Damn it, you actually ambushed me. Mean. Get lost, I said, still walking. Don't be ungrateful, bastard. Golden divine fist. I did not turn round for that one either. And then he played his card, which was actually good. He grew. Hundreds of feet of him, gold light everywhere, blood boiling, until the aura coming off him was past every prodigy standing in that field. His protector went pale, because that technique leaves a man weak for a very long time afterwards, and Guangshan had just spent it on a stranger before a secret realm. I turned round for that. I looked at him for about 2 seconds and lost interest, because I could see what it cost, and the Qinglian Emperor scripture contains combat enhancement with no after effects at all, as does one of the 3 techniques a figure in a void once slapped into me. Then I hit him and kept walking. He held his shape long enough for me to reach the city gate, and the whole field waited for him to charge after me, because everybody knew Guangshan's temper. Then a crack appeared on that enormous golden body, then more, and then it came apart in front of several hundred people, and Guangshan landed on the ground in his own shape, unable to stand up. Hiss. Even Guangshan in that state couldn't take one palm. Where did this prodigy come from? His protector got to him and checked him, and found the injuries serious and the foundation intact, and told him he'd be fine once they got him home. Elder, said Guangshan, I've lost. He had never lost. Not once. Not in his clan, not outside it, and the entire structure of his ambition was built on that. The old man tried to comfort him and could not, because he himself had lost constantly as a young man and had never once thought it was worth remarking on. young lord, you must pull yourself together. Wait, said Guangshan, and his eyes came back on. Elder, who is Lin Yuan? Because he had thought of a way out. What if that wasn't a young man? What if it was some old monster with a faked life aura playing games? His name is Lin Yuan, said the protector, who knew exactly who I was, and who had not lifted a finger to stop me for exactly that reason. He was recently conferred the title of saint by the Qinglian Holy Land, and the last thing holding Guangshan up came out from under him. Am I truly a prodigy? He said to nobody. Can I really reach the pinnacle of the Emperor realm? I did not take one thing from Guangshan. Not a treasure, not an opportunity, not a spirit stone. I hit him twice on my way to a city gate and did not learn his name until afterwards. He is the only person in this story I ruined for free. The secret realm opened 4 days later, and the ground outside Lantian City collapsed, and a staircase came up out of it. I went down with everybody else, through an underground city with the spirit plants already stripped to the roots, and at the end of it, a side hall with about 40 prodigies in it trying to kill each other. On a platform at the far end, 4 books. 3 of them were radiating power, and one of those 3 felt supreme enough that the whole room believed it was an emperor's. The 4th was tattered. Nobody could get near the platform, because every time anyone moved, 3 others stopped them. He Tao, slightly the strongest man in that room, was doing worst of all, because he had spent the wait insulting everybody within earshot for being afraid of me, and every person there had decided that whoever got a book, it would not be him. If we delay any longer, he screamed at Sun Zheng, what will be left when Lin Yuan arrives? And Sun Zheng, holding him off with one hand, laughed in his face. What's wrong? Are you scared? Are you panicking? Ha ha ha. And over in the corner, disguised again, a plain-faced loose cultivator stood staring at the tattered book with an expression like hunger. Why do I feel that book is actually very important to me? He could not take it. His cultivation was the lowest of anybody in that room who mattered, and he could not fight his way to that platform, and he could not ask, because nobody would believe he only wanted the ugly one. Then footsteps came down the passage, light ones, unhurried. Every prodigy in that hall stopped fighting and turned round, and the loose cultivators got out of the way without being asked. I came in and looked at the room. Are you all welcoming me? And Sun Zheng, who had watched a body explode outside this city 4 days earlier, stopped smiling entirely and cupped his hands. Holy Sun Lin, which started it. Holy Sun Lin, Holy Sun Lin, I have long admired your name. Prodigies of a dozen powers greeting me one after another, and several of them going considerably further than greeting. 2 of them asked to become my followers. The loose cultivators along the walls stared, because these were the people they spent their lives looking up at, and they had just watched all of them queue. Hold this next part next to something. 18 years in a city so far out that people from the eastern region have to be reminded it exists. A hidden number nobody was allowed to know. An old man telling me to keep my mouth shut, and a system that woke up in a training yard specifically to inform me that I was not the main character, that the boy in the corner was, and that I would never be able to read my own page. And here was a room containing the finest young men of a continent, stepping aside. I'm only interested in that one tattered book, I said. Gentlemen, could you do me a favor? Nobody was fooled for a second. If I wanted the ugly one was the real one, and several of them had already suspected it. It did not matter, and Sun Zheng said so out loud by moving first. Holy Sun Lin, please proceed. He, I said, thank you very much. Wouldn't that be great, I thought, walking. No need for fighting or killing. However, why do I feel I'm going further and further down the path of becoming the protagonist? At this point, why hasn't a single minor villain jumped out to give me a chance to escalate and get my revenge? Which protagonist gets this treatment? He even gets handed the opportunity. Wait, a figure stepped in front of me. I looked at him, and it was the loud one, and he was extremely pleased to be the center of attention at last. Although Holy Sun Lin is powerful, there are quite a few talented prodigies here. Is it really appropriate for you to just take a book? If word gets out, where will the rest of us put our faces? And he looked around the room while he said it, meaningfully, inviting everybody to remember how many of them there were. Several prodigies who had never seen me move started to shift. Heh, I said, Is that what you wanted to say? What a waste of my time. Because I had genuinely hoped for a surprise. I had been standing there half looking forward to a trump card. Sun Jung's group felt the same and had a much better reason, which is that they had all done the same arithmetic months ago and knew that numbers do not work on a gap like that. Get out of the way, I said. Don't humiliate yourself. Holy Sun Lin, is this a disregard for the talented prodigies present? Isn't that a bit too arrogant? So I walked forward and put my aura on him. Only on him. Not one other person in that room felt a thing, which is a control problem most people never solve and which I found out I could do about a month earlier. Each step landed on him a little heavier. He sweated. His face changed, and the whole room watched him do it and understood exactly what was happening to him because they could see the shape of the pressure even without standing in it. I don't believe the gap between us is that big, and he pushed his own power up and got out from under it and felt hope, which was the cruelest thing that happened to him that day, because surviving an aura is not the same as surviving a hand. I was never going to frighten him into moving. Nobody scares a cultivator aside unless they are 2 whole realms above him, and Hetao and I were both operating at true God realm combat power, however far apart we were inside that. Lin Yuan, I'd like to see who's really humiliating themselves today. He threw one punch. It was a good punch. It was a genuine divine ability at full strength from a successor of a great emperor lineage, and it came in like the end of something. I put my bare hand into it. No runes, no technique, a hand. Every rune in that attack broke across it, and not one of them left a mark, and the entire hall stopped breathing, because they were all trying to calculate how much a body has to be worth for that to happen, and none of them could get the sum to close. Then the hand went through what was left of his technique and put him into the wall. The silence afterwards was total. Sun Jung had seen it before and was fine. Everybody else was not. That's how it ends. He Tao sat in the corner where he'd landed for the rest of that day. The injuries were nothing. He had healing pills. Of course he did. He was somebody's heir. It was the other thing. He had spent a year telling everybody he met that the fear around my name was pathetic, and he had genuinely believed that he could take a hit from me, and both of those beliefs had come apart in the same second. How can he be so strong? He said, to a wall. I walked up onto the platform. There was a restriction on the tattered book. I put more force into it, and it broke, and the book came into my hand. I did not take the other 3, and it was not generosity. Something about them felt wrong to me, and I could not say what. And I have made a rule about that kind of feeling. Also, I already had an emperor's scripture, an emperor realm body refining art, and a palm from a void, and greed at that level is how people get eaten. Don't worry, I said, turning round. I'm only taking this one. And went and sat in a corner and opened it while 40 prodigies fell on the remaining 3. It was a disappointment. No ancient secret, no incomplete immortal technique, no fragment of a map. It was a single incomplete secret technique concerning possession. And what it was for is the most interesting thing I learned all year. Fan Li is not reborn. Not the way my wife is reborn. Hua Qing went back into her own life. Fan Li is a dead man's remnant soul sitting inside a prodigy's body. And he did not arrive as a child. He arrived as an adult in somebody else's skin. A spirit and a body like that never fully agree. Early on, it does not matter. The further he goes, the worse it gets, and the more it will cost him. And eventually, it becomes the thing that ends him. That book fixes it. It is useless to me and useless to Hua Qing, whose rebirth is not possession. There is exactly one person alive it is worth anything to, and I had just taken it out of his hands in front of him. Never mind, I said, and put it away. I'll keep it for now. He came over about 10 minutes later, because of course he did. The loose cultivators along the wall mocked him the entire way for having no manners, and praised how warmly I received him, which made him want to spit. Holy Sun Lin, I noticed you seemed disappointed after looking at that book. Presumably, the contents don't meet your standards. However, I am very interested in it. I wonder whether Holy Sun Lin is willing to make a move. Little brother, I said, you may have misunderstood. That wasn't disappointment on my face. That was feeling. I'm amazed by how rare this technique is. It's the first time I've ever seen one, that's all. I have no intention of selling. And the whole room, who had been listening, immediately concluded that if I called something rare, then it was genuinely rare, and started wanting it. Fan Lei pressed. Holy Sun Lin, since it's a technique, and you've already read it, you won't lose anything by selling. You'll profit. No, I said. Then he offered a heavenly god weapon, and when that did nothing, he offered a heavenly god weapon and a god king weapon, which hurt him to say. I could hear it hurting him. What? I said, extremely loudly, so that every single person in that hall heard it. Little brother, you're offering a god king weapon and a heavenly god weapon for one book. The room turned round, and I watched every greedy pair of eyes in it settle on a plain-faced, loose cultivator who had just announced that he was carrying 2 irreplaceable weapons. Sorry, little brother, I said apologetically. I'm just a little surprised. I didn't expect you to be so talented. It's okay, said Fan Lai, producing the most painful smile I have ever seen on a human face. I believe in Holy Sun Lin, while cursing 18 generations of my ancestors because he knew exactly what I had done and could not prove one word of it. Then what does Holy Sun Lin think? I'm sorry, I said. I'm not selling. Furthermore, a God King weapon is insufficient. The values aren't proportionate. Which set the room off again, because if a God King weapon does not cover it, then that book is at minimum a top-tier saint-grade technique. And Fan Li heard the words not proportionate and heard hope in them, and did not push, and decided to find me privately later and offer something bigger. He never got the chance, and he was never going to, because I was not selling that book at any price, and the reason has nothing to do with its value. I was holding the only thing on this continent that stops Fan Li coming apart at the seams, and I had no use for it whatsoever, and I intended to keep it in my pocket for as long as he lives. That is the whole trick. That is the entire thing I do. Everybody else in that hall was fighting over 3 books that glowed. I read the room a day early and took the ugly one because I already knew whose life it was. So here is where I have got to. 18 years ago, an old man picked something up off a road because he liked the look of its bones, and told it to keep its mouth shut, and for 18 years the most remarkable fact about me was a number that 2 people knew. Now I am the saint of a great emperor's holy land, and the finest young men of a continent get out of my way in a room, and I have taken so much luck off so many people that I have stopped being able to remember all their names, and I still cannot read one line of my own page. Destiny, unpredictable. Luck, unpredictable. Opportunity, unpredictable. There is exactly one person alive who knows how my story goes. She has read the whole thing. She has lived through all of it once already. She knows the day I die, and the people I lose, and every mistake I am going to make on the way. And she has looked at me across a table with the fondest expression I have ever been given, and told me none of it. What she did instead was sit down opposite me in a quiet room and recite, in her own voice, a scripture that I have not written yet. I have been walking one day ahead of everybody else's future for 2 years, and there is a woman on the peak next to mine who is walking one entire lifetime ahead of mine, and she is not going to tell me what she saw.